I don't know if it's always been, but
Shutter Originals,
yeah, a lot of the Shutter originals are really good.
honestly.
There's a few that I've watched that, they just had an interesting looking cover. And I was like, damn, I'm
Click.
so glad I clicked on this. Yeah. I judged that book by its cover and I was not disappointed.
A lot of the times too with horror, G, you just gotta let that journey ride. You just gotta go with
Yeah,
it.
because horror is so hit or miss, as we found out.
It can be a little convoluted.
Yeah,
But there's some gems in there
there is.
specifically.
Halloween!
Halloween! Which I actually do enjoy.
Original,
I really
yes.
do enjoy. Yes, the original, not the remake or the remake or the remake or the
Or the
reimagined or the reimagined
or
remake.
Rob Zombie's
Or, yeah.
side show.
Yeah, Hillbilly Sideshow.
Life can change in an instant. For many wheelchair users, the struggle to push forward is a daily challenge.
After years of development and countless prototypes, we created Rib Grips, the revolutionary wheelchair hand rim covers with built-in ribs for ultimate grip and comfort.
No more slick surfaces, no more heat burns, just pure, reliable grip. Rib Grips, empowering you to push forward with ease. Rib Grips, get a grip on your freedom. Discover the difference. Visit ribgrips.com and use promo code GRIP today. You just found the perfect product that helps with staying cool during hot summer runs. No more gross warm water. Stay cool with this product from Gear Handle. This hydration tube cover helps keep your water cool and easily accessible. Stay hydrated during those long summer runs or even delay from freezing in the winter. Plus, they're compatible with various brands of water bladders and come in various colors. Visit gearhandle.com and use promo code H2O today.
You've got goals for your small business. That's why now's the time to level up your marketing with Constant Contact. With powerful tools to find and connect with new customers, manage your social posts and events, and send automated emails and texts, you'll stand out, stay top of mind, and see results fast. Constant Contact's cutting-edge technology makes marketing easy so you can focus on running your business. Start achieving your small business goals with a free trial at ConstantContact.com today.
BooBaes!
BooBaes! Hi,
Hi, hello.
it's
Welcome.
me,
It's me,
It's-
Caitlin.
Joshua, and we
we're,
are here.
and we're your BooBaes.
We're your BooBaes.
That's right. We're here to talk all the horror, spooktacular things that you would want to hear.
Yeah.
Or-
We're talking about some scary movies, guys.
yeah.
We're talking about some horror.
Horror.
We put the horror in horror.
We do.
We do. And we're ready to just give it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Today, we're going to be talking about The Medium.
Yes, The Medium. It is a Shudder exclusive. This is rounding out our last week of the month of Shudder that we're
Mhm.
doing.
Shout out to
And-
Shudder.
This is a film that I chose. Very long.
Very long. So
This-
make sure if you do watch it, you cut some time out of your day or like at night time or something like that.
Yes, this director has a tendency to go kind of long.
On the longer side?
This director also directed a film called The Wailing, which is one that Andrew personally had like shown me, and he was like, "This one is fucking weird."
Mm-hmm.
He said that
It's
he
right up your alley.
he had seen it whenever he was in, like, he saw it with his dad, and neither him nor his dad knew that it was a
Oh, like
horror film.
Horror, okay.
Yeah.
The
They just
Wailing,
thought
though.
maybe like, I know, they maybe thought like it was
Aw.
just kind of like,
That's cute of them.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so then they went there, and Andrew said he left afterwards and was like, "What the fuck?
Oh, I can
like,
hear him.
Dad, what the hell?"
That's funny. The Wailing, though, I'll have to check it out. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I've seen half of it, but again, because it's it's very long. It's a very long film. It has higher ratings than this one did. I personally really enjoyed this film. But the director's Bon Jong
Yeah, I'm trying to see how you would.
Pisanthanakun.
Yeah.
That's a Pissantha Coon. I don't know.
We apologize if we butcher it.
Yes.
But we mean well. Shout out to Ben Jong and the direction of the movie. And it was produced by Na Hong Jin.
Mm.
And yeah, it's a Thai movie. And did we mention that already?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. So it's a Thai movie. So be ready to be paying attention to the subtitles, especially for this film. I felt like any time that I kind of looked away to write on my notes or something, I was like, oh, I missed something.
Yes.
So I had to like go
Rewind
back.
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's also interesting because The Wailing is a Korean film. And so this, and like even right here, it says first Korean trailer, The Medium. And so I believe at least one of the producers or directors is Korean.
Well, do we know what is? I think it's the production.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, okay. I see what it is. It is a co-production. So it was co-produced with another production company, GDH55 something, and this South Korea one called Showbox. So that's why.
Showbox had such a fun entrance. I was like, wow, this is freaking happy.
Was it the one with the? No, that was the other one. That was the GDH.
Really, all of them were very like.
It just kind of threw me off that the one with the little spinner was making like a rattlesnake sound.
Oh, I wasn't paying that much attention. I just thought both of them looked rather like excitable.
Yeah, instead of a horror, like how Blumhouse has theirs.
Yeah.
And is it Blumhouse? I always say Blumhouse.
Oh, I've always said Blumhouse because
it might be Blumhouse. You're right. It's probably Blumhouse. But just spelled with the U.
Yeah.
Because I think the U.
Well, like in German, it would be
Blumhouse.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know. I won't act like I know
House would
German.
be HAUS, but that it kind of gives me. I just have always said that. I don't know.
I'm gonna go with that.
But then also, what's the other one? Lionsgate. Lionsgate has a very ominous feel as well. You know.
The way I don't remember that one right now.
That one's like big block letters, and then it's got those like dark clouds behind it, and typically like a red, almost is backing the Lionsgate. I don't know, but yeah, very ominous in feel. And then this one was like, woohoo! It felt like almost Pixar.
Yeah, it didn't seem like you were going into a horror movie.
It didn't. So maybe that's why they thought that it was gonna be not horror when they watched The Wailing.
But through and through, I mean, the movie is like super like horror. Like it is a horror film.
Yes. Oh, definitely.
There is a lot going on in it. There are a lot of ideas.
Yeah.
I think, there is a lot of ideas. And yeah, it starts off with it's a mockumentary style, so we kind of get like the introduction of it being.
Sorry, I'm just reading more about it. I didn't know.
Oh.
It was theatrically released in South Korea on July 14th, 2021, but it was selected as the Thai entry for the Best International Feature Film at the 94th Academy Awards. It ended up not being nominated.
But it was still entered.
It was still entered, which I thought was, I think that's pretty cool. And then it was also, the film was adjudged, I don't know what that word is, as the Best Feature Film at the 25th Bucheon International Fantastic Film Festival, and was awarded with the Bucheon, I don't know if that's right, Choice Award for the best film. So it did win some awards.
That's
so, and it is the 6th highest grossing Korean film of 2021. So that's kind of cool.
That's crazy.
It ranked 15. Oh, sorry. There's just so many facts.
Yeah. On
the box office front, as per Korean Film Council data, it is ranked 15th among all the films released in the year 2021 in South Korea, with a gross of $7.35 million and 831,126 admissions as of September 26, 2021. That's cool.
Fun little facts about the medium.
Anyways, yes.
Keeping track of admissions. That's crazy.
I know.
That's a lot.
That is.
That seems like a hassle.
I mean, I guess that is just like ticket sales, though.
Right. I guess that's what that means.
Just a weird
way to say it. But I guess, you're right. It's the same thing.
Typically, whenever we see ticket sales, so we just, box office, we just see like the
numbers, the figure,
the
not
money.
how many tickets.
Yeah, not how many tickets.
Exactly. Oh, I like that.
Yeah. Because then, I mean, really, some theaters are $5 to $9, and then some are $15. I've paid $30 to watch a movie before in some of the really fancy theaters. So it's like, I wonder at what point, if a certain amount is allocated to each film throughout, no matter where it's sold, or I don't know. That's too many politics.
There was a movie I watched in some theater like a year ago and a year and a half ago, probably early like April-ish. No, that's not even a year. Well, I don't even know. But yes, I think I was watching. I don't even know what I was watching. I can't remember. But it was an Austin. It was an Austin theater, and it's the way I didn't know that this was like a really swanky theater. And so when I walked up in it, and the ticket was like $20 something bucks. One, it's already in Austin, but still, it was like, oh, when I walked in, the seats were
Is
like.
it the one in the Domain?
No, I don't think so.
Is it called like It's or something?
I don't
iPick is what I'm thinking of.
I don't remember, but the seats were like way nicer than the Cinemark here, and I think those are nice.
Yeah, no, I've been in one where they provide like a pillow and a blanket, and
That's
then
what I was
also
getting,
like a free popcorn thing. And I'm just like, if you give me a pillow and a blanket and
I'm
a
gonna
reclining
fall
chair,
asleep.
I am gonna fall asleep.
Old man style.
Yeah, so you're just
Grandpa
paying
style.
$30 to fall asleep is basically what it is.
It's a pure atmospheric experience. But yeah,
Anyways.
we get into the movie. We start off with it very much you would feel familiar to like a documentary and how you get introduced to a character. In this case it is Nim. And she is talking and opening what the movie is kind of what the documentary is supposed to be about, which is shamanism and her family line of shamans and
how it can be ancestral and stuff. And then they're also talking about how basically the people of the Isan region believed that their spirituality goes like way before religion ever came and stuff there, and they believe in spirits and ghosts and have
how
so
there's so many
for so long, and how literally everything goes beyond nature, like spirits and absolutely everything, houses, mountains, trees, rice fields, and of course all living creatures like dogs, cats, and centipedes and stuff like that, which I feel like definitely comes into play at the end. So I think that's notable.
It's definitely giving very colors of the wind.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Like to Disneyfy it, which, oh God, I can't believe I just did that. But yeah, that's what it was given to me. Like we're all connected, full circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
Circle
sure.
of life.
We're all connected to a higher beat per power, basically. And so they're kind of asking her about like her role in what she plays as being the shaman, and she's talking, and they're kind of you're also, as she's getting like what is that called, confessional style, the confessional style of her talking about it. You're also getting like footage of her actually practicing with people coming into like the church place of worship or whatever that would be,
coming to the altar
that she has set up in her a home or adjacent to her home. And yeah, I really liked. Well, one, I was kind of shocked whenever the wife was like, the dude made alcohol out of the snake.
Yes. Okay, so that's actually kind of a common thing.
Really, I don't know about that. So I was like, how does one even do that?
Yeah,
or what?
I think it's somehow that you use like the venom and stuff from it.
And like you mix it with alcohol already, and it like adds flavor. Is that what's going on?
Something I don't know. I've always seen it as a way that. So
I know that there's like in Mexico that people put like snakes, but like already in alcohol, not like it I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the the
like
scorpion and stuff, and then like the stuff
yes.
that's okay. But anyways,
because I've seen like scorpion shots and stuff before. Yeah. Those are definitely a thing. I would never personally. That sounds terrifying. But so what I've seen it in is not the most official thing. I've seen it in a lot of my webtoons, honestly.
Okay.
Ones that have to deal with shamans, actually, is where I've seen it, and where it's in with spirits and stuff like that. And typically it is not a good thing, and it is caused the person to get more
sick or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
or like almost possessed, like that sometimes like that the spirit within the snake is what comes in, and that's basically what comes into play here. She's like, well, where did you find this snake? And he was like, in the cemetery. Yeah. And she was like, well, that's your fucking that's your problem.
Yeah, not only is it a dead snake, it's a snake from the cemetery.
Yeah, you just drank this snake's soul, spirit.
And so where it was to kind of didn't help to that. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I don't know if that is. It's just I've seen it in.
I thought it was super interesting. It really caught me off guard.
Before.
Yeah.
It was fucking creepy in that.
Yeah, in the jar, the huge jar. It was a huge snake too.
Gross. It was.
It looked like it looked like the things that are like whenever you dissect animals, and it's what are they on, formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
Animals.
Yeah, like when people have basically preserved pickled jars of like pig heads and babies, sharks. Yeah. Well, babies are a thing that people, especially like infant pigs and stuff.
Yeah.
That's baby animals are all the time.
I remember my 7th grade science teacher had like jars of them lined up in their classroom of like, sharks, frogs, a little octopus, I think was in there. All kinds of fish. Yeah.
Gross.
Interesting. Gross. Interesting. But yeah, we have all of that going on. We're kind of getting introduced to her. It's kind of a really long intro, to be honest. I was like, okay, this is going on for a while.
A lot of this film is, it has to get to 2 hours.
A lot of this film is Nim walking into the shot.
Yes. Yeah. So very much it kind of reminded me of Ringu and stuff with these like longer shots that were just basically allowing you to kind of soak in the scenery and stuff. And that is what, hold on, please. Josh is opening his birthday card.
Wow. I had to. I'm sorry. That is the
Go
most
for it.
perfect card
Isn't
I've ever
it?
seen in my life.
I was like, he
I'm
needs
just going to
this.
go like this.
Do it.
Oh, okay. Actually, how long it is. I
It's
will
long.
read it up. I'll read it after. Anyway, sorry, guys. Interjection. I wish y'all could only see the birthday card I just got from
Oh, we can always
Caitlin.
take a
It
picture.
is so cute.
We'll take a picture of you with it.
That is literally, I can't wait to show this to Robert. He's going to be
Yay.
like, oh my God, that is the most perfect card for you. Okay, anyway, so
I'm
yeah,
glad you love it.
so it reminded you of the Ring You and how the long shots
Yeah.
were. Mhm.
There's a lot of scenes in this where it's almost, and then also kind of like Atlantics,
Yeah.
where it's a lot of just like longer shots of maybe not necessarily
People-ish. And then like also too, even when they were in
just
frame, kind
very
of-
aesthetic.
yeah, more ambiance. I don't even know. Ambietic. I'm gonna make up that word right now.
Ambietic.
It's
I
ambietic.
like it.
Yeah, and it really is more kind of like because I guess that's the documentary kind of style of it. Because it makes you feel like you're sitting and watching someone's life.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a movie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what I definitely got
'Cause-
from the beginning of this film
Yeah,
is and why it's so slow, which is again is like also how I feel
It's very taken to Deborah
taking
Logan.
Deborah Logan. Yeah. Where it is just such a slow burn at the beginning because
It's setting everything up.
It wasn't intended to be a horror
What
thing.
it was about. Yeah.
It was just solely they were studying for
Yeah.
taking of Deborah Logan. It was dementia or Alzheimer's, and then for this they were just studying
Shamanism,
and then both cases they ended up with possession.
Yeah.
Basically, and I don't think we've mentioned it yet, but so the shaman, our shaman that we're following, Nim, is possessed by the goddess Bayan.
Bayan. Yeah.
Bayan. And there's that process in which the ancestral, like everything is passed down is called Matiam. And that is basically the possessing. So they are
Essentially getting possessed by a
possessed.
good spirit. And it's like, as you were saying, like from family to family member, typically, usually.
And they are the mouth. They are the like,
The vessel
yeah.
for which the spirit can communicate with the people around them and perform miracles and healing and give advice, I guess, basically.
Mouth of God.
And
The
so
goddess.
we're getting all of this information. We're getting to meet Nim and kind of getting a good foundation of the shamanism and what the movie is supposed to set up. And then after we get that introduction, we finally get like a title of like the medium, right? And then after that, we get explained that she's going to her funeral. Her brother-in-law, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Noi, she has a family,
Yes.
which had 3 siblings, she's the youngest, but she has an oldest brother. And then, repeat his name?
Manit,
Manit, yes.
I believe.
And then she
Manit?
has Manit probably.
M-A-N-I-T.
It's the way I don't ever really necessarily remember them saying it out loud necessarily.
Yeah, they would.
It was just like,
but it was so fast.
yeah.
Or it could have been a
nickname or something.
like
or
in Korean when they use like older brother and stuff.
That's true.
So it could have been that situation.
And so we have him. We have an older sister named Noi.
Noi, I think is what it is.
Yeah, Noi.
N-O-I. Yeah.
And so Noi's husband passed away, and we also get explained in this moment that prior to that, a year earlier, her son had passed away in what quote unquote a motorcycle accident, which we later understand is not what actually happened.
Exactly. And that all the men die under like pretty bad circumstances. And we've also the ancestral, like the goddess Bayan tends to only inherit or like
Go into women.
Yes, into women. And so then it is interesting also that all the men are the ones kind of dying around them.
Yeah.
And yeah, so
And maybe
But-
that also has to tie in later on. We get a question from the other shaman dude that's friends with Nim about, he was asking, what about your husband's ancestry? So maybe that could also tie in with something with his ancestry.
Which
like,
I feel like it definitely does.
like maybe
towards
the
the
men
end.
die young,
Yeah.
kind of thing. Or brutally, at least. I don't know.
Yeah, because they were cursed.
Mhm.
And yeah, they had said like his grandfather before him was stoned to death or
Yeah.
something like that. And it was all going but basically, yeah, all the men in this family died pretty
Yeah.
awful deaths. Not necessarily
DIE.
mysterious, but just
Mhm.
kind of tragic.
Just before their time.
Mhm.
Like,
yeah, they're not just dying in their sleep.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so yeah, we have this funeral situation coming on. I love how when she gets there, and I was like, oh, this is so real for so many people. The brother is like, oh, come into the funeral. I guess it takes people to die for you to come to your family. You forgot
Yeah.
about us, kind of thing. I'm like, just stop bitching around. She showed
She
up.
even at one point is like, are
Stop
you gonna stop
nagging.
nagging?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm fucking here, so
Literally.
lay off.
Yeah, there's a reason why I don't show up.
Uh-huh.
Basically, is kind of the vibes.
Because of this exact reason.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so, and already, I mean, you learn later throughout the movie within like the little family, and I guess because centered around the shamanism, like and not everybody likes it or agrees with it or maybe feels indifferent towards it, but like it's definitely has throughout the years caused
Tension,
tension
stress.
within the
Yeah.
family. Yeah, kind of any family dynamic
Mm-hmm.
will naturally have that, but
Yeah.
this is their root of that.
Exactly. And so basically, as they're going throughout the funeral process, which is rather interesting, the few times we get funerals here.
Bro, whenever they is it already happened? Hold on.
Oh, with
did
the
I write
fun
it?
little
Hold on.
fireworks.
Yes, I don't think it happened just
It
yet.
hasn't, but
No,
it was
okay.
cool.
Oh, I thought it was hilarious. I busted out laughing because
I
I'm like,
was
wait,
like, whoa.
how? Like the way that's orchestrated.
I don't
I'm
know
like,
how it got in there.
That's what I'm saying. Like, did they do this like 10 times? Like, what if like they miss and like catches the body on fire?
Because I was just
like,
imagining a bottle rocket.
Yeah.
Like, pew!
Like, it was so.
Because it looked
and
like a firework, not a flaming arrow.
and it made a eagle noise.
Yeah.
Like as it was going down.
can't make an
It
eagle
was
noise.
funny. Sorry. Anyways, that's not it. Sorry, you got to your guys' ears if you have headphones on right now.
I love it.
But yeah, we're kind of getting introduced. This is where Nim's kind of talking to us what I just told you about the family members, who's all in the family. We also get to learn that Mink is Noi's daughter.
Yes.
And we see her,
Even from the first interaction, you can tell.
yeah,
My-
something's off with her.
Yeah, my notes go, Mink is she's possessed.
Yeah.
Because whenever she touches Nim's shoulder or arm to hand her something,
It's like she feels a spirit or something. She gets to like,
she kind of recoils and
yeah.
it's like almost as if like her touch was hot
yeah,
or something, and she's basically like,
Burn the
what
demon."
the fuck? Like,
yeah.
what the hell? That's not a normal interaction we just had.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure her being a shaman, like, and being more in tune and enlightened with her spiritual side, like, gives her a sense of like she can read auras or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's definitely more in tune with it and is probably more perceptive than any of the other people surrounding her. And so we see it there, and then again, as they're going on later,
Through the night. 'cause
yeah,
they're-
Mink has a they're like playing board games and
it's
drinking.
something weird. Yeah,
I was
but
like,
I guess
okay.
they're having kind of like a family communal moment. They're all, I
Yeah.
guess, trying to hang out and vibe. But yeah, they're all drinking, I guess, as some do when people die. Pour one out
I
for the
would.
homies. And so, yeah, we have her then kind of they're in a circle, and she starts yelling at the dude across from her because she's like, "What did you call me? What did you say?" And then,
Apparently he called her
a
whore,
whore or something like that. Yeah.
is what she at least claims. We never hear
we
it.
didn't hear it, and
and-
it's the way that I don't think it didn't happen because she
Mhm.
was hearing a spirit or something else or a demon say it. I don't know, or the demon was acting out from her. But we have that situation, and she literally lunges for him and starts attacking him. And I love how they're all trying to break it up, and she's like that person in like a schoolyard fight that's like bucking up, like still like
she's like, let me out.
literally. She comes
they're
at him a
literally,
few
like,
times. They had to pull her
They've
back.
got her by
so many
like
times.
arms around the waist, like pulling her, and she's got both like legs and arms out in front of her, trying to get this man like just
She's dying,
thrashing.
literally.
Yeah, she was not fucking around.
Mm-hmm.
And
so so we have that whole situation happen. They kind of pull apart, and then we kind of get a little moment between like I think it's the sister-in-law and Nim, and she's asking like, does she drink a lot? And then the sister-in-law's like, I mean, she drinks, but like
she's never had an outburst,
an outburst like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that happens, and then as Nim is going back into like her area where they're all going to sleep, kind of in the same room too. she sees Meek staring kind of off, like blankly, and then she's like trying to call her name, but she's not responding to her. And then we see that she's staring at some old lady.
Yeah. Who's
With-
just standing there looking at
And
her
she's
too.
is she blind?
She's blind,
Because she
yes.
had the like whites in her eyes, and so yeah.
At
but-
first, I wasn't sure if like it
I don't
was
know
a
if-
possessed woman, but they do say the blind old lady who lived next door died.
yeah,
Is what they say.
yeah,
Once she passes. So I was like, okay, yeah, she is blind.
yeah.
But yeah, she's just sitting there. The old lady's just staring, and then she walks old, and it's like,
And then
Oh.
they just kind of end up going to bed, I guess.
yeah,
'Cause
because
it
then
just-
it basically flashes to the next
next day.
morning,
Mhm.
and we see that the old lady who was blind, who lived next door, had died.
yeah.
Basically, Nim comes out, and she's like, what's all this hullabaloo? Like, what's going on here? And that's what. So, and then, yeah.
I just
Basically,
put Mink is weird.
yeah, I put Nim sees Mink and basically knows something's off. Like,
Yeah, because they're all outside. That's whenever they light the
oh yeah,
little ceremonial
firework to light the body up.
Yeah, they light it up, and then they all have their little umbrellas out there, and yeah, she's staring at her like something's going on.
Oh, I put, damn, they just throw out candy at funerals here? It's like pinatas,
Yeah.
but they were just throwing it out.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was
yeah.
like candy as the body was like burning
I
or
was
whatever.
Writing notes at that point,
Burning was behind it. They were just throwing candy, and people were
picking it
going
up.
down to the ground picking it up. And I was like,
Gotta love your
Weird.
funeral parades.
interesting.
That's a procession right there.
It's a more exciting funeral.
Yeah. I'll take notes. Hopefully y'all throw candy at my funeral.
Yeah.
And so yeah, we have that whole shit happening, and we have then I guess we have the camera crew then interviewing Meek, right? After all of the funeral and everything starts happening.
So first, Nim goes to the house though, and is like, "Yeah, something's wrong with Mink." And goes into the
Oh,
house
that's
and is
right.
searching her belongings.
And she finds that turmeric.
Turmeric.
There we go.
And which I've
For them means something. It's a word off the spirits. evil
called
spirits.
Pataba,
Yeah.
and it's supposed to protect from evil spirits. Yeah, it basically kind of looked like a dream catcher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just
It
a
looked
weird,
like a dream catcher with like a bunch of sages like tied to it.
yeah, like a dream catcher made of sage
Yeah.
or something.
It's very intricate. It's very long. It looked like basically
It was large.
Like I would, if I ever went back to high school and it was homecoming week, I would make that for my mom.
Oh yes,
It looked like a mum.
mum size.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Because it was like fucking long and everything. I'm
It
like,
was. It took up a large portion of her closet.
The way I was like so gay that like I'm like, I can't wait to make a mum, and then like my sisters are like, those are for girls, and I'm like, okay,
no,
but
it's not.
I'm
You can
not-
wear a mum too.
I'm gonna do it. Yeah.
Good for
Mhm.
you.
Well, because the girls would have the long ones and guys wouldn't have mums. They were like
the little-
garters.
yeah.
They were garters.
Mhm.
Yeah. So it was different. But yeah.
Fucking
Which
wear one
also
anyways.
makes no sense to me because then it like in weddings, women wear garters
Mhm.
and on the leg. Anyways, freaking stupid stereotypical or not.
We hate 'em.
or,
And
yeah,
also, mums
norms,
are really
whatever
only
they're
a
called.
thing here in Texas.
Oh, really?
A
We're-
lot of
we're
or
so
like southern
annoying.
things. Yeah.
We're so annoying.
They're-
God damn it.
Other places
Us
do like
Texans.
overalls and stuff, which now people are doing here too. But
Overalls?
yeah,
What do you
where
mean?
you just like decorate overalls and like paint and shit. I don't know. It looks pretty tacky in my opinion.
It
but-
sounds tacky.
Yeah.
Anything, I mean,
All of it is tacky.
yeah, it's true. Okay, us and our Texas traditions. All right. So yeah, we have like you said, they found the turmeric, and that's whenever Nim's kind of asking the mom, like, don't you know what this is for? Like, whatever. And you can definitely tell that Miss Noy does not want to like confront this problem at all. Like, she's trying to brush it under the rug. She's like, that is my daughter. Don't you worry about it. I will.
And I believe in a Christian God.
Yes.
And so, like, this has nothing to do with us. Is
Mhm.
basically kind of the vibe she gives. I feel like.
Mhm.
But yes, now they are interviewing her, and
Mhm.
this whole interview is comical.
Yeah,
She's funny.
She's pretty funny, and then also
She's
too,
mocking them.
she is, and then she's also like talking about like I can speak in tongues too. That was the most hilarious
I
thing
love
I've
that.
ever seen in my life.
Because that's exactly how I feel about people who speak in tongues.
And just the way she did it, I was like,
Just-
this is the most demonic sounding tongues I've ever heard in my
Mhm.
life. Maybe it's just not to like be rude or anything, the culture and the language of how it's spoken, because every tongues is different. Like it's different for different like languages, of course,
Yeah.
and custom and cultures. But I was like, this don't sound like tongues. This sounds like straight out of like a demonic ASMR.
I mean, it actually did sound like a language. While I feel like a lot of tongues here just sounds like mumbling.
Yeah, I could
And
see
it's
that.
just like blah blah blah, and it's
Mhm.
like, okay, yeah, you're just literally saying syllables,
Mhm.
but whatever.
It's the whole spirit. Girl, it's moving. It's working. It's working in me right now.
It is.
Anyways, I should probably stop. Someone's calling blasphemy.
Yeah.
because people call into this podcast.
They do.
And
I
so
would just like to say,
I was really offended by the way that you were talking about speaking in tongues as an ordained Pentecostal
SpongeBob.
You literally. Okay, I need to stop. All right, so let's stop. Okay, so yeah, we have all that shit happening. She's making fun of it, like you said, of all of it, and kind of like their whole reason of why they're making the documentary.
Yeah.
And
Saying it's a bunch of just phooey,
yeah,
basically. And then, but yeah, then they switch over to Noi, and basically Noi is explaining what the shaman fever is basically what they call it.
Oh, yeah, I remember this part.
And it's like, she said that she had her period for 5 months.
Every day. It would start.
Every day
like,
for 5 months.
Yes.
Yeah.
Girl, talk about a heavy flow.
I put yikes. And then because of this and everything, how she did not want it, like we said earlier, she then turned to Christianity and kind of renounced all of this.
The culture and like shamanism, and basically she said she prayed so hard that it all kind of went away and she was saved, which
And then,
to each their own. Placebo effects are real, and so yeah,
and then the spirit took hold of Nim basically, or decided to go to that option.
So the next, and that's when I was like, girl, how does this work? This Bayasan spirit is just like, okay, you ain't gonna do it, all right, I'll just hop over here. Like, how does that even, like,
you feel it should be like a destined thing?
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, this is too easy.
Yeah.
That, okay, you really aren't that important then, or that special.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we have that, and then that's whenever they kind of ask her, what if this is happening to Meek, or what if it does happen to Meek? And the way she dismissed it, she's like, if you're gonna ask stupid questions, you can stop filming.
That's right.
I'm like, oh God, like she is defensive about this topic.
First off, Noi's actress,
she was a good actress,
was phenomenal.
Yeah, she was very good.
Sarani Yan Kitikan.
She was beautiful.
She was.
I thought she was beautiful.
But yeah, she
like
fucking
in like, not like she was a supermodel or anything, but like in just like such
just
naturally
very beautiful
woman.
Proportions, everything was really.
Her face to me was what was like really striking. I was like, well, why does her face look so like perfectly not perfect?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, she was gorgeous.
And yeah, so it's a great actress, like
she
you said.
And there were several times where I was like, damn, Noi is killing it.
And so yeah, and so stupid questions. Okay, then after this we have isn't it Meek's friend and her are hanging out, or they're interviewing Meek's friend?
So yeah, they switched to some sort of preparation for a parade, and basically, but Lisa, Meek's best friend, comes up during this time, and we see that Meek has like decided to put on these baby shoes and like puts them on the fronts of her feet and is kind of just like standing there looking giddy, and it was just fucking weird. I was like, ooh, I don't like that. And then they interview Lisa, and they ask, has Meek
been weird lately? Is she showing any signs of doing something unusual? Yeah.
And she says, not really, other than sometimes she just acts like a little kid. And she says it feels very fake, but she's not there. Not like it's not her. She's not being.
She's there, but she's not there.
Yeah.
Like it's, she's her body's obviously present, but she's totally different. She doesn't respond back and like, oh, I am Meek. She is someone else. Literally, it's giving very almost like DID, like dissociative identity disorder. And so we have then the production crew filming her. Being basically she's in like a little imagine like the McDonald's children's play area with like the ball pit kind of thing. She's in one of those things.
Little slide.
Yeah. And she's playing with these kids, and she's very acting childlike. And I swear, Caitlin, I rewound this so many times because I obviously thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
So funny.
She eats those little kids.
She literally has this little girl walking right by her, and she literally yeets her.
Takes her body and is like, nah.
I made it into a GIF because I'm like, look at how fucking hilarious that is. She pushes her. And it's the way, too, that I'm like, wait, did they, like, even tell these little actors, like, this was going to happen? Because they looked, honestly, either that or they're acting for their lives. Like, they're going to get an ice cream after this or something. That's what their parents promised them, because they were so caught off guard looking to me. And, like, really like, oh, like
I feel like they maybe they
Maybe,
didn't just let her
yeah.
just be like,
do what you want, and the parents were just like, that's fine. We're
And she
gonna get
did-
paid for it.
yeah. She did
Yeah.
a phenomenal job doing that too, because the way that her face would like go to that like pout.
Scrunch up and then smile.
Yeah.
and yeah.
I was like,
Mhm.
woo, she is flipping hot and cold. And then
Good
just-
actress.
I feel like when I was like, or if you watch kids on a playground, when one does get upset like that, they do exactly that. They'll smush
That's
up their
true.
face and then
And very quickly
Like,
too,
I don't
kids
wanna
are
do this.
and very quickly too, kids switch from like, I'm mad and this, and then I'm like, you
Yeah.
know, they do that. Yeah.
because their
so
attention span is so short.
like a goldfish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And so yeah. It's just hilarious. If anything, if you don't watch the movie, at least just like watch it for that. Fast forward to, I should have gave you the timestamp, but it is hilarious. And so she does it to 2 kids. Yeah. And so
It
we,
happens multiple times, and I'm like, why is no one pulling her out of the slide?
same. I was like,
being a
whoa, why
bully.
is nobody like calling?
She's a grown-ass
Even the way the
adult.
friend is just like, stop it. Why are you doing that? Stop
And then
it.
she's like,
And I'm like, why don't you go in there and grab her? But okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's happening. We're getting to kind of see more of her weird behavior. So yeah. And then we have, I think I skipped on my notes here a little bit because I was into it, but they go to a bar or something, right? Or there's a,
yeah, they go to a bar, and basically, I mean, they just get fucked up, and then Mink is like, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah.
And so then she leaves, and she's like telling the camera crew, don't film me, like I'm a mess right now. And then she goes to her workplace
Yeah. Which was,
and just like passes out.
yes. Mhm.
So
So what we see, yeah, she passes out. Yeah.
This time I think she does.
Probably.
She goes to bed.
Yeah. And
But
s-
apparently I was like, why would she go to her workplace to sleep? And
And
then
we
it's
see
like,
some other reasons why.
yeah, later on. It's the fucking way that whenever they come in the morning, they're just like, what are you doing here? Go wash your face and get to work.
Literally, I'm
was
like,
like-
there's no other question of like, what the fuck are you doing here? How did you get in? Like, what are you? What? Yeah, they literally are just like
Wash
wash
your
up
face
and
and
go
get
to
to work.
work.
I was like, damn, okay.
the way everybody's like not even bothered by her sitting there
Until
like,
she stands up, and then there's a fuck ton of blood coming from her
cooter
vaginal
hole
area.
Yes, like I put the blood came out of her cooter hole.
It was a lot.
That was a lot
It
of
was
blood.
a good amount. I was just like, oh fuck.
Yeah, and so she's kind of like freaking out, obviously, and she runs to the restroom.
And
the
she clearly looks sick.
Yeah, and she's trying to like take care of herself, and it's the way that the camera crew is like still filming her. And I love how when she turns around and sees him at the window or like the crack in the door, like he's like audibly like and like goes back. I'm like, obviously, if you feel like that, you probably shouldn't have been recording in the
Yeah.
first place.
It was caught
yeah,
red-handed being weirdo.
literally.
Don't film a lady in the bathroom.
Yeah, I just like if anything.
Don't
yeah.
film anyone in the bathroom.
Yeah. And this is at that point I kind of like asked myself this question. Like it gives very like I get it's a documentary, but I think even in documentaries, like you don't someone would stop filming because that's like obviously
an invasion of privacy.
or a HIPAA. I don't know what it is. But
Yeah.
like the recording laws, but also it's a horror movie and we're just like getting the full thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only way to explain that would have been for them to like break the fourth wall, and that wasn't gonna happen.
No.
Yeah. And so yeah, we have that poor scene of the blood coming out of her vagina, and I'm sure that wasn't fun. And that's whenever we have her. It also I don't remember. Wait.
I think it's either
Oh yeah.
Noi or Nim. Someone goes and they're basically trying to find Manit, and they find him and he's out with younger girls. It was Noi.
Yeah.
She goes and he's like out partying with younger girls,
Yeah.
and she's like, do you not even care
About
about
your
your
family.
wife
Yeah,
and your
yeah.
baby at home? And then is basically telling him like something's wrong with Mink. She's not okay.
Being normal. Yeah.
And we need to talk about this
Mhm.
basically, and gets him home. And then it flashes to Mink like on the truck thing.
Yeah, she's on like a public transportation. Is what
Yeah.
I figured that is what their version of that is, like a bus. Not a. It honestly looks like a pedal tour thing,
Yeah.
but it's like they're.
It reminds me of the back of like a surplus van, like an army van, like when all in like all the army movies where they're
Yeah.
riding on that little bench and stuff.
And so they're in this. I guess she's trying to get home. I'm not sure. And then she kind of like what happened earlier when she was with their family and they were playing cards or whatever in the circle. She flips out on the lady in front of her and just slaps her.
slaps her.
Slaps the fuck out of her.
She
One.
does.
And then is like just going off on her basically because for some other reason too, like she feels like she was saying something to her or about her, and then it's the way they all kind of kick her off.
Yeah.
And then we get this kind of like not montage, but kind of like she's stumbling home, but ends up just on like this bench, and she's like drinking, and she's drunk. And she's just like, why would they? It's almost like she's going into slips of like losing time because she's like almost like back to me because she's like, why would they kick me off, those fuckers? Like, what? I didn't even do anything wrong. Like, she doesn't even recall like what had happened.
Exactly. She can tell that something is happening and she's not in control entirely, and then she is she's wishing death on them. And so then I really thought all of them were gonna die.
Yeah.
They didn't, or at least we don't know.
I was like,
if they
she getting
did.
drunk.
But but then like the kind of like almost agony in her voice made it sound like I wonder if she was saying like, I wish all the spirits within me would die, kind of thing. I don't know if that's possible, but like, I mean, you can tell.
I'm sure it could mean both.
Well, yeah, and not more so like that she knows that multiple spirits are within her, but more so that like she wants freedom, release from something, and it's not happening. I don't know. She sounds very desperate with the way that she's wishing death upon them, more so than just she wants out of something. I don't know.
But I feel that though. And so yeah, we have her going through this whole situation. I think it was raining. It was raining, wasn't it? Maybe I'm not. It was very dark though. It was nighttime. And so yeah, we have that happening. She was cursing them, like you said, and then we have the next day. We get to the next day, and they're all eating dinner, whatever it is, and then Nim shows up, and she's trying to tell them like, hey, did I leave my bracelet here?
Yeah, my brown bracelet.
I'm looking for my bracelet. It was probably here when I came the other day, and I got some stuff or brought you whatever. And so it's basically a ploy, because we then have Noe going upstairs to look for it, and then Manit and Nim then try to go into Miss Mink's room. Just basically, she's like, grabs her hand and she's like, have you been seeing things? Have you been hearing people? Have you been feeling things that are weird? And Mink doesn't really respond.
Yeah, she's very unresponsive.
And so then that's when we have Noe coming back down and just kind of like being like, what are you talking to her? What are you doing? And then Nim's like, you know what? She's like, I've seen enough. And she's just, I mean, she doesn't say that, but I can tell she feels that. She's like, I've seen enough. And she's just like, you know what? I'm going anyways. It's fine. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
And I think at that point, we definitely know that Nim knows that, like, no, this is something's up.
This is more.
Yeah. And because she already is just like, this is not Bayon. Yeah. Because at this point, it comes up. That's right. We have her leaving. And then we have her came to my notes. Hold on, jump. You go.
Okay.
Fill me in.
Next, basically, I put that I think we're getting Mink basically saying like, you know, she has headaches, stomach aches, back aches, everything is hurting.
Because they take her to Noe wants to take her to the doctor, right?
Well, and they do go to the doctor, and the doctors don't know what's wrong. And so basically they're interviewing her, and then they ask, you know, has there been anything that is unusual to you? And she says, like, in her dreams she sees this man in a red cloak, and he's standing there, and you know, he has this giant sword, and that there's a decapitated head on the floor, and the sword's covered in blood, and he like licks the blood from the sword. And she says she feels like the decapitated head has something they want to tell her, but they can't tell her, basically, which is like, that's hella descriptive. That's weird as fuck. You know, like, that's a pretty. It
really is a really vivid dream, and especially for her and her situation, like her
which that does come into play later too.
Yeah, and especially with her family's like proximity to like spirits and spirituality and all that stuff. Yeah, and so they're talking to her about that, and then
she's clearly just unwell. We're following her. They go back to her job, her workplace,
and you can tell visibly that she just doesn't look good.
Yeah, she's in the middle of helping.
And I can tell that she's got her. They're making her throughout the movie look more and more faint with the makeup as well. Yeah, I noticed.
Very pallid again.
Yeah, and we have her working, right, and that's whenever she starts freaking out.
Yeah, she gets up. I mean, she feels like she's like about to retch or something. Yeah. She's like gagging and like grasping at her stomach. Yeah, like she gets off and she's screaming and stuff. And that, again, clearly unwell, and she needs medical treatment or something. And then basically she gets back, and
Yeah, because she tries to play it off like nothing happened. And it's the way that everybody in the office was just like,
they were all remarkably calm for like all of this.
Yeah.
They were just like, same shit, different day. Like, I mean, and when you have such a tie to spirituality, I suppose, like as a people in that region, then maybe it is kind of the same shit, different day. But she goes back in, and her boss comes out of the office, and he says, can I talk to you for a second? And I was like, oh fuck, is she getting fired? And then yup,
she's getting fired. This way the boss was just like, you can't film in here, but obviously the camera crew is like right there next to the door, so you just hear her being like, you can't fire me, what the fuck? Yeah, this is bullshit.
Who the fuck do you think you are?
And so yeah, she like storms out, obviously, and she goes to her desk and like starts getting all her shit, put it in the bag. Yeah, so that was a scene.
It was. And then we go back to that little parade preparation area, and so now she's in that white dress again, and she's getting her makeup done, and the guy turns around and he says, just wait here, we needed to do your hair still, basically.
And he walks away and leaves her there,
and
what
she
happens?
Just starts like picking at her tooth, and I was like, oh god, that's like totally something I've like done before, not to that extent, but I have an issue with picking my skin and also my lips and like my
to where
teeth.
you bleed.
I'll floss and just like stab at my teeth until it feels like they're about to fall out, which is terrible. But so basically when she was like picking at her tooth like that, and then it just all of a sudden starts like covering like
her teeth
and her it's blood is dripping from her mouth onto this white dress that she's in. And yeah, she's literally just like
making it worse and worse.
It looks like she's just like picking at her front canine and it's just like scratching it so much till the gum
where
is
your gum's
just
bleeding. Like
yeah. And it's kind of a gross scene.
And she's doing it for a while until the people who are doing like hair and makeup and stuff come back up and they're like, hey,
what are you doing? And then she comes to.
Yeah.
Which
for the first time is actually kind of like, for me at least, other than since we did the interview with her talking to them, because most of this movie, like Mink is not there. It's something else.
Yeah.
Like Mink is not there. It's kind of one of those moments where it's kind of like she seems like she's actually present in her body.
Yeah.
And she is like, oh, what the fuck? Like,
because like, I mean, absentmindedly, I do that a lot. Like most of the time, whenever I pick my scalp and stuff, I don't realize that I'm doing it until like my finger is covered in blood, and then I'm like, oh fuck.
As if the McCrispy couldn't get any better, Bacon and Ranch just entered the chat. The Bacon Ranch McCrispy, available at participating McDonald's for a limited time. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
So yeah, she gets we're getting ready for this float in the parade and everything. Oh god,
Me picking at my tooth.
You're literally gonna start bleeding right now.
I just started picking at my fake tooth. Which okay. So one time I was sitting in physics. Have I ever told you how I got a fake tooth?
Literally right now I was just like, I didn't even know you had a fake tooth. What?
Oh yeah, it's in the back of my mouth. I was sitting in physics taking a test.
Yeah.
And when I was in high school, and all of a sudden, I just start spitting up chunks of teeth.
Yeah.
Of a tooth. And so I was just like,
yeah.
And I walk up to my physics teacher and I was like, Miss, I said her full name because I fucking hate when people call me just Miss, but for privacy purposes, I walked up to her and
Miss
was
Jane
like,
Smith.
Yeah. Miss Jane Doe.
Yeah, there it is.
My tooth is falling out. And she goes, okay, well, did you finish your exam? And I was like, no. So I went back, finished my exam. And I, of course, in the slowest test taker on the face of the planet. So I finished the bell rang. And then I had to go to the next class. And I was like, hey, mister, can I go call my mom? My tooth is falling out in chunks. And he was like, my dad's a dentist. I can tell you. And I was like, I don't give a fuck what your dad is. I need to call my mom.
Yeah.
I need to go to a dentist.
Yeah.
And he was like trying to give me things. And
the way I have so many
I had to give a root
dreams
canal.
where because I think it's honestly one of my biggest fears where my teeth fall out. And
typically it means you have something you want to say that you're not saying is what it means in like dream way. Because I will spit out teeth a lot.
That's me all the time.
Or
then
rip them out.
I always feel like I have some opinion to say that I keep to myself.
Or I'll like, there was one time where I was going around a house collecting lint and then, or like just like weird objects and putting them into my mouth and then they turned back into teeth. But it was like cotton from like a couch cushion.
Okay, I don't
So
think about
weird.
it. Yeah, because I be having them dreams a lot, and they freak me the
Teeth
heck out.
are weird. Yeah, and it is.
No, well,
but it was basically that dream in real life.
One time I had one where my teeth were falling out in my mouth, but my mouth was sealed like this.
Oh, God.
And so my mouth, I
It's
could
just filling with
visibly
teeth.
feel my teeth falling and like jumbling in my mouth, and my mouth filling with blood, and I couldn't spit it out and I felt like I was going to explode because I had
hate
so
that.
much blood in my
Oh,
mouth.
damn, you must really had to say something.
And then that.
I'm just kidding. And there are probably other meanings to
Yeah,
it.
no. Well, someone the other day, someone literally 2 days ago told me, "Oh, that means that someone's gonna die soon." And I'm like,
Oh.
"Well, people have been dropping like flies the past couple of years, so that makes sense."
Oh, God. I
But-
don't like that option.
Oh no.
I'd rather.
Yeah,
Anyways.
yeah. Let's not talk about
I just
that.
picked up my fake tooth though, like she did. But so she's like on this floating around, not floating around. She's standing there like a weird, like broken mechanical angel.
She's not really responding. Is even when her family is like, Mink, and she's not paying attention to them.
And
then she
it's
starts
not like she's like far away from them either. It's like it's a parade route. They're standing right there.
If I was her
on
family,
her
I would be
side.
like, this bitch just straight up like on purpose ignored us.
Well, and her mom even went like, "Why is she not responding to us?
yeah.
Like, I know she hears us. We're right here."
And so she then like grabs the candy or grabs whatever they're yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or
She's like chunking something.
I think it was just decorations from the float, to be
Yeah,
honest,
like
because they weren't
tinsel.
passing out candy.
No.
There's like these little chunks of balls of something, and she starts throwing them at the people in the crowd.
rather aggressively,
Yeah,
but then people
very
are
hard.
just kind of like, guess I was part of it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
nobody says anything.
They were just like, okay. But yeah, so then, I mean, clearly we get to see little snippets. It is very like harsh cuts because, well, it's a documentary. And then we awkwardly start following her into work. And I
Yeah.
was like, ooh, it is awkward. Because then I was like, whoa, fuck, what if she doesn't like remember
Oh, yeah,
that
this
she
is
was
the next day.
fired?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it was like me
And so she does.
herself.
She goes and she sits into the desk, and that's whenever they're like, "What the hell are you doing here?" And she gets kicked out because they had fired her the day before.
Yeah, and I was sitting there thinking at first, I was like, why are they being so aggressive? She was just fucking sick. And then
we get the film crew, which also this scene, this came out of the most, there was a lot of ideas in this movie, I will give it that. And I feel like this one kind of came out of like, whoa, where'd that come from? Because it really caught me off guard, to be honest. But we have the film crew interviewing the boss, kind of trying to get to the root of like what, I guess his story side of it.
yeah, like why was he so aggressive towards her?
And then we see him like, well, we've had some things missing from the office here recently, and I took it upon myself to look into the recording cameras or
the CCTV footage.
yeah, there you go. And we see Mink on the,
Fucking a slew of men.
literally like it's at least it's 3 of them.
At
I mean,
least,
but
yeah.
still like she's.
And the first one, was he conscious?
I don't know. It looked
'cause like she was just kinda
jumping
bouncing
up on
on
him on the bench where we first saw her earlier falling asleep, or where they woke her up. But yeah, we have now I think like 4 men. I don't know.
Because then there's the one
The one
in
with
the
the
chair.
tattoos, and then there's
yeah.
a big belly guy.
Yeah.
And Mink was getting it in the office. Quite
all over it.
kinkily. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the way when it first started happening, it was like, oh shit, she fucked in the office. Damn. And then I'm like, oh shit, she fucked all over the office,
Yeah.
because we have her on the desk, we have her on the chair, we have her on the bench. I'm sure
She's like knocking papers over, like titties sliding all over
Literally.
the desk. I was like, I mean,
very Gaga and Adam Driver.
Yeah.
In the
Yes.
House of Gucci.
yeah.
Father, son in the House of Gucci.
House of Gucci.
But yeah, it was pretty funny. I was laughing. I was like, oh shit, yeah,
I was
bitch,
like,
you're
damn,
fired.
She did fucked up. Yeah.
Bitch, that's too far. Literally.
It was. I mean, it was intense, and the way like it panned it on her just getting
Oh,
railed
yeah,
with
I
the
was
last
also
man.
like-
I was like,
And I'm thinking too.
how long is this shot gonna last? I was starting to get a little uncomfortable.
Before he fired her, he jacked off to that
Oh,
in the
probably.
office.
Yeah,
I know it.
Because
I
yeah,
know
she
it.
was. I mean, she was looking pretty good, and
It was straight up porn.
it was.
Yeah, I mean, it was. It pretty much was to BH. That's
Yeah, no, it was porn.
We saw boobs. We saw all of the The only thing,
The
just like
first
any
one,
other,
she was clothed,
but the
like
other
in
ones,
a skirt. But yeah, the other ones, I mean,
Titty
it
out.
was.
But
she
I mean,
was-
we also see her boobies, hey, a little later on in the film as well.
I'm sure we did.
Yeah. So yeah, it's the way I'm like, oh crap, yeah, this, there's no pulling yourself out of that. I was like, she was whoring herself out. But yeah,
Which, like, and with the phone call before she passed out on the bench that 1st time, Lisa was like, "You fucking bitch! You left me to take some man home again." Basically, and it's like,
now we know where they were going, because I guess she
yeah.
couldn't bring them back to her house. Mom's there.
yeah. So she brings him to the office.
Yep. And so
Obviously, the next step. What?
We have, and then after that, we have, at least in my notes, because I'm sure I probably miss a little thing. We have her slitting her wrist. Her mom finds her in the.
No, that's where I put stuff went missing from the office. Jesus tried to take her own life as well.
Yeah, so we cut to maybe something happening to like intermittently change through scenes or whatever. But the main thing is we get her mom
like,
finding
"Are
her
you
in the
taking a
shower, and she's slit her wrist. There's blood everywhere. They're freaking out, obviously, and so they get her to the hospital. She
Which Nim had said earlier that she tried to get rid of it by
right.
also taking
Killing
her own
herself, yeah.
life. And so she had slit her wrists as well to try and not be possessed by the spirit.
So it's like it was a callback when we didn't know that earlier. We were foreshadowing, which I like when movies do that.
I do too. And basically, then at this point, Noya's like perform the like acceptance ceremony. Like I don't care. I want my daughter to be better.
Yeah.
And so I guess basically, if you accept the
she took her
accept
to
the
a
spirit.
She took her to like a different shaman that's not Nim, right, or a different thing.
Well, so at this point though, she's like asking Nim to perform it, and that's how you like gather if you accept the bayan, basically, then the symptoms stop. The shaman fever stops, and then. This is where Nim says, what's taken hold of Mink is not bayan. Yeah. She says, I will absolutely not perform this ceremony on her because it's not bayan. Yeah. And
so then Noi is like desperate as fuck. So she takes her to a different church place, whatever. And that's whatever the uncle was just like, are you sure you want to take her? The brother and so they take her. And it's that type of ceremony, but it was like some random ceremony, like not like specifically in tune to her and what she needed and not for bayan. And so that's whenever she basically she's accepted whatever kind of spirit is coming to her, evil, which is what this one is, and not only just one, many, which we get to find out later.
Yeah.
And this scene was very like woo whenever she's there, and then Nim comes, right?
Yes.
And tries to stop it midway through, and then all of a sudden Mink starts attacking Noe with the camera.
I thought she killed her mom.
I thought she did at that point too.
I was like, oh fuck, Noe's dead. But she
beat the hell out of her with that camera. In
Yeah,
any other movie where people get beat with the camera, they die.
Yeah, because there was a bunch of blood spatter on the camera and stuff. It looked like her face was smashed in.
Them hoes are heavy.
Before that too, Nim gets basically to Mink's house and finds that this is where we find out that Mac did not kill him or did not have a motorcycle accident. That Mac was her brother.
Yeah,
right?
this is where we get this part. I'm like, oh shit. This is where I keep saying like this movie just keeps taking all these twists.
Yeah.
Like,
a lot of them.
So we find out because Nim is like, something's off here. And she's like, how did he really die? And we get to find out that he killed himself. He hung himself.
Completed suicide by hanging.
We also find out because she sees photos of Mink and the brother. I think his name was Mac. Sorry. The way I reversed that. Mac is they had incestual, not ancestral.
I said I did it backwards earlier. So
we have some sister brother fucking going on.
Yes. And that like basically he loved her but couldn't be with her, so he decided to take his own life. And Nim says that the souls of those who
take their own lives.
Yes, of those who can take their own lives become basically something else. And she's recommending that they need to do a cleansing, and she asked to be like directed to where he
hung himself.
Yeah, hung himself, and then is trying to do a cleansing there, and basically tells him, I know you love her, but you can't take her.
Yeah.
And also her fucking reflection when they take her in the car to that cleansing.
Right. I read that
had
on
to be
here.
one of the creepiest fucking things I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because it was so subtle, I didn't notice it at first. And then I was like, oh, God. Like, because her face is just like deadpan, like looking not there.
Yeah. But the reflection is like smiling. It's very much that video of the cat. Have you ever seen it?
No.
It's like a cat. It's like super like meme, like super like 2003. Like the footage is like pixelated, but like of a cat looking in the mirror, and then it turns away, but in the mirror the cat turns back around, but the cat has not turned back around. It's like spirit cat, and it's like Yeah.
Oh, I want to see that.
I'll find it and I'll show it. I'll send it to you.
I love it. But yeah, that was creepy as hell.
Yeah, and so we had she had beat her mom. Everybody in the whatever is just like, what the fuck? They
Yeah,
kind of
because
back
it
away
was
from
so
her. Yeah, brutal. It was
unexpected,
brutal, and it was
too.
brutal. Like it was a beating.
I
and
literally, I mean, I put
Yeah.
fuck, Mink killed her mom. I
Yeah.
was like so sure of it, and then I was like, oh, okay, good, mom's not dead.
Yeah, she's
later
not
on.
dead because and then Mink runs away at this point with Nim running after her to try to find her, but she gets away.
Straight
and
up
I'm
disappears.
like, she's fast as fuck. Like she's track star.
I mean, she got long
She a
legs.
runner. And she's like powered by the spirits, right?
Yeah, a fuck ton of demons.
That's the power of Pine Saw, baby. And so yeah, we have that happening, and yeah, basically she runs off, and then we have not a montage, but like scenes, a whole another 10 minutes of them basically, literally 10
Yeah.
minutes of them trying to find her. A little search party happens. We get like other attempts of them trying to find her with like different friends, like being like, we've looked everywhere, we've looked all around town, all of her friends' homes, like we can't find her. We have scenes where they're kind of intermittently dealing with the police, and then we have a final scene going back to the police where he's like, it's been a month. The uncle, he's like, it's been a month, like where or is it the uncle, right? Or was it the mom? Was it Nui?
No.
Someone's yelling that it's been a month.
It is him later on. At this point too, that they go to like basically Nim says the only way that we can find her is to
Perform that ceremony.
perform a ceremony where Noi opens her heart to Banya.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going through and they're like finding these putrid smells from her room because of all the spirits she's come into contact with, and the things that they're pulling from her room.
Disgusting.
It's like,
Used
so we see the baby
condoms,
shoes, full
baby
condoms,
shoes.
pads that were just completely like bloodied, and just
They weren't small
random
pads.
knicknacks.
It
No,
was like the super size pad.
yeah, it was
for
a
that.
maxi pad, the ones that they give you in the nurse's office that feel like you're wearing a diaper. It was that, and yeah. So then they go back, and at this point, they see that this is where they get that footage from the cab driver.
Oh yeah, that's right. The cab that picked her up at like 3 a.m. or something like that.
And oh wait, I'm sorry. This was before the month had even passed. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. I think I jumped up a little bit. But yeah, all of this is happening.
But
within
that was
moment.
weird with that ghost scene.
Yeah. I
And
thought that
the
was
cab.
another added thing too. I was like, wait, what is this? Because then everybody saw it.
Then I thought I wondered if it was maybe that was the actual soul of Mink standing there and was
maybe.
kind of on the opposite side of the
Like astral plane, maybe,
Yeah.
or like
like her body was detached from her soul.
I could see that.
Like almost as if her body was so full with other demons.
Mhm.
Because at this point, we don't have any more Mink.
Yeah.
Mink does not come through. And so, yeah, I wondered if it was just like so full of demons that basically her soul was like, I have to be over here.
Yeah, it's too full in there.
Can't fit.
Yeah, I can see that, and it's the way that it looked very. It was
translucent.
It was translucent, so it
Yeah.
looked like it was fading, like she was losing her power, her lifeline. Yeah,
Exactly. But yeah, and then a fucking month passes. Yeah. And Mana is sitting there like, being like, no, fucking figure it out. It's been
Yeah.
a month. Like, y'all aren't trying.
we don't have any information. And
The
then,
last thing we've heard was from that cab driver.
and throughout all of this too, we were getting scenes because and the reason I guess I kind of jumped too is because it's jumping through like what the guys, what the uncle's doing, what Nim is doing for her ceremony, because we have her cracking the eggs interweavingly throughout this, and we see her, she's been doing this, I don't know for how long. We see the candles have like, gotten smaller from being burned so much, and then finally
Nim
after-
actively prays for a month,
Yeah.
which is insane. I was
and
like,
then
damn.
after that we have like
eggs
the whole
finally pull
scene
out some evil.
of that month later. It's like little timestamp for us, and then what the egg finally breaks and it's black because she's, like you said, pulled the evil, and so that kind of gives her an idea of where to find Mink.
And at this point, she says, this was done by ones who have nothing to do with Mac. She said, I've been misled this whole time.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with Mac. These are all ones that are not him. And then, so then I guess it randomly is like, go to this giant abandoned building. I don't know.
And so she
She
literally,
goes.
so we go on her this little travels journey. She finds the old thread factory, and she finds Mink in there after is obviously going and noticing that
She
it's like
looked-
it's
I thought she
shitty.
was dead
It's
then.
she's in rubble. There's trash everywhere. She looks like she's
It's, like,
dirty,
halfway
been through it.
burnt
She is
down.
malnourished. Yes. So she finds Mink. Then we have her back at the hospital. The doctor's obviously saying she's gonna pull through, but she's malnourished, and so she needs some time. And so
we'll have to evaluate her mental stability once she becomes conscious
normal.
again.
Yeah. And so then after that, we have Nim, she goes because she's gonna go pray or do something with Bayan.
She needs to pray and beg Bayan once more
for forgiveness or something. And so she goes, and it's the blood curdling screaming and crying because when she goes back to this statue that she's been praying, that's like the physical embodiment of Bayan, the head is broken off of the statue. And obviously, for her, it's a lot of like disrespect. It's like almost like very sacred. She's literally like gasping for air, crying.
The way that she was wailing, I
was like,
I thought Noi was up there or something murdered. Exactly.
It was very much.
I
was like,
a family member was dead.
Shit, I used to go to church and pray too, but I never prayed like that.
I guess it was a family member to her, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it was supposedly in her body.
Yeah.
And as we find at the end, one of the very last things she ever says is, "I don't know if it was ever
that
I
part,
never actually felt it." And so I mean, but. I guess that technically is like a family member to her, and I was like, "Fuck, what is this gonna mean for
it's
them?"
her life's work,
like
it's her life's.
Bayan gonna lose her mind. I didn't know. I was kind of like freaking out.
What's gonna happen? Yeah, and so then we get this scene coming back to the house, I guess, after Mink has come home, and at
Mink
this point
is now completely possessed.
She's full possessed, and also we haven't been mentioning it intermittently throughout the movie mockumentary. We get these little black cards that give us like not timestamps, but kind of like chapters almost, and what's going on, and kind of letting us know what's happening. Yeah, exactly.
Or like
any other kind of documentary too. Like you get like a little like we are doing this now, or this is this part of the movie or documentary. But
6 days out.
Yeah, exactly. And so then we have them being back at the house, and Nim is there to try to like expel this demon basically at this point spirits out of Meek. And we have this whole situation with her confronting her, and it's kind of like any other demon possession movie where you have the spirits and they're kind of like
guess who I am.
Guess who I am. I am Minnie. I'm whatever.
And
or
she says,
being blasphemous, like which I relate to, like whenever in possessed movie, exorcist movies, they're always like, I'm God, or I'm Jesus, or whatever, and
then the vulgarity comes from like this part with everything very much reminded me of The Exorcist with the like lick it. Kind of thing.
And then her like also like what, and also too, what is it in every demon movie, exorcist movie, why do all the demons always know everybody's fucking tea? Like they're like they know your shit.
They've been sitting there watching.
They like start telling all of Noe's secrets. And like we then get to figure out that basically like Noe was supposed to get like the whatever, which we kind of knew, the Bayan, but she and her mother did everything in their power to make sure that like essentially that she didn't receive it and that it would go into
as much as wearing she would wear Nim's clothes, and then would put talisman into Nim's like shoes and stuff to like make her more of a viable option, and I guess almost like confuse the spirit and make that go into her.
It's kind of fucked up.
They're
basically like
they all but forced
putting this
Nim's
responsibility
hand
onto someone else who didn't ask for it
when
it was really supposed to go to this person.
And so we get this very, like I said, vulgar scene where she rips her shirt off, makes her uncle like touch her boob, and then she rubs her hand on her vaginal area and makes him smell it. And then he basically and then
she
mounts
attacks him, lunges him. She's trying to jump on him, and she's saying like you like
young girls' pussies, and so it's just very like
vulgar.
Fuck.
Yeah, I was also at this one. I was like, well, I know I am not a Christian man, but like this is getting a little wild now. Let's. It
so much reminded me of The Exorcist and the lick it scene. And just so like, oh my God, did that just happen? It's very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh fuck, like this is
even for me, like I'll be making jokes all the time, but like, or even like when in The Exorcist when she like is with the crucifix, even for me, I'm kind of like, oh, that's a little like
that's a lot.
I might not agree with it, but like that's someone else's symbolism. Let's not,
exactly. Exactly. And so I guess they put her finger into holy water to almost subdue her,
and it's the way she starts inking. Like, all this black
it's
stuff
like
comes out.
oozing out of her, and then the glass shatters. Like it basically, the glass can no longer contain the evil that was coming out of her. Yeah. And then she vomits up black stuff, and so at this point, I was like, oh, okay, great, she's done. But she wasn't. And Nim at this point is like, no, she needs help, and she needs someone. I need another person's help.
Yeah.
In order to be able to do this because this is beyond me, basically, at this point.
And so they meet up with her other shaman friend. And basically they're he's just kind of like, oh shit, this is fucking serious. Okay.
And because like we see that he was doing a bunch of stuff. It reminded me of like 10 evangelicals.
Evangelicals, yes, when they have like those little things, and then like people are like falling all over the floor, and
but they've already like collected all your information, and they're like, we know, and they basically like you submitted a prayer. There was one film or something, and they like you submit basically your prayer request, and then they use it in order to make you feel like, oh, like God knew that, kind of thing. And so
very manipulative.
Yes, but anyways, kind of like that. But then he's also he's like, I got to pay the bill somehow. Yeah. But clearly he's actually well versed in the actual spiritual ways.
Because he's kind of respected, obviously, but it's the way she was like, you're still with these like crazy people, and he's like, yeah, like I gotta make these clowns, I gotta make, and like he said, I gotta pay the bills. And so we have them basically talking about how they're gonna do the ceremony, but it's some days out, because then we start getting intervals of like the little title cards coming up where it's like 5 days, 2 days, 3, or starting from 5, I think, right? Or is it 6? 6 days from ceremony, and then it cuts down. And we get to see, basically, they are observing her. They put cameras up in the house to watch her at night and to see what she's doing. And she be doing some crazy stuff. And she's messing up everything in the house and like turning tables and like flipping things on the floor and stuff. And then we have
before all that happens, this is where we also find out that he says her body is basically like a car with a key left in it, and so it's just like a running vehicle for spirit.
And so
and then this is where we also find out that multiple vindictive spirits have joined in her body to basically form just this like super demon within her.
It's like Legion.
And this is where he asks what were Wiroj is Wiroj was her father's name. Noy's husband. He said what was his ancestral line, and basically we find out that his ancestor beheaded many people, and then those people who were beheaded then cursed the family line, and so that's where all the beheading comes into play,
and the man holding the sword and all that stuff that she saw earlier in her dreams,
and how those people with the heads wanted to like say something, and I feel like he basically knowingly married Noy, and Mink was having to pay the price, and it was all destined, is what they said.
And so she's full demon mode.
All of these shots at night were fucking creepy.
Yeah, very creepy. Because they make her look very creepy. She's popping out of places that you don't see her at first.
And it's just very like, oh God, like when she sits there and is just peeing on the table.
Yeah, she's
again
very
on the table. Exorcist, and all those little scenes.
And because also like it's night vision, so you see like her eyes just glowing, and it's just very creepy.
And eating the raw meat.
Yeah.
Crawling on her mom, and this is all happening like her. Some of the footage is just like day 5 and
casting spells on people's stomachs.
Yeah. Making I wasn't sure if she made her like miscarry, like if she was pregnant again.
I don't know, maybe.
Or if she just made her sick.
I don't know. It
was weird.
I don't know.
And I was wondering if it was her, because after she eats that raw meat, she like runs upstairs real fast, comes back down with like panties in her mouth. And I was wondering if it was Pong is
the baby. I don't remember her
the
name.
Mom's name is Pang.
Oh, okay.
And so I was wondering if it was Pang's underwear that she brought down. I don't know, but it was very.
And so we have them after a lot of things going on over the nights, and we have like couple days have passed. We have them locking her in her room now with the little lock on it. Because
this is like 2 days before the ceremony.
And then after that, we have more kind of montages of what's happening in the house while she at night, and then we have the scene that made you sick, right? She throughout this whole movie, the Noi has a dog. It's a little cute, little fluffy. I don't even know what kind of dog it is, but it's a dog.
Yeah, named Lucky, I think.
Yeah, and
not so lucky.
Not so lucky because, we then see Manit coming into the house.
Because he's watching the footage live, and he was like, or wait,
no, that's not yet. Yeah. It's he just comes into the house
with his baby.
Yeah, he comes into the house and he sees the pot on the floor, and he's like, what the hell is this? And he picks up the dog's head, and he's like, oh fuck. And she basically cut the dog into pieces, and it was in a pot.
Well, but I think before
Well,
she cut it into pieces, she just boiled it alive.
That's true. Yeah.
She just puts the
because we have them reviewing the footage, and then that's whenever we see like she literally got the dog and put it into a boiling pot of water.
It was very much still alive and stuff. And
it looked very real.
It sounded very real, and I think that is what started
Triggered
making
you?
me feel so sick. Because you basically watch. No, you can't see the dog, but you can see the pot moving and stuff. But you hear this dog screams,
yelping, wailing,
as it is literally
dying.
being boiled alive. And then the just scene of her pulling the
pieces out and
chunks of it
eating
off
it.
with the fur.
Yeah,
I just put, I'm literally about to puke. What the hell?
I laughed, but also I just have a sadistic sense of humor.
It was just insane.
And it was very real looking.
And then earlier in the film too, there was a small moment where Noe was like, well, we eat dog meat here all the time. And they were like, you have other pets, but you still eat, like people own chicken and fish and stuff, but they still eat them.
Yeah.
And so
why is it so bad to eat a dog?
Yeah. And then now it's coming, they were like, but what if it was your pet? And then she was like, well, not, and then now it's come back full circle and
biting her in
her
the ass,
pet
basically.
did get eaten.
And so we then after that is we have
we see her going into the fucking baby crib, and I was like, I swear to God, if she boils this baby alive, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind.
And that's whenever Manit is watching it live, because they were just watching what was happening with the dog, and then they're seeing that she's going into the room with the baby, and he bolts because he's like, fuck. And so he's yelling after his wife. He's yelling for the baby's name, and they get to the bedroom, and obviously the baby's missing. It was stolen. And so he's obviously freaking out.
During all this, I was just sitting with my hand.
Me too. I was like,
covering my
this
mouth,
is a lot.
And I was just like, oh my God, for like 5 minutes, going like, no, fucking no.
And so, because I mean, at that point too, the stakes are pretty if she killed a dog, she'd kill anything at this point.
Yeah, and sitting there eating it, I was like, she would 1000% eat this kid, which
I'd eat a baby.
I mean, she does. Later on, there's a scene where she eats the baby. Please don't eat babies.
No, I know. I was like, problematic statement. JK, I was just kidding. But yeah, we have all of that happening. And so then we have them basically looking for Pong, and they do end up finding him outside,
alive.
and he's in the grassy area, just basically outside, and he's crying, and they find him.
I was about to
everything's
fucking cry. I was like, because whenever the dad, Manit, says like, Pong isn't his head, you just see his head and he's not moving. So I was like,
oh fuck, he's dead.
Like Pong's dead. Like this is dark as hell. And I was
pretty dark.
I mean, after feeling kind of nauseous and stuff too, like this movie was making very visceral reactions come out of me.
And then after all of this, we then cut, I guess, to the next day, or I don't know. It's
basically, I mean, Manit gets attacked by
what's her face,
Mink,
and the fields. Yes.
But
and then we have them pulling her off, and nobody dies at this point. But then we go to the next day, and it's whenever we have Noi going into Nim's house, I guess, at that point, because she's looking for her.
She's like, where the fuck is Nim? Shit is getting out of control.
And they
we need her.
Go to Nim's house, and she walks in, and there's maggots all over the floor, which is not a great
altar
scene.
had been destroyed too.
Yeah.
And it's covered in maggots.
And then we find Nim dead.
I swear to God, if she's dead, and then I was like, fucking hell, she's dead.
Literally, I was like, how the fuck is Nim gonna die?
Yeah.
And so literally Nim is dead at this point, and it's not even. I think I looked at it. There was still 40 minutes left in the movie.
Yeah,
and she
exactly.
Was dead. I
was like, how is she dead? How is she dead already?
Yeah, and so she's dead.
She just died in her sleep, and it's called Lai Tai, is what basically the Isan people call dying in your sleep, and I don't know. And the doctors couldn't conclude the cause of death. They just were like, I don't really know. She just is dead, which is wild.
And so we have all of that happening. They do a ceremony for her funeral, right? Is that what it is? Have a little procession kind of thing, procession. And then we have Noi basically being like, I don't have anybody. Wow.
Everyone's dead because of me. No one's left. And she says, and I'm willing to die to protect my daughter because she is all that I have left.
Yeah.
And they decide to proceed with the ceremony as planned.
Basically. And they start performing it. And at this point, there's just a lot going on.
And at this point, I thought, okay, so he basically is saying, I need to summon all of the evil spirits into her body. And I thought it was Mink.
Yeah.
I thought it was Mink.
I thought it was Mink too.
Because then, they
put this little... So we should explain that he has this lady, because we think it's Mink. He has a body with the sheet over its head.
It's got like a shroud that has little spells written on it. It kind of reminded me of the autopsy of Jane Doe with her body, the spells being on the inside.
And we then have them starting the ceremony, doing the ceremony. Everything's happening, and then whenever he finally rips off the shroud that's on her head, we see that it's Noe. And at the same time, at this, we also figure out that I guess that Mink was really at home, locked in her room, because she's being babysat or watched by the sister-in-law, Pang, and by one of the I think it was one of the cameramen, to be honest.
Well, there's a cameraman there, and then I think this guy was just like in with
I felt like I thought he was a part of the film crew.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I thought he was
like with the other
because
guys.
he was in the white too. So I was like, I thought he was part of the ritual, but I don't know.
And so yeah.
Also at this point, so I was confused there because you hear Mink screaming from her room, but at this point you hadn't seen Noi's face yet. And so I was like, how the fuck is Mink screaming from her room? And then it flashes back to Noi, and you just see blood, like all of her orifices were leaking blood. There's blood. The mask starts filling up with blood on the like eyes, nose, mouth area, but then also on the ears. And then you see obviously a bunch of vaginal blood as well. And then she fucking pukes a shit ton of vomit. And then I was like, oh wait, that was fucking Noi.
Yeah. Because they take it off. She is puking into this like a fishbowl, essentially, is what it looks like. And then they're
having to collect all the spirits.
Yeah.
She's purging them, and no one. He said at the beginning, he was like, absolutely no one can leave during this ceremony. And of course, Mink is not supposed to be let out of that
her room. Yeah, because everything that's not supposed to happen ends up happening.
And they've gone through like. I mean, there was like at least 20 talismans surrounding her door. And when we get in the room, all that white string that was supposed to be binding them and stuff and connecting the spirits and stuff together, the amount of white string, her room looked like a spider web.
Yeah.
It was just covered in it. And it was, I mean, they really went.
Well, I mean, they're trying to get rid of all the evil.
Yeah.
And so, we have all of that shit happening. We have... basically she gets free from the fucking room, or not free yet, because then the door gets open, and then the sister-in-law is like looking in there, like trying to be like Mink,
because she heard Pong crying.
That's right,
from
she
the
hears
room.
Pong crying, and
so
I'm always like, and I'm thinking like that's obviously not Pong.
Yeah, but she looks in the crib, and she is being manipulated so much to the fact that she doesn't see Pong in the crib.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, no, we cannot open that door. We've not been told to open the door. But like, she hears Pong crying, and then before that, she had heard Mink being like, it's me, Auntie, like it's me, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And let me out. And then Pong is crying in there, and so she's losing her mind. Obviously, she's like a mom going into pure mom mode, like, get me my fucking child. And then, we see that Pong is still in the cage.
Yeah.
What is it? Crib?
Crib.
It's not a cage.
It's not a cage. And she gets in there, she opens the door, and then that's when we see Mink on the floor, and she kind of turns around, and we realize, like, oh shit, the baby noise is coming out of her mouth.
Out of her. I put, fuck that.
And so then she gets up and she stabs Pang in the neck with a shard of glass that she broke off the mirror, or it's not shard of mirror. And at this point, the master guy has already been taken a hold of by other spirits because they done fucked up by opening that door. He stopped their ritual and like carries the pot. They were so close to being done too. Yeah. It felt like it was like the final stages, but they opened that door and they did exactly what they weren't supposed to do. Yeah.
And so he's going to take the pot. He stops the ritual, and then he gets
like possessed. Good acting too, because he started acting pretty maniacal and crazy and stuff. And then the people start dying. I'm like, oh, okay, so we have
this is where it starts getting very found footage film.
Yeah, we have everybody running around everywhere. The shaman like does that little falls into the pit or whatever.
Yeah, and it wasn't a long fall. But the way that his body looked but when they pan in on it later, his legs looked like they were like jelly that just got it looked like he had such a massive fall that it almost like pulverized him.
Supernatural.
Yeah, exactly. It had to have been.
And so we have
just insane.
All that shit happening, and then we have basically everyone getting some sort of form of possessed from the spirits that were unleashed, basically, because everybody starts going crazy.
Because they all those people in the white and stuff had the string tied to their heads.
Yeah.
So it was basically connecting them and helping them summon these demons, as many as it was. They needed all that power, basically.
Yeah.
And so all these people are fucking possessed now. And it makes sense with the, like, it could have been any sort of spirit. And so I felt like a lot of them were probably like ravenous animals, the way that they were walking.
Well, and because he said earlier they were vengeful spirits.
Yeah. And ripping from their throats and stuff, like, and how they talked about, you know, it could be a soul of a centipede or a house or something. And so all of these spirits have just unleashed. And it was, I mean, it was insane.
Yeah. And so basically everyone is some sort of possessed right now. And if you're not possessed, mostly I guess it's just the camera crew. It's the camera crew who's getting fucking eaten. Well, not eaten, but like attacked, bitten.
I mean, their throats are getting ripped out.
Yeah, they're getting attacked.
One homeboy's like entire intestines are like just.
Yeah, even the uncle Manit bit a guy at one point. And so we have all that shit happening. It's just like really like crazy. We then have
hit the fan.
Meek then making her way to where everyone else at, where the ritual was happening.
And she's got like the army of the little like
the people behind her, and they're all like walking into the camera and stuff. And then we have
Noi at this point has done a phenomenal job with her acting again. Actress, and she like comes with the blood on her face, and she's just like haha, and then like puts the incense in backwards, and then that basically, God, when that guy starts running headfirst into the wall, it was fucking gross.
Like, it was very visual.
Yeah, it was. Fuck just got so twisted.
And then we have all this shit happening. It's pretty chaotic, to be honest. And then we have
and you're just flipping back and forth.
Mink then coming to like in front of her mom face to face, and that's whenever the mom's like, "Is it you, Mink? I know it's you, Mink." And then Mink just starts strangling the fuck out of her, until I thought at this point she was gonna kill her, but nope, she's just, once again just like strangled, kind of unconscious, kind of not. She's there, kind of rolling around. And so we have all that happening. And then, eventually we have then Mink setting fire. She grabs fire and makes flame and then sets ablaze to the whole place. Because we don't, that's what we understand. We don't really get a shot of it all being on fire. We just get like a reflection of the flames and the amber glow.
And there was like there was a sort of almost, I don't want to call it like a voodoo doll, but there was a doll there with a bunch of pins pushed into the front of it. And so, I mean, that ending scene kind of gave me like Midsummer vibes too, with that burning. Yeah, I liked it. I mean, it shows you that basically destruction is happening, but it's not right there. And then the last scene that we get is
the last
final interview, in which we mentioned it earlier, where she said, "I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah. I don't know if Bayan has ever actually possessed me. Yeah. And she's like, I don't know anything."
Pans to off camera, and she's just crying.
Yep.
And it's very sad.
It is. And that's how it ends. So, how many boos?
That was the medium. I would give it it's going to get a 3 for me. 3. Yeah. 3. The only thing for me working against, it kind of takes a few in talking about it, when I was first watching it and on the way here, I was like, I think I might give it a 2.
Oh.
But talking about it, I can appreciate it more. I think the only thing is just like very long and a slow burn.
Yeah.
And I felt like also, I guess there was never any resolution. So I was just kind of like, oh, okay, that's it. But that also gives very documentary though, like, because it's not necessarily a film where it's like there's a beginning, a middle, and end, and this is how it wrapped up, and everybody's good now. But like, no, like Mink's still out there, probably possessed. Yeah. But I give it a 3. It was, I liked it.
I think for those exact reasons is why I want to give it
a 5.
A 5.
Yeah.
Honestly, I loved it. I think this is probably one of the best possession films I've seen in a long time. The way that the acting was phenomenal. It was so unsettling to me in a lot of like moments where it was just like, damn, that's creepy as fuck. And I feel like if I were to watch like a real possession take place, this is what it would be like. And I think that's, again, why I like found footage so much, too, is that it all seems very raw.
More real for you.
And it feels very real. And again, I've not, like, felt physically ill, other than, like, maybe, like, while I was eating something and my food kind of resembled that.
The way I laughed.
It made me sick. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think also a lot of the times too, like when I saw Midsummer, the entire like crowd was laughing, and I think a lot of it is because like people just laugh when they can't.
When it's a coping mechanism. It's like when you can't make something like understand something or when something is more scary, you kind of laugh about it.
Yeah,
It's
or
it's
just like
easier to
this is
make light of a
not-
situation. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't comprehend it because it's just like that is fucking dark. This was a very twisted film.
It's very
There was a
dark.
lot of things in it where I was like, this is fuck. Like they went there. I don't know. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I also do enjoy it. Was a little long, like for my
Yeah. No.
time.
I mean,
Today was just not.
I don't want to knock it
great
because
time for me
it
to
was,
watch it.
Yeah.
But-
because of the length, I guess too. But
I mean, there is something to be said about a nice, like, easy to digest film. And this was not. You had to be paying attention.
Yeah.
You have to read
I
subtitles.
think that was a lot too.
You
You
have
have to be
to-
like super focused.
Yes, because
Yeah.
I mean, while it is a bunch of just long shots of seemingly almost nothing, there's so many
Because
little
there's so much
things.
dialogue.
Yes, there's
Yeah.
a lot of dialogue, and then there's a lot of things that if you're not paying attention, you miss one little thing. You miss something that has a major
That equates a lot.
scene down the line. Yeah, and again, I really appreciate movies that have a lot of forethought like that. And then I do like a slow burn. And
Yep.
then even then though, it wasn't really like, I guess the first hour was kind of more that documentary feel, but stuff was still going on. And like you said, when by the time Nim's dead, there's like 40
So
minutes
still
left
like 40 minutes left
in the
movie.
film.
Yeah.
And so all of that other possession shit had already happened. And so, I mean, the majority of this film was pretty active right up until literally the last minute.
Literally
And
up until the
so-
last interview with him. Even before that, it was like
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of shit happening. And it's very disorienting. There's a lot of back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And so, I don't know.
But the one thing that I did like about, I mean, or that I will say, like, it's better than other found footage movies because, you know, we've talked about it. I'm not a fan of like the
Shaky shake.
the unsteady cam.
And you
like,
didn't really get that till the end.
And-
And
yeah,
it's always
and even
much worse with
well,
night vision too.
well, and even there- I
there
mean-
was only a snippet.
Well, even too, like, the movie wasn't a steady cam. Like, the whole time there was like, you can tell this is like someone holding a camera like
Yeah.
this, but it wasn't like a lot of the other ones are like,
Where they're running and you're seeing the ground and
yeah,
shit. Like
yeah.
they're not paying attention to the camera. This was still, they were trying to
things
make
were
a
in
film.
frame.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. yeah.
Exactly. Which again, I mean,
Which also too, a lot of other found footage movies I feel like too are usually like end of the world kind of movies are like big, like something's happening. So of course people are like
running.
yeah.
So this, I mean, taking a Deborah Logan, this very similar like storylines almost, and the way that it's shot, the way that Taking Deborah Logan didn't really have a resolution either,
It's true.
and more so, I mean, we just knew that
A lot of those movies.
spirit
Blair
was
Witch
still out
didn't have
there.
one either. Yeah.
exactly. I like ones that don't necessarily give me a nice clean finish. I mean, I do. Like last week's, I liked that it was wrapped up with a nice little happy bow, but I also do really enjoy the ones where I'm like, well, fuck, what is it? Like, what is going on? We don't know.
And
I
that's-
like being left in the dark a
And
little
that's the
bit.
great thing that we always talk about with horror too. Like there's just so many different avenues, roads. There's so many different types of ways that a story can be told.
Yes, and then things that people like, and it's totally okay that we don't agree. I mean, we agree, but also
Yeah. No,
like
yeah.
you have things that you like, and I have
You
things
have
that
your
I like.
preferences. You have
Yeah.
your kinks, and I have my kinks.
That's right.
And here at Customizable we'll keep stuck with
Customizablekinks.com.
here at Customizable Kinks, we will come up with a
.org.
kink for you. Yeah. Yeah. So
But anyways, that is 2021. The
Medium.
Shutter exclusive.
Yeah, and
The
that
Medium, and this concludes
concludes our Shutter month.
month of Shutter.
Month of Shutter.
Next week we'll be covering a Hulu film.
It's
So excited.
Oh yeah, should we tell them?
Yes. Yeah. So
Yeah,
they can
obviously.
watch it.
It's called Fresh.
Fresh. I have not seen it. I've been told
I've been
by like
telling-
at least 6 different
Yes.
people that I need to watch this film / that it needs to be covered on here.
It is good.
So I finally was like, "Hey Josh, how do you feel about doing this movie?"
Oh,
and
and
he was
if
like,
you-
"I love it," and I
and
was
if
like,
you-
"Okay, I haven't seen it, so don't say
Yeah,
anything."
oh God. You know what? And I was gonna say something right now, but you know what? Nope.
I haven't seen it.
Nope.
I haven't even. I just have
Don't
seen the cast list,
know what
but
I-
I've not
you
read
know-
anything.
And I will tell you, and I will implore anyone who would watch this before and is like going blind, because honestly, I went in blind.
The only thing that I
and-
think I know of at all is I feel like there's some aspect of cannibalism, but also don't confirm nor deny. That is the only thing.
I don't think I can confirm or deny that. I think
Okay.
I can see how someone could say that though. But yeah, no, I just don't read anything else about it, and
Yeah.
I think you'll enjoy it. Yeah.
I've not. So I'm very excited to watch it. So that's what we'll be covering next week. If you want to
Watch it with us. Yeah. And
exactly.
once again, we're in the lovely Rogue Media Network studios. We are always here recording for you lovely folk. And yeah, they
take great
take
care
really
of
good
us.
care of us. We enjoy it so much. You can find our, you can listen to us on a lot of different,
Podcasting platforms.
there we go.
The 2 biggest ones being
Apple Podcasts,
and Spotify.
Spoofy,
And you can also find us on
RogueMediaNetwork.com.
That's right. And then you can listen to any of their other shows on there and those platforms as well. But wherever you do, please don't forget to
rate, like, review, and subscribe.
That's right. Tell your friends, tell everyone, word of mouth. That's
Tell your
the only
dogs.
way. Tell
Literally.
your dogs.
Before they
Just
get
don't
cooked.
eat them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only way we can get ahead. And
Yes.
so, yeah, please do so. And then if you want to let us know your thoughts on this movie and or Fresh, please reach out to us on Instagram.
DM us, slide in those DMs.
That's right.
Send us some comments.
And our handle is
At BooBaes Podcast, all one word, and that is BOOBAES. The way I have to squint every time because I have to focus on how I'm spelling that. Because we're your BooBaes and not your BooBabes.
That's
With the
right.
B. No
That's
double
right.
B's in there, just a bay. And yeah, we're super excited to be covering Fresh. We were super excited to do this month theme of Shudder. We'll probably revisit it again sometime soon.
there were so many other ones that
literally, that's
as
what
I was
like, there's
panning
so
through
many.
today, I was like, fuck,
oh,
Grave
that sounded-
Encounters is so good. And then I haven't seen Grave Encounters 2, but I know that I had told like Cassie to go watch Grave. Oh, speaking of which, so we had our band banquet and they have these paper plate awards, which they give the seniors. And it's basically just kind of like a funny award. And she got most likely to think that she's the main character in a horror film.
That's cute.
And then there's a picture of Ghostface drawn on there, and my other student who drew it did a phenomenal job. I'll show
That's
you a picture.
beautiful, yeah.
But I thought that was such a fun, fitting
Shout out to Kesley.
thing for her. But yeah, so until next time.
Until next time, bye, bays.
Bye, babies.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
Are you a podcaster? Let's talk podcast hosting. Are you tired of your current podcast host? Need real support and a community that gets it? At Rogue Media Network, we offer top-tier podcast hosting services to help you thrive. From hosting and distribution to dedicated support, we've got you covered. Starting as low as $25 a month. Join our community of passionate podcasters today. Contact us at hello@roguemedianetwork.com.
Life can change in an instant. For many wheelchair users, the struggle to push forward is a daily challenge.
After years of development and countless prototypes, we created Rib Grips, the revolutionary wheelchair hand rim covers with built-in ribs for ultimate grip and comfort.
No more slick surfaces, no more heat burns, just pure, reliable grip. Rib Grips, empowering you to push forward with ease. Rib Grips, get a grip on your freedom. Discover the difference. Visit ribgrips.com and use promo code GRIP today. You just found the perfect product that helps with staying cool during hot summer runs. No more gross warm water. Stay cool with this product from Gear Handle. This hydration tube cover helps keep your water cool and easily accessible. Stay hydrated during those long summer runs or even delay from freezing in the winter. Plus, they're compatible with various brands of water bladders and come in various colors. Visit gearhandle.com and use promo code H2O today.
BooBaes.
That was very loud. Wow.
Well, hello.
Hi,
Hey,
it's us.
it's us. Your BooBaes. This is,
Ooh,
yeah, BooBaes.
yeah. Ooh, I don't know. Ooh, I felt like doing it tonight.
Give you a little shiver down your spine with all the
Yes.
spine-tingling, horror-filled things we're going to talk about.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good, frightful show.
That's right. And we are your hosts.
I am Joshua.
That's right. And I'm Caitlin.
Mm-hmm.
And as we already said, this is BooBaes. Today we're drinking sake.
Some sake, right?
And mine is out of a cup that we stole from a restaurant.
Oh, it's cute.
In Vegas, I know. The other one was filled with sake from my fridge that I didn't finish the other night.
And
so
this
that's
is
why you
from-
have a mellow mushroom.
Oh, okay. But this is also from Vegas, right?
No, that's just it was a
Brewfest
yeah.
2012.
Yeah, it's like a little
Fun.
beer when you get a flight.
Hmm. You were.
I love mellow mushroom.
Were we 21 in 2012?
Nope.
Nope.
I don't know where this came from actually.
It's okay. Yeah.
I'm actually not sure where this came from at all, but I have 2 matching ones, so.
Yep. But
Oh,
well, it's cute. It's got my sake and it's working out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, today, Caitlin, would you like to should I mention what we're talking about today?
You should.
I should. I
in
chose it,
case you
right?
forgot, this is from.
Oh, Shudder.
That's right. We are doing our month of Shudder. This is the second to last film in the month, and this is one of Josh's picks.
It's called See For Me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
2022.
Yeah.
It's
So it's
brand
pretty
new.
recently.
Yeah.
It actually premiered I think last year at some film festival. But I have it written down somewhere. But yes, 2022. But yeah, I'm okay. So here's the thing: is I chose it because I looked up like the reviews on it, and then I also just really liked the what's the word for like
the
the
what is
image
that
for
word?
the movie that
Yeah,
you when you're
the
picking them.
little click. Fuck, what is that called?
I think people know what we're talking about.
Yeah, the little.
Oh,
It was
the
like
little.
right there.
I
was
love
on
it.
the
I
tip of my
know,
tongue.
but it's the
Everyone else is screaming at us
literally
right now.
scream it at us. No, it's okay, but I think they know. It's just the image that whenever you're just flipping through movies, it's their like
It's
you
just
know
like the little
their poster,
icon.
like you want a poster for a movie. And so anyways, so like just really.
Do you know what that word
it's-
is? Can he hear us?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyways, yeah. And it debuted at the Tribeca Film Festival. That's where it was because it's Canadian.
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah.
Wow, they didn't even sound Canadian.
No, not really. There were no accents throughout the film.
I don't know what Canadians.
Yeah.
I don't think there's.
I think
anyways.
there's a certain type of like
2020
probably vernacular, but I don't know if it's like an accent. But there are accents in Canada because there's like French Canadian and like I think even it's like here in America how we have kind of like more there's Southern accents, there's Boston more Eastern
Yeah, that's true.
New Yorker dialects. Yeah, so yeah.
Wait, so it says "See For Me" original title "Mira por mí." I don't know if that is.
Mira por mí. Yeah, that's like in Spanish. So was it in Spanish? I don't know if I.
The mouths moved lined up rather nicely, so maybe I don't know.
That's interesting.
I'm pretty sure it was originally in English. It looked like
Yeah,
it was, unless
it
they
looked like it was in English.
reshot it.
Or maybe it's inspired by like another movie or something that.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that could be
possibly.
like a different thing. Maybe is that it's just inspired by a different film with the same title
Oh, Cam was cute.
in a different language.
You could see. You could only see a little bit of his face at the end, but he also.
Oh, because he had that mask on.
Mm-hmm.
So this
I'm
movie,
looking at the cast.
basically, you guys, the premise of it is we have Sophie, who's going to be house sitting a house, cat sitting, basically, but doing both in the same. And it's basically a home invasion type of style movie, which is kind of scary for everybody, I feel like. Even though it's not like a super big horror, like it doesn't like.
It was suspenseful, and it had me
Throughout the whole movie, yeah.
It had me like, oh fuck, I'm really stressed.
Yeah,
But
same.
it gave me yet another fear. I think we talked about it in Scream 5 with like the electronics and stuff breaking the house. But I didn't realize there's little machines that can just completely disable your alarm system.
Oh, yeah.
No. What's the point of fucking having one?
Yeah.
What?
That's what the people for like the pros, but yes.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure that's like expensive and hard to come by. But
But then I was like, what if it's like the husband? Well, but she would have changed the security code, but maybe he still had the original thing. And since spoiler alert, the husband's behind it.
Yeah.
I kind of called that from the moment she brought up the divorce. I was like, it's going to be the husband.
Yeah.
But I thought it was I didn't realize they were going to be.
Half the movie, I was like, oh, it's Cam. Oh, it's Kelly. It's like, Kelly's in on it. Somehow. I don't know.
I never once suspected
it
them.
was the mom. This is a setup. But we have
The mom
Sophie
knew all along.
watching this house, and so the big get up of this movie is she is visually impaired. She is blind. She's not always been blind. We get to learn throughout the movie that she became blind later in life after having some accomplishments. So it really adds to her character because throughout the whole movie, you're kind of getting this person who's really kind of bitter and resentful.
Oh yes, very.
Yeah, and not really the nicest person, to be honest. But I think it serves to the purpose of the story as well, because like if you didn't have that, you would just kind of have like another you would have a protagonist that's like you don't really care about, because you're kind of getting this like in-depth, like layered type of character, as opposed to just someone who's just like, I'm gonna survive throughout the movie and somehow make it miraculously because like luck falls my way.
Exactly.
Because in this movie too, it's not necessarily like easy. Like you see the struggle of her like going through all this, like all of it, and it's pretty believable. And actually in real life, the actress Skylar, she is visually impaired as well.
Oh, really?
So she wasn't like necessarily, she wasn't acting. She was really is visually impaired.
Yeah.
So I think that's great to serve to more of like telling the story as well, because it's like, you know, representation one, and also someone who actually is visually impaired should play the role because they know what it's like, as opposed to someone kind of making a mockery of like thinking this is how it should be just from watching. Like,
yeah. That, I mean, that is a big thing with disabilities in general, and like, you know,
Hollywood shouldn't be ableists.
Exactly.
Give them a job, give them work.
That's right. I was trying to look up the eye disease that she had. So
they mentioned it at one point.
Yeah, it was too fancy of a thing. I actually did find it though. Yeah.
What is it?
So it says downhill skier Sophie Scott has her Olympic dreams dashed when she is diagnosed with retinitis pigmentosa, a degenerative eye disease causing blindness. So retinitis pigmentosa, if any of you guys are eyeball people and know what that means.
That's what she's got.
Yeah, the cover is so good, and it gives me very nostalgic, like, I don't know, this right here kind of gives me like The Exorcist vibes with that like purple
can see what you mean.
cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think also the lettering, the type of font, I think
like
that as
it.
well. That's what really made me choose the movie, to be honest. So
Yeah. Fuck, now I'm thinking about what is that word?
Google it while we're setting it up.
What do I even type in? What is the
image for a movie when you're choosing it on Netflix? Literally type in all of that.
An image.
And so we have Sophie basically watching the house, and we have these home invaders come in, and it's kind of a wild ride as she uses this app, which we find out is why the movie's called See For Me, to help her get out of this whole mess. And she really, like, honestly, by the end of this movie, you're going to be rooting for her so damn hard, because like Homegirl really, like, I've never seen a protagonist like that. I was really just like, yes, like, come on, do it, go kill him. I mean, I kind of am always on like that for most of them, but like she really she sold it pretty well.
No, you end up liking her quite a bit, because then, I mean, I think it's also because, this is not finding anything.
It's okay. Let it go. It's okay. It's okay.
I think it's also because she's not entirely good.
No, yeah, right.
So I feel
her
like
character is,
it's
also
easy
too,
to relate.
Especially because whenever there's that moment in the movie, I'm like, you know what would I have done? And
I would have done the same thing,
right? Once I heard that the amount,
7 million,
7 million, literally million, right? Yeah,
7 million.
Yeah,
yes. Yeah. My eyes would have been all over that.
Million.
I just made a milli.
And so
okay, the beginning of it, as we get into it.
So
I like the opening.
I did too,
and how they're kind of letting you know that she's some sort of, like, skiing is clearly in her past, because she's, you're hearing a broadcast of like the actual news channel.
Yeah.
As she's packing.
Yeah, you hear it on like a TV or something, or a radio. You don't really know quite yet, but she's getting all her shit together, and you think like maybe she's it's on the TV. That's right.
Yeah, it is on TV.
It's on the TV. Yes, my bad. And so then you don't. I really like this part actually, and I wrote it down because she's not looking at it, and that's your first clue of her like actually being visually impaired.
I didn't pick that up then until she was walking out with her suitcase.
Yeah.
And then at first I was like, is she like because she had the wheels not on the ground, I was like, oh, fuck, like what's happening? Are we like escaping? Like, is there a ghost? If she's gonna, I literally did not look into this movie at all.
Yeah.
So I had
you
no
went
clue.
in blind. Yeah.
Yes. And
Literally.
and so I was like, fuck, is something gonna like pop out around from the corner? Like, are we getting right into it? And then we find out she's trying to kind of sneak out of her parents' house.
Yeah.
And yes, as she was leaving, I put, oh shit, wait, is she blind? And I put, and sneaking out.
Literally.
She
and
was.
It's the way that I was like, she is like quite literally sneaking out so perfectly, almost gotten, until she gets caught. But like, she was so quiet, like effortlessly, just like, while the mom was also watching us the same thing downstairs in the living room. And
I feel like it must have been somewhat in part due to the fact that she is blind and her like sense of hearing, her hearing abilities are typically high end. Yeah. And so she probably is able to like kind of manipulate sound pretty well.
Yeah. And it's giving me very Toph.
Yeah.
From Avatar. Did you ever watch that show?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yes, I did.
And so, she's about to get out of the house, but just right before she does, her mom catches her and is like, what are you doing? Or she's like, you're really trying to sneak out right now or something like that. Yeah.
I was like, I felt like I was caught. I was like, damn it.
Yeah. Because she almost really made it
out.
And then
she did. It was just the little click of the door, or I guess maybe something else, because the mom seemed like the mom maybe at that moment kind of just standing like, there for, because she was already behind her whenever
it's like
she said,
spatial
what are you
awareness.
doing?
I don't know. But moms too just happen to have eyes in the back of their head.
That's right.
It's a very true thing.
You give birth. All children have 4 eyes. They give 2 eyes to the mother, though, in the birthing process.
That's what your mom told you?
This is science. No.
That's science.
Actually, yes. I just made that up right now.
That is so good. I'm going to, if I ever have a kid, that's what I'm saying. But like for me.
Yeah, saying.
You were born with 4 eyes, but I took the 2 eyes.
I took 2.
For you and put them in the back of my head.
So that way I can watch you.
At all times. And they move.
They're going to be traumatized.
Literally.
My mommy. My daddy has. Do you want to be mommy or daddy? Or daddy?
I don't know.
Not daddy. I feel like mommy and daddy is so
sentient being. Yeah, I couldn't. I'm not.
So
it's
sexualized now.
Yeah. I'll be
Papa.
Papa.
Papi.
No, I don't know. I'd be like dad. Dad.
I'd be like dad.
Yeah, but just like that with the stutter and everything.
You gotta like really draw out the D at the beginning. Anyways.
And so she's basically about to go. She's got a job that she's getting ready to go do. To go watch.
Says, I got another gig. I was like, another gig? Yeah. What is she doing?
We're like, what is happening? And then it's the way her mom is then coming at her like, where's the money that you're making coming from? I saw your bank statements and like that was like $4,200.
Yeah, $4,200, which is a lot.
Sophie tries to say that it was a tip that they leave her if like, she watches the house well enough and all that stuff. So the mom's just like telling her like it's okay if you have an OnlyFans or
is it a sugar daddy?
A sugar daddy, like just let me know kind of thing. Yeah. I thought it was really funny.
Yeah, I did too. I was kind of cracking up. And then we kind of learned that she house sits and then she even guilt trips her mom here and she goes, are you telling me you think it's charity? Because her mom was like, that's some tip. And it was like, damn, she's playing it real well. Because I at first was like, oh fuck. Maybe that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
And then it was like you find out later that she's leaning into that.
Yeah, she's really hamming it up. She's really manipulative almost in a way. You know what I mean?
I mean, she's got to get away with them.
Yeah.
Somewhat decent crime.
Yeah, and also too because like I guess if she feels like people are gonna feel pity on her, like see her in a different way, like she's gonna use that to her advantage.
Yeah,
like,
and I would too, because like whenever we get in later into the film and we see just the way that people talk to her, it's so demeaning and belittling almost.
Like she's incapable.
Yeah,
of
they're
doing
like,
things.
oh, you poor thing, like talking to her like she's a fucking child.
Yeah.
She's an adult. She just can't see.
Yeah,
that's it. There's nothing else is different
and
about
also,
her.
Well, and also too, I guess it also falls into like the fact that I don't know what type of level of fame she has, but people know who she is because of her skiing accomplishments, and so people are also I feel like
she was on the Olympic track,
are pitting her because they feel like it's like that sort of like you had it all and now like you're blind, like poor you kind of thing, and I feel like that's probably also infuriating for her. 'Cause she's like, don't remind me of what I already know I've lost kind of
Yeah.
thing, you know? So it's probably pisses her off. I'm sure I'd be pissed off
Oh
too.
yeah, I would be equally as grumpy and wanting to be independent as she is, because we basically find out she doesn't want anyone's help. I mean, her mom.
She's very independent. She's very like refuses when people try to help her. She's like, I got it. I can do it on my own type of vibes.
Which I'm like, yep.
I feel that 100%.
I would have been doing that too. I put good thing the mom is hugging her goodbye, because I put like, I feel like she's gonna die for sure. I was wrong, but.
And then we get to her heading over to that big old house. And
they give us all the
montage of
subtitle,
like her driving through the woods.
What's
we
get the credits.
The credits, through that as well, of her driving through the woods. It gave me, and the music that was playing gave me very Twilight.
Yes, it
did it not? And even the scenery, kind of gave me Twilight.
Very Forks, Washington.
Yeah.
It is in the Pacific Northwest. Wait, no, it's not. It's in fucking New York, is what they said.
That's right. Yeah. But
and
looks beautiful.
It
was probably filmed in Canada.
Probably, yeah. Nice, but very gloomy mountain road shots. Like, well, not gloomy, but it's got that kind of winter gray.
That vibe. Snowy.
Yes. Snow filter. That's what I was going for.
And so we have her then getting dropped off.
It also lets you know that
the,
with how long I feel like it took them to drive.
Yeah,
it lets you know
to like
just how remote this house is.
It's in the middle of nowhere, you guys. So that also ties into it later on in the movie, obviously, of course. And so we have her getting there, and she's getting off, and the cab driver is like, or Uber driver basically is like trying to help her, but she's also being very like, don't touch me, like I can do it on my own.
Yeah, she's like, this is mine, I got it.
Yeah, and she's also telling him that she can find her way to the door. He's just like telling him to like point her in the right direction kind of thing. And so she ends up going to the door. She gets over some steps, and then the owner of the house, Deborah, greets her. And then that's where we find out Deborah also is kind of an ableist.
Did she?
And just kind of
I couldn't tell if she knew she was blind.
I don't think she did. And
okay.
That's also, I think, what caught her off guard, I think. Maybe not. I don't know, because she was kind of guiding her to come in. So I don't know. Maybe
but
she
I feel
did.
Like that's normal, like house etiquette. Like, you know, if someone was coming into my house, I'd be like, come this way.
You know, honestly, I think she did know she was blind, because I know in a little bit she starts talking to her about when she was on the app, looked at someone else, like, right? She said something about like some other girl.
It was so last minute, and you're the only
option available.
Yeah.
And I think that's what she kind of meant by she did know, but she was at that point just kind of like, well, not desperate, but just like it's my only option, so kind of thing.
Exactly.
Because we have her talking with Deborah, and then that's whenever Deborah is telling her that she got a divorce.
Yep, fresh
recently.
out of a divorce.
And
she said,
she
said, I married older for maturity, not for money. Turns out he didn't have either.
Yeah.
He had no money, and he wasn't mature.
Literally.
And I was like, oh. I loved that though.
Yeah, and I think it was right before that too. Sorry, whenever she comes in and the cat's there, little kitty, and then she starts giving her the snacks, and then the owner is like something.
But be careful, she's allergic to gluten.
But then she already knows. Like, I called your vet before I got here.
Yeah, and I would have been like, damn. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
But then also
I put like overachiever.
Why is my vet giving out that information?
Yeah. I was like, that's weird.
I mean, I guess unless it was through a house sitting like app or pet sitting app.
If it was already on there.
Had it listed with the vet's name so that we could call them directly. Never mind. It's not as creepy as I thought. Like, I was like, why is the vet giving out pets information?
The noise that was making, sorry. But yeah, I guess so, but I still think that's like, because I don't feel like most apps are that in depth to like put, maybe if you put it in like special footnotes or notes on an app or something, I guess.
I feel like a lot of the times, because like even with Chewy and stuff, you can connect it to your like actual vet. Like you can create a profile that your vet can connect to. And then so any like foods they recommend or something, you can then pull it up on Chewy and buy it through there. And so I'm thinking like maybe
that's how she found out.
Yeah, that there's like in this pet sitting app, there's like a way for you to put the vet's name and phone number. So that way, if there was an issue and like it was too important that like, you know, you couldn't really call the owner, you needed to get to the vet right away.
Yeah.
You could call the vet.
Which would come in handy, obviously.
Exactly. So I'm thinking maybe that was that. And then like maybe the app like allows the vet to give permission to like certain people. I don't know. That's just maybe that
But
was
I could
what
see
I
that.
thought.
Okay, no, that does seem less creepy. I just still find it I just found it to be like kind of weird that she did that. But that's just me.
Yeah, she could have
But-
just been like, "Oh no, I read the page." Like, saw that your cat was
I don't
gluten-free.
know. Yeah, but anyways, we then have them have that conversation about like where she's well, she doesn't tell her where she's going, but she's going on some vacation, right, or something like that, because she's
She
recently
says
divorced.
"ciao" as she leaves. So I was like, "Is she going to
Yeah. Oh, and before she leaves, she's trying to Italy, I guess. Right?
Italy?" Yeah.
Before that, she's trying to like tell Sophie like this is where this is and that is. I should probably show you. And Sophie's very like, nope, I got it. Like I got it.
I'll
Sophie's
find
also
it.
very short with her and very kind of
Kurt. Yeah.
curt. And yeah, I guess that's. I mean, at this point, she's not necessarily rude with her, but she's very curt and very like
Basically, I got
cutting her
this.
off. Yeah. And so, anyways, we have Deborah leaving, but right before she leaves, she tries to hug her.
She
That's
opens her
awkward.
arm, and then Sophie's like facing the slightly
Wrong way, a little
wrong
bit,
way,
and she's
yeah.
like, "Oh yeah, you're blind.
Yeah.
visually impaired. Yeah." So we have all of that happening, and then she then immediately right after that calls her homeboy Cam.
Yep. And the way that her personality changed
Switches up with him,
on
yeah,
an
because
instant.
she's like,
because she's comfortable.
Mhm.
It's her friend.
yeah, but it's like I was kind of like, oh, this little bitch, okay, faker, because I was just like, oh wow, she's like really just like
complete 180.
self-sufficient, like she's totally relying on him to like tell her the layout of like the rooms and stuff and like where things are.
Which again, I would also do.
Yeah.
But she doesn't want someone. She doesn't want someone who's going to look down on her.
Fine, knowing that about
patronize her,
her.
yeah.
She doesn't want to seem weak
She wants
or
her
vulnerable.
friend,
Yeah.
who she's given permission to help her.
Mm-hmm.
Because clearly
Which I
she's
feel
got
that.
a little bit of trust issues, I guess, or I mean, not trust issues, but
Just some issues there.
if you only help her if she wants your help, and the
Yeah,
only person whose help she wanted was his.
Because most people feel like they have to help her when she's not asking for help kind
Yeah.
of situations.
Mhm.
Yeah. But he's helping her and she's making her way through the place, and he's like, do you want to go this way and that way? And so finally she ends up getting into an area where it's like the downstairs, whatever, and she goes through this hallway, and it's where they're
They find
right before they get to that like area, there's, because it comes back later, there's like a dead zone that she walks through.
yes.
And I really like how that kind of played into it later. But anyways, she
I
finds her way into
Sorry, I do like how it takes you through the house very like kind of step by step. So
Mm-hmm.
you get to like kind of see this house with her.
Mm-hmm.
And then just the way that it was filmed, even though like we were just doing a normal walkthrough, like basically with him and her, I still felt uneasy the
Yeah.
whole time. Like, cause I was just like, ugh, like what's
there's something
gonna
gonna happen now kind
Yeah.
of thing. Yeah.
And then seeing all the like this house is
What that's
fucking baller.
Yeah.
But and then the big ass windows were so beautiful, but also so scary.
So see through and
Yeah.
like, yeah.
And I expected that
love
to come
and
into play.
hate houses with like windows like that, like floor to wall, like ceiling. I mean,
ceiling,
floor to ceiling, windows, and like I love how it looks like during the beautiful daytime and shit like that.
But at
But like
nighttime,
nighttime, that is
I would
kind
have-
of really freaky.
Yeah, I'd have to have some sort of panels that
Blinds,
close. Yeah.
That is very freaky, and I'm not comfortable with people like seeing everything inside, like because
Mm-hmm.
I've seen so many movies where that's like you can see inside.
Yes, exactly.
That's creepy.
They also, I feel like during this time, they kind of point out a bunch of the key places that are going to come into play later. So like when we enter the kitchen, the first thing you see is the knives.
Yeah,
It's a knife set
that's
there.
true.
And then as we're walking along, we see a greenhouse that had a fucking beautiful
That definitely,
bentwood rocker in it.
definitely plays into it later.
Exactly.
Oh, that greenhouse. Nancy would love that greenhouse.
Oh yeah, she would. That's
Shout
right
out
up her
Nancy.
alley. Yeah, play mama. And then yes, the way that we were going down that hallway too was also terrifying.
Yeah.
Down to get to that last door
Which was also weird too, that I was
because
like,
it was really dark there.
and it looked so weird and different too. And I was also thinking like, why don't we turn the lights on? But then I'm thinking like, oh yeah, duh, because she's blind.
she's blind,
She doesn't
yeah.
necessarily.
And
need
she
them.
has the flashlight on her
Yeah.
phone
Mhm.
going
for
and
him,
stuff.
for
Yeah.
Cam, yeah.
And so it's kind of like, yeah, there you go. I
But
mean,
for us as the viewer, that's eerie because we were used to like, I'm used to lights being flipped on, and so I'm just like, oh man, okay, this is unsettling as well
Yeah.
because it did look a little scary.
this is a very dark film. I was telling Josh on the way
Yeah.
here that I wish I would like to watch this film again, like in the pitch black, like dead of night kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you don't have to drink it.
No, I like it. No, I want it. What's the alcohol? content on
Probably not much on
that.
this one.
15%.
Okay, yeah.
That's a lot. It tastes like a lot.
Yes.
I'll take it.
Good.
Anyways.
But yeah, so it is a very dark film. Like there were so many parts of this which I couldn't see with my window being slightly open.
Even me, you said you watched it with like daylight, right?
Yeah, I literally watched it right before coming here.
Even me watching it on Saturday night, in a dark like living room with all the blinds closed, all the lights off. There were some moments, especially throughout like when a lot of action is happening, where I was like, oh, it's so dark, I can't see much of anything other than like maybe at a certain time like people's faces flashing by because of light or something. But
which is awesome. Like, I mean,
it plays
I feel
to
like
the movie.
Yes, it really puts you in it.
But
just watch it in the dark, y'all.
Or turn the brightness up on your TV a little bit.
Oh yeah, I always forget that's an option.
That helps out.
I have no clue how to do that.
But I mean, that's the theme in a lot of horror movies too, though, is just like darkness and because like I guess it helps add to the scary.
Exactly.
But like there's sometimes you just can't really make out what's happening.
Yeah. This one was very dark, and so as we were walking
like,
down this hallway,
Alien?
Yes.
Anyways,
yeah,
all right.
same vibe.
Yeah.
And but yeah, so as we were walking down it, and they're opening up each door, right, just as you said, right before that last door, there's like a
dead zone.
Yeah, it was like connection
really weird
weak,
glitch,
blah blah blah, whatever FaceTime says whenever it pauses. And stuff. I don't remember. But yeah, and I really thought something was gonna be. I thought there was gonna be like a dead body stored in.
She was gonna find
in
something
the
in this
last
house.
door.
Yeah, I feel that.
And basically Cam was gonna be like, "Oh my god!" Like I don't know. I had so many different ideas. I was like,
the anticipation was running for you already.
This woman like a murderer, or she killed her husband, and he's actually in the cellar.
I could see that, and going in. So I think the premise for me kind of gave me more of a setup. So I wasn't expecting anything at this point. But if you were going into it without any like reading of this, like the description of it, I feel that. Yeah. So I can see how you were like, oh, shit's about to happen.
Yeah. I was like, ooh, because it felt so creepy. They did a really good job of building up the suspense.
Yeah.
And literally all she was doing was opening doors. But I was like, what's behind door? That is kind of scary. What is behind door number 3? That is scary. Like, yeah.
It's like in cartoons or whatever, or like dream sequences or nightmares when you have to choose what's behind each door, and it could be some sort of bad thing that you don't know what it is.
My kids, this is going to be a shout out to Kesley. Kesley, one of our like top tier, one of our number one listeners. She is a borderline former student of mine. Anyways, her first year that she ever marched, we did a marching show called I forgot. Yeah. But it was based on Sarah Winchester.
I don't know what that is.
Like the Winchester Mansion, and just like,
I feel like I know what that is, but
yeah. So they're the creators of it's like the family line of the Winchester rifles. But anyways, like basically, she just kept building and building and building onto this house to like create like extra rooms because of all these ghosts and stuff, and was kind of losing her mind like in the house. Really, there is a
the Hill, like the Hill House kind of house kind of vibes, where he
more
was
so
kind of
like
building
doors that lead to nowhere or staircases that go into the ceiling kind of thing, but like or doors that literally just open to the outside of the house.
That's
adding and on.
Sounds chaos. Yeah,
yes,
I feel that.
Yeah, and it's very. There is a movie that recently came out, and by recently I mean in like the last like 6 years, called Winchester or something. It was all right.
Horror movie?
Yeah, give or take, because it is centered around ghosts and kind of her decline. Anyways, there was a point in the show, because of all the doors and stuff that were built into the house, where Kesley, she was Sarah. She's who I chose on her first year because her expressive qualities are just immaculate. She's very good. And I could tell from the beginning, I was like, nah, she literally was the solo person of this whole show. It's like out of the band, everyone, like she was it.
Yeah.
And she nailed it. Yeah. Sorry. I was like, wait, I shouldn't say F when I'm talking about my kids. Anyways, but there was a point in the show where she had to open up these doors that we had that would move around the field.
Yeah, that's cool.
And behind the first like 3 doors, one had like a brick wall, one had fire, one had something else, and then behind the last one that she opened, she fell through it.
That's really cool.
And so it's kind of like, I
love when a show is really tells a story.
Yeah, and that one did.
A marching band show.
It kind of gives me that vibes. I was like, I don't know what's gonna there could be fire behind that door. Who knows? Yeah. But anyways, I had to brag on Kesley for a little bit. She's about to leave me, so I'm sad.
Yeah, swoop whoop, shout out.
She's also engaged.
Congrats.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she ends up opening the door, and what's behind the door?
A wine cellar.
Wine cellar, yes. And so we get to all these
my
wines.
personal favorite. Then I was also thinking of Ganja and Hess, and I was like, there is going to be a body in there.
Yeah. Always, it ends up happening. And so we have her going through the wines, and she's asking Cam, like, ooh, what do we got? And so he ends up Googling this one that she pulls out, and he finds out that it's like, what, worth $4,500,
Something like that.
And so then she's like, score. And so she's going to basically, essentially, she's going to steal this bottle, and she's going to, get some money from it off the internet. And then he's telling her, like, he can't go through with this. He obviously has helped her out before, but he's just like, I don't want to do this again.
And we figure out this is where the last tip came from.
Yeah,
It
that's how
wasn't
she
an
was making the
actual tip.
money. Yeah. She was selling things on the internet and kind of getting really expensive things and selling them for cheaper than what they're worth. But obviously she's making a profit because she didn't put any money into it at all.
Exactly.
It's
Yeah,
stolen.
she tells the people later, she goes, it's like worth blah, 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 but I was going to sell it for $3,000.
Yeah.
Which is, damn. Can you
Because for
imagine
her,
with
I
that
guess,
wine?
too, she also says later on, which is, I guess, is a theme for her at this point, as trying to, not for the good of things, but use this to her advantage, her just like in being blind now, saying that who's going to suspect the blind girl?
Yep.
So she tells Cam she's going to do it, but then he's like telling her, he doesn't want her to. And if she does it, he's done.
Yeah.
He no longer like wants to talk to her, I guess, or whatever.
And he says, you have the courage to rob a house, but not go down a hill like blind, basically, or like not follow me as like a
guide.
Yeah, a guide.
Which is also building into the layers of like what
the story and their
relationship and what we see at the end. And
Which is, I mean, and she bites back with you try going down a hill blindfolded at 110 miles per hour and then talk to me, basically. And I was like, I would have more courage to rob a house than do
also,
that.
Also, too, though, if someone is trying to be a guide to someone who's blind or whatever, however in depth their visual impairment is, like, you should probably do that too, just to like have the experience. Because then I feel like it would make you a better instructor and guide than
like have someone guide you.
Who already knows what you to do that. So that way
you know just how much help you need.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's all the more educational for the person who's being the guide.
Yeah. I agree.
But so we have that happening, and then we have
she gets grumpy, hangs up.
That's right.
But yeah, so they go up. She goes upstairs to her room, and she's going through her voice messages or emails, basically, and they're being read to her. And there's one from the Paralympics team being like, turn in your deadline, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And then one from her mother, who in the call or on the car ride over to the place had called her and said like, oh, check your email. I found this really cool app. It's going to help you. And then she like fakes an interference. So basically it comes up again. And there's this app called See For Me. Hence the title
of the movie.
And so I was like, okay, yeah. Earlier when it was all happening, I was like, that app is going to be what saves her life. And she's not going to fucking download it. But then she did download it like kind of immediately. And I was like, thank God, yes. But yeah. Yeah, so she's going through that.
But if her mom hadn't had emailed that to her, she wouldn't have.
She would have been dead.
Probably.
It saved her.
And so we have her then wanting to smoke a cigarette, right?
Yeah, something like that. She's going out, and then she gets a phone call.
From Deborah.
Yeah, but she answers it as if it's Cam.
Oh, that's right. And she's like, I put it back. And then Deborah's like, you put what back? And she's like, oh, never mind. And so then Deborah has her put on the security alarm system with her because she feels more comfortable like doing it with her. So she does. But then we have Sophie walking out to smoke that cigarette. Too. Yeah, we have Sophie going outside to smoke that damn cigarette. And immediately she goes out there, the door closes behind her, and she's like, oh, shit.
I just locked the house.
Just locked herself out with the security system on.
And now she's locked out of that house.
And I thought immediately, I was like, oh, fuck. That's like... That would be the worst thing.
I probably would have
I've locked myself out so many times, but like still.
I would have I felt like I would have called Deborah and been like, hi, I accidentally got
That's what I would have done too.
But
I don't feel like she wanted to seem incompetent in any way. But yes, that's what she should have done because it would have been the easiest thing to do. It's like, hey, I'm learning your house. I accidentally just locked myself out. Can you let me back in?
Yeah.
Disable it.
But yeah, as we've discussed, she's not open to
Mm-hmm.
asking for help or receiving it in general.
Especially from people she feels like are patronizing her.
Exactly.
So she goes to the See For Me app immediately, more so, and because she can't call Cam.
Yeah, because he just said he was done.
So she gets this one lady who's trying to help her out, but she's kind of also like not being that much help at all.
No, yeah, she was fucking condescending as all get out.
Yeah.
She was like, "Oh, you poor thing." I think she literally said, "You poor thing."
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Like,
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's rude.
Yeah,
And
it was.
so then we have her trying to help her but not help her, and so then Sophie hangs up on her, and then we have her trying again, and that's when we get introduced to Kelly.
Yes.
Who is a gamer girl in her basement, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
She's playing some games with some dudes and she's talking with them, but then her little app starts going off and saying that someone needs help, and so then she answers it, and that's when we get her first interaction with Sophie.
Yep. And she is actually helping, and I like the way that she doesn't bullshit with her at all. She's being real. She's like, I'm talking to a fucking stubborn blind girl.
Yeah, because at that point she's trying to help her, and Sophie, just like with everyone else, has been very curt and like rude, almost
kind of snapping back. Yeah. And so I really liked their interactions.
Yeah. She wasn't afraid to put her, like, not only say put her in her place, but like give her what she's giving her, but also like doing it in a very respectful and patient way.
Yes, yeah.
She never was like being a bitch back to her. She was just like,
I think she was returning the same energy in like kind of giving, it was like a little bit sassy.
Yeah,
and
most definitely.
You could tell that, I mean, because Sophie didn't immediately go like, "Excuse me, bitch," like or something like that, that Sophie was kind of, she was liking it because this person wasn't beating around the bush and was
or being like poor baby or being pitying her.
She was basically just like giving it right back, and Sophie was like, okay, like this is a person I can keep up with.
Yeah, because we have
I ship them.
Yeah, and because Kelly also said, like, you know, I'm used to just calling people and they're asking me like, what's the expiration date on this bottle, you know, and I have to tell them, but she doesn't really call people getting locked out of their homes like this, you know.
Yeah.
And not their homes, because she's like, at this point, I don't know if this is your home or not, or if I'm helping you BNE,
literally
breaking and entering.
Yeah, because the way that she does get in is she finds a sliding door, and basically Kelly's
Jimmy's
like,
it.
Yeah, if you do this, she was like, there's no rod there, so you can just lift it up enough until it kind of
falls off the track.
Exactly. And lets you in. And then she was like, did you just like, she said, you just helped me. Like, what if this wasn't my house? Or what if like I wasn't supposed to be here? And she was like, I've done worse, kind of thing.
So it also gives you more to like her character and like a
I was
little bit more
wondering
of a
what she
layer.
had been through. I was like, I honestly wasn't.
At that point, I called
Army.
it. I said military.
I wasn't.
I was like, she's in the military, especially because whenever she was playing the games with the people, I was like, oh, no.
Yeah,
military.
I don't know. When she said that, I was like,
it's a shooter game.
I thought that maybe she just, you know, had been into breaking and entering into houses before. I mean, with the military.
Or been like in the law, like or illegal things. Or
yeah,
crime.
Exactly. And like, like embezzlement or some shit. I because I guess in my mind, I was like, you know, so often you think, oh, you've served your country kind of thing. And so like, it's a good thing that you did. But then there's that so fine line, especially when you actually do have to kill people on active duty and stuff. That
and then it depends on what you
the guilt that lives with you.
That and like wars are kind of like in the sense like, so the innocent people die more than like
than the actual
who should people that should be, you know, held accountable for whatever is happening. And that's also like depending on whatever the agenda is that people get sent on to go do these things, because sometimes they're not right at all.
Yeah,
from the get-go.
But they have no way
to follow orders.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically, you know, essentially
their life is going to be on the line, basically, or not necessarily literally, but like, I mean, if you're dishonorably discharged from the military, like you're not going to get a lot of help at all,
no benefits.
Ever. And so that just wasn't where my immediate thought went to. But then whenever she said it later, I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
It kind of makes sense, yeah. After everything that, you know, kind of led up to that. And so we have all of that happening. She got into the house, and then right after that,
the alarm just starts going off.
Yeah, because she's like, oh shit,
because she broke in.
So she has to go shut it off.
But all the while she's panicking and like just kind of trying to run and like is stumbling over things, and
which I thought already was like, fuck
yeah,
she's knocking over all these fucking plants. I'm like, Deborah's ain't gonna be happy about this.
That's right. And then I figured that one plant knocked over is probably going to come back into play later, and it did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she trips on it later.
Yeah.
So,
But I think it's also the same plant, like, or vase or whatever that she grabs a chunk of later as well, right? And
oh,
that's
probably, yeah, to throw.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so we have all that happening, and then she gets back into the house, turns it off, and then did Deborah call back? Or
no, she basically just hangs up with Kelly, and I was like, oh, yay, she made a new friend. And then really it just kind of pans to darkness.
That's
and
right, because it's nighttime now.
There's a shot of someone outside the house saying like, we're good. And so it's like, oh, fuck, someone's outside the house, which is obviously what we expected.
Yeah.
But then he's like communicating with people, and we see this truck roll up, and it's like, fuck, others are there too. So that's like,
yeah, that's when we know that something is about to happen. It was giving me kind of another movie I saw, a mix of movies, I guess, too. Kind of because like the past, or just a few years ago, I guess there was a lot of kind of home invasion kind of movies, and like, where people were like Hush and like Don't Breathe, and then even before that though, it's kind of giving me like The Strangers vibes, ish, and then even giving me there's this other movie called Panic Room. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
Yes.
Yeah, and so it was kind of giving me those vibes.
That's what I think I thought Escape Room was at the beginning.
Okay, I can see that.
Panic Room with like Kristen Stewart, right?
Yeah,
when she was
exactly,
a kid.
and Jodie Foster.
Yeah.
That was a good one. And so you need to take a break now?
And now, a word from our sponsors.
Yeah, so this is when basically these motherfuckers start rolling in, though.
Yeah, it takes off pretty fast because they get to the door
and they have the thing that helps you disarm.
They have the thing that disarms the alarm. They are able to break in the house super easily.
It was so easy. Yeah, he just
like,
held the box up and it went beep,
beep. And so they get into the house.
System unarmed.
They yeah. Totally, it'd be anybody's nightmare. She doesn't hear it obviously at that point still, and so then they get into,
she's asleep.
Yeah, and so they get into the house and they're kind of setting up into the living room area.
And I couldn't tell what they were going for. I was like, are they about to just like bring someone to this remote house, murder them? And I thought they were, because it looked like they were like setting up lights and stuff.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
And so I was like, are they laying down tarps? Like, I guess it was to eliminate any trace that they had been there, which makes sense.
Yeah,
but I thought that this was like some Dexter shit where they're, really
about
laying
to murder
out
someone. No,
and then like we're gonna maybe film it. I was like, what? Oh my god, what dark shit is about to happen? And then they're just breaking in.
And then we learned that they have this false wall basically, and then it slides to the
which was hella cool.
Right or left. I know I want one, and behind it was a safe. So then we know, okay, they're here to rob and get whatever's in the safe.
Yeah.
And so we have them in the middle of that. And then they're making some little noises.
This is where I put, where the hell is the cat all this time?
And then we have Sophie waking up, but then I guess she kind of heard something, and I guess at this point she thinks it's the cat, right? And that's, I'm assuming, why she starts using her app on her phone to call the caller on the app, on the cat.
She's like, what's going on? Yeah.
And so then while she's doing that, then of course the people who are inside the house are like, what the fuck is that? And so one dude is investigating, looking around, trying to find it, and the cat is moving.
So nervous for her.
And so he's trying to find it, but the cat's also moving, and then she's trying to find it. Yeah, and it's also nerve-wracking because it's like a dark house, and we're just seeing them like kind of basically move right by each other, and they're just missing each other.
They are like just barely missing each other. It is like a fraction. Like if either of them had been either faster or slower, they would have ran into each other, and like all this tension would have like non-existed.
Yeah.
So they did a phenomenal job, I think, here of really building up that tension.
There's a lot of suspense because you're at the edge of your seat, just thinking like, oh man, at what point is she gonna get caught? And so eventually she ends up finding the cat.
Well, yeah, because
getting to her, right?
The guy gets to the cat.
Oh, that's right.
He gets down to Archie on some sort of base level of this house, and basically Archie's just like, okay, that's the cat's name.
Yeah.
Then gets up and then like goes upstairs, and then it runs past her, and she felt it, and so that was why she bent down, and I was like, ah. And then she like stands up just in time enough to walk behind the next door as he comes up the stairs, and it's like,
yeah, very nerve-wracking.
So close. And then Yeah, then she finds, I guess, the kitty's bed or something. And I was so worried he was going to hurt the cat, too. I was like, please don't hurt Archie.
Yeah.
But yeah, then she knocks over a vase.
That's right. And that's whenever he's like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, because she's trying to like feel around and see if she can figure out where Archie went.
Yeah.
And then, knocks over this vase and then it's like, oh, fuck.
And that alerts him to like, oh shit, someone's in this house. And so that's whenever he goes back to the other guys, right?
Yep.
And is telling them someone's in the house. And then that's whenever they get the phone call.
Yeah, they
from
call
or he calls the head honcho.
Well, yeah, I guess he basically says, stick to the plan until we hear from him. At this point, E is still making the calls. He's the one who's searching for Sophie. So we have O, D, and E. So far, we've only met D and E, who we later find out that D stands for Dave. E, we don't really ever know his true identity.
Yeah.
But E is the one who's searching for her. Dave is the one going into the safe.
And at that point, she also for sure knows someone's in the house with her as well.
She's like,
and so because she's trying to get down to hide, and she ends up getting into this room where like they're the breaker room basically, right?
Yeah.
And at that point I'm like, oh shit, if only she knew the breakers were there, and she was like turn off the power or whatever.
Yeah, which she does later. But
yeah. And so then we have, because she was familiar with that room, I didn't even think about that tying in later. And so we have her calling the cops at this point.
Yep.
And she calls 911. She's telling them that there's a home invasion situation happening. And then after that, she immediately calls Kelly.
Yeah, because she says, how long will it be till they get here? And they're like, with your location, we can't.
Yeah, it's going to be
It's going to be a little bit of time, yeah. And then she said, but the 911 operator says, like, don't worry, I'll be with you the whole time until they get there. Like, I'll stay on the line with you. Yeah. And then she was like, what the fuck? How the fuck is that supposed to help me? And hangs up. And then Jazz calls Kelly. And I was just like, I mean, you're not wrong, but also.
They're just trying to help.
Yeah.
The homegirl's just trying to do her job. But yeah.
That she doesn't know.
She's bitchy. Damn.
Did she know? She didn't say she was blind.
No, she didn't.
And so it's like the homegirl's literally this is literally her job. That is what 911 operators are supposed to say.
Yeah.
And if there is something like a home invasion or there's someone there.
I mean, you're supposed to stay online with them regardless.
Yeah, to help calm them down. And then also, I mean, that's evidence. If they quite literally hear you getting murdered and then they can find these people's fingerprints, like they can't get away in time. That's solid right there. You are connected to this crime.
Yeah.
So.
And so we have her then calling the Kelly, right? And she's trying to explain to Kelly what's going on, and Kelly goes straight into like, oh, okay.
She's problem solving mode.
Yeah. So she's like trying to basically assailing her. What is because Kelly presents her with the options of just like, okay, you can just wait here, don't move, wait for the cops to get here, and Sophie's like, I can't, like, I don't want to do that, like, I need to get out of here right now. And so then Kelly's like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. And so she's basically doing what Cam did for her earlier and is leading her, trying to get her out of the house. But it's the way that kind of almost at every turn they're having to avoid getting caught by one of the bad guys in the home.
And Kelly does a really great job of locating and being aware of both of their presences, like both of the men in the house, and guiding Sophie around them. And if only Sophie would listen.
Did you know what kind of bothered me a little bit though? Did she have headphones in or something? No, right?
I guess she must have
AirPods?
had AirPods.
That's the only thing that I can think
I
of.
never physically saw her put them in.
And her hair blocked her ears, so we can't tell.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm going to convince myself to believe, because otherwise I'm like, Kelly was just on speakerphone then. And you're telling me they couldn't hear her the whole time while they were like walking through the house?
That's what I thought at first. And then I was like, yeah, I guess she's got to have AirPod in. Because otherwise, yes, this whole movie, the plot would have been foiled.
I'm like, yeah, literally.
And maybe she did put him in it. No, I mean, I feel like
we never saw it. It would have been off screen.
It
would have been off screen. But anyways, okay. So back to the movie. She is then getting out. She's then, yes, like you said, not listening to Kelly, because at least a couple times she's not listening to Kelly and like what she should do. And then when she does do that at the end and kind of does make it outside, she gets caught by Odie.
ODE is what all their names are.
Yeah.
But yeah, she gets caught by O, and it was like, I was like, oh fuck, a different person is here now. So
yeah, so there's three people now at this point.
He was the lookout we saw at the beginning.
Yeah.
Who basically was like, coast is clear, dudes, and then the other two rolled up in the truck.
Yeah.
So he was there from the get, and so he saw her wandering around outside, and yeah, he took her right out.
Yeah, and so we then have her waking up and struggling, yeah,
against them, and basically the master, they call the master dude.
Oh, yeah, the bad guy.
I didn't know who to, like, what his name was. I just kept referring to him as the master. That is not what they refer to him as in the film.
No, not at all.
It's just what I was like, who the hell is this master dude? I was like, he's calling all the shots, so he's got to be the one that's somewhat in on this. And
I had already pinned him as the ex-husband at this point.
Yeah,
I was like, that's the ex-husband.
That's what I thought as well, because like even the moment she, like, when she mentioned the divorce, I was like, it's gonna be the husband. And then at this point,
the way
I was
you mentioned
like,
that earlier, like, oh, you called it.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like this is gotta be him. But so they call him, and they basically got him on speakerphone.
Yeah,
and and I'm also like, you didn't fucking know, unless Archie's new cat that she got after the divorce. But I'm like, why would you not know that your wife would have someone watching the pet if she's going clearly somewhere far away?
Or maybe he just didn't know or think. Maybe he just didn't think about the cat, and that kind of like it was an afterthought. He didn't think about.
But I feel like if you're gonna go through trying to pull off such a sophisticated heist,
every detail. Yeah.
That you would have, because they basically find out, no one's supposed to be there, and the master dude is basically saying no one is leaving. And then that's the way that they're like, well, we've got to offer. She's seen our faces, and then she's like, no, I haven't. No, I haven't.
I'm blind. And at that point, I was like, I don't know if that was information that I would have like volunteered like that quickly, but like, okay.
But I think in that exact moment, it was what she needed to do, because then it does play out in her favor. Because basically, she's like, I've not seen your faces. I don't know your names. She's not a witness. Yeah. And the guy on the phone basically says, no names, no faces. She's useless. And then he goes, no offense, Sophie.
Yeah.
I was like,
I love how he was like almost reasoning, like, but being the bad guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, he's making very valid points. Yeah.
I was like, okay, he's going along with this. Good. And so she basically volunteers. She says,
she makes a deal with him.
Yeah, I can call up the cops, but I want to get an equal share of that $7 million.
Yeah.
And he goes, I'll give you 5%, he says. And then he was like, how do we know that you're going to do this? And she goes, open my bag. And they pull out that bottle of wine, basically. Yeah. And she's like, I was going to cash this. And that's why he laughed too, because he's like, this bitch was already gonna steal from her. Like, literally, I love her.
She's just our type of gal.
Stealing from my fucking ex-wife. It was funny. I liked it. Anyways.
And so, yeah, we have her striking up that deal, and then that's when he's like telling her like, okay, well, you got to make it believable and all this shit, whenever he's kind of having this conversation with her. And so she ends up calling the cops. But it's the way that she's telling them, like, it's not, she made an accident earlier. Sorry, silly me. I'm blind, whatever, yada. But she's like, okay, well, the responder's still going to get there in a little bit, because it's like protocol. And so then she's like, but I already told you, like, it was an accident. And so then they're like, well, I get that, but I'm still going to send someone up there. And so, sorry, I was trying to figure out what is 5% of like
7 million.
Yeah, look what I got.
1.4.
I can't even use a calculator. 1.4 little E10.
What is?
But anyways, I got distracted. And so she then is waiting for the cop to come in, and so finally the cop gets there.
Deputy Brooks.
Yeah, Deputy Brooks. She has her at the door.
$350,000.
Wow. Yeah, I would definitely maybe do some questionable things for $350,000.
Yeah, I would too.
And so, anyways, and so who done it? Go back to the podcast.
Us.
And so, yeah, we have the cop getting there, and first Sophie's talking her through the door because she doesn't want her like to come in, but then finally the cop gets her to open the door, which I was like, that's suspicious. Yeah, it's like you should have opened the door because already you'd seem like there's something.
He had told her to basically play nice and let them feel as if they've helped you, because if they don't feel like
if they helped you, they think something bad is happening.
Exactly.
And it also kind of like, I feel like he's trying to basically stroke to the ego of the cop of like, okay, I solved this issue, now I can go.
Honestly, what I feel like is that they weren't expecting a woman cop.
Maybe that
had it been a male cop, I feel like it wouldn't have gone over the same way.
Yeah, because a female cop too, I feel like is more in tune with like there could actually be danger here, and you're not allowed to tell me what's going on. Whereas that's maybe a male cop would be like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, like, you're fine, kind of thing. And Brooks was being, so it was Deputy Brooks who comes out, and she like basically Sophie's like, yeah, maybe I was a little drunk too, mistook
Yeah.
the TV for intruders. But Brooks is being
already is like that
smart and thorough.
And also, I'm just like obvious. I mean, it doesn't sound. None of it sounded right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? None of it. I was like that. That all sounds like.
I feel like the moment. I mean,
being
unless she
very
was
suspicious.
trying to stall because they weren't quite out and the deputy got there quicker than they imagined.
Yeah.
Then, but it wasn't. They had that like basically exact countdown, and so I don't know. If I was her in that situation, I would have been like, "Hi, I think it was a mistake, but yes, please, like, come help and check. This is such a big house. Like, I'm scared. I'm alone." I would have really leaned into it.
Right? Yeah. It was her time to ham it up, and she didn't. She was a bitch to her, like she's a bitch to everyone else.
That's right.
And so yeah, we have them going through the house because Deputy Brooks is like really not having it. She's literally going through a lot of the rooms. I mean, this house, just like you just said, has a lot of rooms.
Massive.
And so she's going through it and she's asking her questions as well. And she's kind of like, Sophie's getting kind of annoyed at this point.
And Brooks sees that things are misplaced. She was like, "You're missing a panel here. This is a fire hazard."
Yeah.
And basically is like, stuff is awry. Stuff is just barely out of place.
And yeah, exactly. And so then we have her kind of basically not satisfying to Deputy Brooks, but they get back to like the front door and she's like, okay, they're about to say goodbye. And then we have her phone going off. And so then Deputy Brooks is like, don't you want to get that? And she's just like, oh no, I'll let it go to voicemail. Basically, it's not
And
important.
one of the guys had put it down.
Yeah, because it wasn't even there. So he set it down on the counter. And so then Deputy Brooks is like, I'm going to go answer that for you. And so she goes to answers it and gives it back to Sophie. And it's Cam, right? And so then.
Yeah, Cam had called back because she had tried to call him
earlier. Yeah.
during
the freak out.
Yeah.
And so then she's like, I can't talk right now. I'll call you back later or something like that. And so then we have Deputy Brooks, like, once again, kind of being like, if there's like at the door right before she's leaving, like whispering to her, if there's like a reason why you can't talk to me or let me know. Excuse me. Whoa. Sponsored by Coke, you guys. Let me know a reason of why, like, if there's someone here that's hurting you and you just can't tell me what's up. Like blink or whatever.
Yeah.
And so she's
trying
like,
to be secretive.
yeah. And
she's like, maybe they're really close by.
Yeah. And she's like, nobody's here kind of thing.
But then as we had seen, we didn't talk about it earlier, but we saw that Kelly, because she witnessed
what was happening earlier right before she got caught.
Yeah.
She called
the police
station that's close to that area or some database one.
I think she was probably following protocol and called through her actual
company,
and then was trying to figure things out. And she was like, you need to cross reference this because she's in Florida. And as we find out, she's like, her last tweet was in New York, puts her in New York, like
around
she's
this
up
area,
there,
general place. Yeah.
And is basically, she's playing like straight up detective.
Yeah.
And is like, you need to cross reference this with all of your people in the networks and like basically call. And then that's what happens. So as she was trying to say bye.
Leave. That's right. She gets that little APB of like who it is. And they're like, she's like, describe the person who put the 911 call. And she was like, her name's Sophie. Yeah. And she's blind. And so
basically
we have the deputy barging right back in. And then that's whenever shit goes down.
Because E surrenders himself.
Yeah.
The man who was hunting her, not hunting, but searching for her at the beginning, he comes out and he's saying, like, it's only me, even though we had already heard on the thing that there's possibly at least 3 suspects. Yeah. And he was like, it's just me. And then she like keeps asking Sophie, like, where are the other ones? And he's like, why are you doing, like, I've already told you it's just me.
And at that point, that's before Sophie even says anything. Right. And then I forget what triggers it, but then she screams, oh, there's more of them. Or
I think it's because, she asks her, like, I'm going to ask you one last time. And in that moment, E kind of attacks. And she's like, there's 2 more.
That's right.
And then, so E successfully kills her. He chokes her out with the handcuffs.
Oh, right?
Yeah, Brooks. Oh, does O come in? Is
O
that
was
who
the
it
one
was?
that killed her. Yeah.
Oh. I thought E had choked her.
No, it was O.
With the handcuffs. Oh, dope.
It was O.
Okay, man. JK.
It was the crazy off the rails one.
Yes.
Yes. I was
The one
that
who
killed
was
her.
like, let's kill Sophie from
Yeah.
the beginning.
Definitely. Yeah. He's the one that killed the cop.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's why E was like, I was going to go away for a B&E. I would have gotten like 2 months and then that would have been nothing.
Yeah,
like,
because he hadn't successfully
yeah,
stolen
y'all could have
anything.
still gone with the plan and I would have just gone away. Yeah, kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
He was just trying to take one for the team, basically. But O made it a lot worse, killing the cop. And so and Dave, the one who didn't want to be there in the first place because he thought nobody was going to be there at all. He just wanted to get the money and was freaking out because now they got a dead cop in their hands.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and then now, what's her face? Sophie is like endangered because she
ratted
them out and went against the plan. So yeah,
So she
it's
knows
like a
they're
whole lot
going to
of
be
factors
after
going on now.
him now.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's trying to escape again. And
Mm-hmm.
she's like, she's on the phone with Kelly again. She's called her
That's
and
right.
is FaceTiming with her basically and is getting through. And
So when she gets to Kelly, she's like, "They killed a cop.
Yep.
They killed a cop."
I know. And then she's like, I have to get out of here. I'm getting out of here. And Kelly's like, no.
But she ends up going out of there,
Yep.
and then Kelly's yelling her the whole way, "I can't see out here. I can't see for you," you know. And then she ends up getting to.
She's like going down, but then she ends up back into the greenhouse.
That's
basically.
right. Which I thought she was running away from the property.
I
That
know,
makes
me
no,
too.
It made no sense to me.
I was like, because I had the kittens kind of like running
Getting a
around
little-
at the
yeah.
So I was like, did I miss something? But
No,
okay, good.
you didn't. Yeah.
No, so that I thought she was running away as well. But
Yeah.
yes, so I guess she was running down towards the greenhouse
Mm-hmm.
because there was that little stairwell and stuff she had to go through before she got to it earlier. So
Yeah.
I guess it was something like that. But
But
she gets in, trips over that same plant she knocked
same
over
plan.
earlier.
And so then they're like, because at that point they're all looking for her,
Mm-hmm.
and so then E goes.
Oh, and at this
towards
point,
the,
she sees that she's got a gun. She's like, "Fuck, you got
yeah.
a gun?"
yeah, because she stole it off. She took it off the cop whenever the cop went down. And so then we have her in the garden room. It's all dark. Everything's pitch black for the most part as well. And she's
So dark.
hiding from the
From E.
from anyone at this point
Yeah.
because she doesn't know who's coming. But then E comes into the room, and so that's whenever she throws something, right, to kind of make a distraction. No, that's later
That's
on.
later.
Sorry, but anyways, then Kelly has her stand up because then he points a light on her, is talking to her, and she's basically essentially going to shoot him, and Kelly's kind of directing her in how to shoot, and so
Walked her through.
walked her
turning off
through
the
it, and it's the way
safety.
Sophie kind of has a problem, like hesitation before pulling the trigger, but he gets closer and she's like, he's got a knife, so obviously she ends up shooting him.
And she fucking killed him.
Kills him, yeah. And at that point, I'm like, wow, okay, Sophie's kind of a badass.
Yep. And
Yeah.
like fucking shout out to Kelly for like not even hesitating to like help her
Mm-hmm.
fucking kill a
Literally.
person.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Which is
my
like-
note is literally Kelly is living for this a little bit, which we find out later she kind of does.
Yeah.
She's living through her vicariously.
I couldn't remember her name, and then so I was like,
Kelly,
yeah, I had to put like Kelly is gamer girl.
gamer
and
girl.
And then she was like, she was like, I'm in the military, and I put, we got Cadet Kelly over here.
Oh yeah, that's funny. And I like
Good
the actress
movie.
who plays her too.
I did too. Yeah,
She's great. I've seen her in a few other things before.
she's real pretty.
Yeah, she's a really good actress too. Her name is Miss Jessica Parker Kennedy, and she's been in like things on like The Flash. I know she's been acting for a long time too. She looks very young, right? And
She
I mean,
does.
she's very youthful, I would still say, but she's 37 years old. She was born in
Oh, wow.
1984. Because I know I've seen her in things as far back as like early 2000s. Like she's been acting for a while.
Yeah. Wow.
Since she was young. Yeah. I mean, she's still young, but I mean, even her
Yes.
her younger days. But yeah. So and she's got a good 10 years on us. Because she was in Smallville. Do you remember that show, Smallville?
Oh yeah, I
That's
watched
from way
Smallville.
back in the day, man. She
Mhm.
had to been like a teenager, like 14, 15, just like
Yeah.
starting acting on that. But yeah.
Interesting.
So we have Miss Kelly helping her murder people. And then we have them going back because after that she's going back into the house and she somehow makes her way back into the
Wine cellar area.
right?
Which is like, well, the poor connection comes back into play because then basically Kelly's having to act blind, or Kelly's like, I can't see right now. Like,
Yeah.
something's happening. And Sophie is having to basically fend for herself
yeah,
as O is now,
behind her.
Yeah.
And he has a
'Cause he
axe
saw
or
the-
something.
he saw the gunshot.
Oh, that's
go
right.
off.
Yeah, and he got an axe from the garage or somewhere, and so he's basically kind of behind her, and it's the way that's right, because she ends up going to that hallway, and that's whenever O just happens to be there, and he's chasing after her, and she starts shooting, and she's kind of shooting, missing, or I think she hits a leg or something at that point, but he for some reason is like Mr. Superman, and he doesn't die in this movie. It takes a while. I mean, he does, but it takes a
triple hit.
Yeah, like 4 or 5 bullets to take him out.
Yeah.
And so, anyways,
he's Michael.
He's running off adrenaline, and so he's still coming after her with this axe, and she shoots him. But then, like, she goes through that dead zone, and then she ends up getting into the wine room. But when she gets in there, she like falls and like breaks all these glasses and like trips over one as they fall as they're on the ground.
But that sound of the glass and stuff helps her know where he is.
Exactly. Yeah. And so
then I think Kelly's service, I think the service clicks back in right at the moment, end.
Yeah.
Like comes in.
So then he ends up
clutch.
coming right into the doorway, and it's like really heightened action at this point. And I'm telling you, like, a lot of this too, like, this movie's only an hour and a half, so it's a really digestible movie. And I like how, like, at this point I remember looking at the time, there was like 28 minutes I think left in the movie. I was like, okay, wow, like we're really getting to like the meat of the movie. And so she ends up killing the man. She shoots him a few times, and then he finally goes down.
Yeah.
But it was a really close call there.
She killed him for like the first dude, and then I was like, damn, she shoots another.
Yeah.
And
I was like, damn, she just killed another man.
Yeah. I was like, oh fuck, we going through him now. Okay. And then it's the way that after she kills him, Kelly's like, take a breath, and she's like, I am fucking breathing, and she's like, no, you're not. And then she was like, imagine you're at the top of the ski slope, hill, and she was like, how the fuck you know I ski?
Yeah. She looked you up.
And then that's when we find out they're being kind of raw, like real with each other. And vulnerable. So we find out that Kelly was in the 22nd Infantry of something. I don't know what that means. But
and she's not been able to, something happened, right? I forget.
Yeah. Basically she was then put on desk duty. Yeah. And she was like, and then
she wants
Sophie
to be out
said,
on the field.
You make it sound like that's a bad thing. And she's like, it is. And I was like, wait, did she go rogue or something and like kill people, but like not enough to like make her to be discharged or what? Like, I don't know. But maybe her mental stability or something became not.
I feel like Kelly could have her own movie at this point.
I would watch
of this. I would watch it too. Yeah. And so anyways, we then have her breathing there for a moment. And then at that point, I think Kelly's like, okay, like just kind of wait there. Ish, but Sophie's like, nah, let's go do the other guy. Let's go. And so
because her phone's dying.
Yeah, that's right.
And Kelly gives her 2 options.
Because she has 10%, I think, at that point.
Yeah, we can hear it go from 10 to then 5 and then basically nothing. Beep. And she's like, beep. You can have the option of staying here and basically posting up in the door frame. So if he comes down,
you can shoot him.
You're there. And he's dead. You don't even need me. Or we can go find him right now,
before
this
dies.
phone dies.
That's right.
And kill him.
And so, that's their plan. So they go up, they get to the room. He, at that point, is still he has like not headphones in, but like earmuffs, because he was like trying to drill through the hole.
Using power tools.
Yeah, power tools through the safe, and he ends up getting through there. And so he can't really hear her coming up. And I mean, she's also very quiet, but she's right behind him. He's about to open the safe. He does get it open. He unlocks it, and then he sees a reflection of her on the safe.
Yeah,
and it's the way
he looked around before that too, and was just basically like, guys.
Yeah.
Like he was in his own little world. It was so funny.
The whole time while shit's happening.
I feel like he's like pretty innocent.
Yeah. I mean,
out of all
his
of
crime
them,
was only going to be theft. Yeah. I mean,
he wasn't
major
here to
theft,
kill no one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
and you can tell and that's why I feel like this movie really works too, is because all the characters I felt like were fleshed out, even like the bad people.
Yeah. Like I didn't want him to die.
I knew everybody's character as well, because there was Dave, him who like felt like the guy who kind of was brought along, suckered into it for his talents, for his whatever that he could get into the safe. I'm sure they couldn't do that, so that's why they needed him.
Yeah.
But he didn't really want to be there. And then you had the off the rails kind of guy who's always unhinged and like wanted to just kill people.
Yeah.
And then you had E, who was very more like reasonable, logical, why
going right
why
through
he
the
was
plan.
the leader. And then you have from the get-go the guy behind the phone who's like in every movie the mastermind who's always orchestrating things. There's always someone who's like pulling the strings behind the scenes.
But not getting his hands dirty.
Yeah. So I thought it was, and even like our, Kelly and like we had Sophie, they were the only person who wasn't that fleshed out would be Cam and Deborah and the mom. But I mean, at that point, they're all like very side pieces. They weren't
But
there
even
to
then,
really...
like at the mom, like with the end, it's like, it makes you feel like, okay, well, I like most of my notes at the end are like, oh, yay. And so but basically, I mean, I feel like I saw happy little moments and I knew to expect them. The moment she said that I knew how the parent or the person was going to react.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I knew what was important to them. So
the type
even
of character they were.
So I feel like the only character who wasn't fleshed out, Archie.
The cat.
Where the fuck is Archie?
Literally, you mentioned this.
He's not a paid actor.
Poor cat.
They just
literally
found a rando cat.
had one moment. That was it. Archie was literally probably asleep or chilling while all this shit is happening.
Yeah, he's like, just feed me from my belly.
Literally. And so we have all that shit happening. She goes and confronts him, and then he's like, you don't want to kill me. Let me just take my piece and I'll go, and that's it. But she's just
and the rest
not
is
having
yours.
it. Yeah, and she's not having it. And so it's the way that he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna take my money and go. So he like walks right by her, and
did we say that?
And
the
I don't
phone
understand
had
why. Yeah, the phone
died. So Kelly's not here anymore.
Yeah,
and he realizes that.
Yeah, and so it's the way that she's telling him, "Don't move, or I'm gonna shoot." And homeboy is taking his chances, and so he sees like some sort of weapon on someone, right?
Yeah, he sees the taser on
the officer, and so he reaches for it and lunges for it to try to shoot it at her, but obviously she shoots him, like, and she's very close, so she literally just shoots him point blank, basically, and he's gone.
Because with the movement, she heard where he was and was able to shoot him before and I thought it was a gun at first. I didn't realize that she had taken the officer's gun earlier. And so I thought it was a gun, and I was like, oh, God, he's grabbing the gun from the officer's hip. And then you hear, like, the taser go off, and I was like, oh, okay. Well, thank God it was just a taser. Like, I mean, and so he probably, like, he only intended to stun her.
Yeah,
never,
still
like,
didn't intend to kill her. Yeah. Because he
And-
was just at that point just trying to take his money and go. But he has a blind girl pointing a gun at her.
That's right.
And so anyways, Sophie killed another person.
It was a taser. Anyway, she kills him.
Yeah. And so then at that point, then we have, I think the big bad comes.
Master dude rolls
up from his car, and we have the ex-husband coming in. And
he
that's
just
when
walks over this body.
Yeah,
like
literally is
nothing.
just assessing everything. He's just like, oh crap. Okay. He's like, damn.
Whenever he turns around, I was like, is he blind too?
Right?
And I was like, no.
His character was a little funny to me.
Yeah, he kind of reminded me of the blind guy from Get Out.
Blind guy.
The one who like who successfully buys.
Oh yeah. I see that. Yeah,
they kind of have like the same like hairstyle and stuff.
I can see that.
And face. Yeah, I had to actually look it up to make sure
Couple
they weren't
white
the
men.
same.
Yeah.
But yes, yeah. So I was like, is he blind too? Because the way he was looking around looked as if he wasn't making
loony.
Yeah.
He's just loony.
And I guess it was kind of dark in there.
A loon.
But
yeah. And so I think at that point, he's just astonished as well. It's like, wow, this little blind girl just did all this shit. And so anyways, he's then calling out to her, and is basically just trying to say like, you are my partner now. Like,
whether you want to be or not.
Yeah, exactly. Because I guess he's holding this or thinking that he has this as leverage over her, like,
because he says his
I
hands
just
are
came
clean.
in. Yeah, you're the one that killed all these people.
He called the cops and he like said like,
that's right.
Oh my God, like there's so many dead bodies. Blah blah blah. Please get here soon. And they were like, we already have backup on the way. Blah blah blah. And at this point, he is just the ex-husband, or like they're still going through the divorce. So I don't even know if it's. Well, I guess she had just gotten out of it, but even then, like. But they probably don't. He shouldn't have had access to the house. But it is slightly more understandable why he would be there.
Yeah.
Because he used to live there.
Yeah.
And so it's like, fuck. Like he really did paint himself a nice little picture for the cops to basically
There's a little bit of an alibi there. But yeah, so that happens. But it's the way that she then turns off all the lights in the house.
She levels that playing field.
Levels it for sure. I like the shot of it.
Yes.
I like the shot also of it like panning out away from the house, like the outside from afar, and you just see all the lights just boom, 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 and that like cut off a power noise. And so yeah, we have all that shit happening.
And he says, "What a mistake, baby."
Yeah. And so then we basically have this kind of cat and mouse little situation happening because he's looking for her.
Because it's on some sort of reserve lighting, like generator lighting. It's
The
got
red
that
lighting.
red flash going.
That's pulsing throughout all these scenes. It's such a chef's kiss to the end of it. Because
Beautiful.
even like if the movie would have ended with like the whole Dave thing and then like cops come and that's it, and like I would have been like, oh, okay, that was solid. But like this is like, I kept telling Robert, I was like, this is like an act like 4, like like a double ending.
Yes, because it basically I was
It's like the big bad guy.
I was trying to wait. I was like waiting. I watched this right before I came here, so I was like looking at the time, being like,
oh shit,
fuck. And then so I like clicked on it, and at this point, basically when the lights turn off,
18 minutes.
18 minutes
Yeah.
exactly is
Right?
what it is.
Yeah.
And so it's like, but then I was also like 18 minutes, and like with what is playing, the credits are included. So I was
Yeah.
like, we really only got like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And I was like, and y'all are okay. I was like, shit's getting real right now, and we've got 15 minutes to flush it out. Let's go.
Yeah.
And they did it.
They really did
it.
it. They pulled it off.
And then some.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how? Anyways, yes, but at this, I also this is really the only point I noticed the soundtrack, too.
Yeah.
I feel like I didn't notice the soundtrack at any other point. Which so if it was playing,
I don't think there was much
was
music.
so well integrated.
There wasn't really that
I
much
didn't
music.
throughout.
No,
Okay.
yeah, just at certain points, but not really. No.
At the end, I couldn't tell
It's
if I
quiet.
hated it or liked it at first. I think I put my next note says soundtrack at the end. ... Can't tell if I like it or hate it. And then I put nah, maybe I like it, because it would go from.
I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, there were some moments I loved how it was playing on the like build up and then
The
cut
tension.
to dead silence as you're seeing like each of them move through. But then there was like one moment where it got slightly too big that I was like, oh, you could have just gone one notch down and it would have been better. But overall, I liked the use of silence and then building up the
I thought
noise.
it created great tension for most of the movie, and it also just like it didn't rely on like any music. It was just like scoring, so
Yeah.
I liked that. And especially for most of it, because you're kind of caught in this like, I mean, she has to hear them, so it has to be kind of silent and kind of thing. And most of the movie was silent moments unless it's just like chaos from like her running from someone or like her fighting someone.
Exactly. It reminded me a little bit of like The Quiet Place.
Yeah, I feel that.
Stuff like that, and how that movie really, really utilized the lack of sound. But yeah, so she's basically going through, they're playing, like you said, cat and mouse chase. And
he's looking for her and she's kind of getting away from him, eluding him. And then she finally gets like a glass off of a table after she gets like, or he gets a knife or she gets a knife at one point. Someone gets a knife.
And well, he successfully shoots her in the leg.
Yeah. Because she throws the glass and is running at one point. And then he, remember?
Oh, yeah, because he saw that it was a ploy and
yeah.
then comes back.
And then shoots her in the leg and she kind of half gets away. And
I
she,
put, fuck, even if she could ski again, now she's been shot in the leg.
yeah, literally. And so then he got her and she's gets away from a little bit, but she ends up on the floor and then he comes up from behind her, right? And that's whenever they get into like that whole.
Yep. Well, no, she's back in the green room now.
That's right. Yeah, the
she
green room.
gets back
She's
to the
hiding.
green room.
Mm-hmm.
She's hiding. She gets to E's phone, the first dude that she killed in the green room.
That's right.
Gets the phone, basically like makes it to where it's unlocked, and then she hits redial, knowing that the last person E had called was the master dude. And because he's like using
smart.
his flashlight, you know, to look for her. So then that not only does that disable his field of view by getting a phone call, it also was a sound
For her to know where he was at.
for her to locate him and then shoot at him.
And as soon as she gets up, they both shoot at each other, but she gets the winning shots. Yeah, because he then goes to the ground.
And then I was like, oh, yes, these shots at the ends with the red light flashing and showing the scene and her like disoriented and walking off. I was like, this is beautiful. And then, fuck.
Oh, yeah.
He's behind her.
He's literally behind her.
I was like, he's not dead. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's literally the movie that kept giving.
Yeah. And then he like attacks her.
Yeah.
But then
She's able to then fucking beat the crap out of him
with that $4,200 bottle of wine.
literally that comes into play, and she literally just keeps going in.
Yeah.
Yeah, she literally is just taking him out. I'm sure there was nothing left of his face.
Because she thought she was safe.
Yeah.
And then all
I'm
of a
sure at
sudden
this
she
point
wasn't.
too, for her, I mean, it's life or death. She's got to make sure he's dead. Yeah. And so she literally keeps smashing his face in until like I think the bottle even breaks, and it's just
the bottle's broken,
Yeah.
definitely. And then she's just like stabbing him with the like,
yeah.
because like when you break a bottle of wine, it's some like at least in the movies they use
still
like
half
they
of
hold
it,
on
yeah.
to the neck and then use the broken
Shank
shards.
someone.
To,
Yeah.
So that's basically what she was doing to his head. And I put fuck, she snapped, and she killed him real fucking
He
dead. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then we have the movie kind of then shifting. She's in the hospital after all of that, and she comes out with her mom, right, on the wheelchair, and she's kind of has this kind of nice interaction with her mom, where she's like, I called the whatever the slope, the Paralympics again. I'm going to join again.
What happened? So it like panned in on something, and I was like, damn it, I thought she was skiing again. Oh, because so it's we're going from her crying with those red flashing lights going into the darkness, and then it kind of pans in on the darkness, and then you hear go left, okay, now go right, and so I thought, oh, she's skiing again. I was like, she's being guided, and then we see that she's leaving the hospital with her mother telling her how to direct the wheelchair, which is like,
but I mean,
that's a big point, saying that she's allowing that help now.
Yeah. Because then even she's like, her mom, at one point she's like, Mom, I want you to like push me the rest of the way. And she's like, oh, okay, she's surprised.
Yeah, this is where I put, she's finally letting her mom help her.
Good little wholesome moment. And then, we have them
she says,
getting going through that, and then then we have a third, fourth ending with her and Cam on the slopes, and they get to
it's the way that she did steal some again, because her mom was like, how are we gonna afford the skis and
all the gear
and the training camps and stuff, and then she was like, and she goes, too bad you didn't get a tip this time, huh? And then you see her kind of like cut her bag and go,
oh yeah, because she asked, where's my backpack, kind of hold my backpack. Yeah, so she did take some money. Obviously I would take some money too, because she was the only person who knew about the money in there. Yeah
Exactly. I would have, 100%. And so I put, oops, she fucking stole again. I was like, hell yeah.
And she gets to the slopes after this. We see her with Cam, and it's kind of a good little feel-good moment at the end of the movie to kind of, it's
because she FaceTimes Kelly, and so it's like, oh yay, they're friends.
That's right.
now.
Yeah,
because Kelly's basically like, what up, bitch?
Yeah.
And then cute. And I was like, literally, it's just all, oh yay, Cam is here too.
Yeah, that's the kind of vibes at the end of the movie. It's very feel good. Yeah.
And then I like the
went through so much shit.
Callback. So basically, Sophie's gonna go down the hill with Kelly attached to her, and via phone.
Yeah.
And then Cam is going to be her guide, and as she's getting ready to go down the hill, we hear Kelly in her ear saying like, now breathe. And it's just a nice little callback to with the breathe, and now she really is at the top of the hill with her.
Yeah.
And so it's like, that's so sweet. And then we see her kind of lean forward, and so we can only assume she takes off down the hill, and roll credits. There were so many things that I kept like wanting to happen. I was like, oh fuck, like what if this is all in her head and she never actually got out, and this is like a dream sequence of like how she wants it to end.
Maybe she lost so much blood because she got shot in the leg,
and she like thought that she killed him, and that there were so many different endings that I was like, I could have really gone for like her dying too, like all of them. But this was such a good, happy, feel-good ending that I'm glad.
That most horror movies don't really get.
No.
And not this happy. It was very much like the tone of the movie totally shifted, like the music and everything. Yeah.
It really, because like you said, again, the character development was very good. And so you're really attached to these characters. And so when you see them happy, it makes you happy.
Yeah. It's only more like more power to them.
Exactly.
Like,
which
and
is,
also
again,
like
really
a testament to like what they wanted to do. Because if we can say like, man, I want to see like a spinoff of all these characters, then like they really fleshed out something really good.
In a matter of an hour and a half, which is
pretty fast, because movie's pretty fast pacing. It takes off pretty fast.
Yeah. It feels like you don't feel like you get a lot. No one's sitting there being like, well, this person is this, and then they did this, and this, and this is why we love them.
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to explain things.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just see it for what it is,
and you get a feel for these people. Yeah, that's nice. So anyways, what's your boo rating?
I give it a 4.
A 4? Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other reason than?
Oh no, I give it a 4. I just really liked it. I thought like it kept me entertained. I like the suspense that it built throughout the movie. I like the characters. Really, I think that's the main thing, is I really just like the characters like throughout the whole movie, and it was very believable, and she gave a really believable performance throughout the whole thing. I didn't feel like it was someone faking, obviously because she's really visually impaired, but I thought I really liked Kelly. Kelly was like a standout character to me. I was rooting for her too. And
the whole time I was like, the moment she like showed up, I was like, yeah, like this bitch. And she like sat down with a whole fucking pizza for herself too, and I was like, hell yeah, bitch, let's go.
I think that if I were to like say anything about it, like, no, not even. Like, I just really liked it. I liked Sophie's character. I liked that how, like you said, she was also kind of like not like a perfect. She was a flawed character, and I think it just made it that much more relatable.
Exactly.
And I like that she stole some of the money at the end of it.
Yeah,
like
I would have fucking done it.
She
too.
deserves it.
She did. I like if she would.
Went through all that shit.
Also, I would have been like,
and I would have sued Deborah.
Yo, I know you got $7 million in there, and you put my life on the line.
That's what I would have told Deborah too.
Because you,
it's either this or I sue you in a big lawsuit and we go to trial, because this is like a lot of things. This is the trauma.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, she had to she has one person's blood kind of on her hands, like the officer.
And I think
the rest of the one was
if it was like, it would be different if it was like a totally like these were random people. They were just stealing the house, but it was directly related to Deborah and her ex-husband. So that is like, it's their fault.
Yeah,
that she was there. She should have dealt with that shit and nobody would have gotten hurt.
That's right.
But anyways, what is your B rating?
I was inclined to give it a 3.5, but then as we've been talking and stuff about really the character development is quite amazing. I think I have to give it maybe I'll give it 3.75.
Okay.
4. Yeah. I don't know. 3.75. I really did like it. I thought it was very good, and maybe and give it more of a 4 if I watched it completely in the dark.
Okay,
Orchard my.
I think this is one too that I would like. I would definitely too. Like, this is something I'd recommend to someone else. I'd watch it another time.
Oh yeah. I would watch it again, and I would
in the dark.
I
night,
would recommend
at
this movie
12
to anyone.
in the morning.
Yep. 3 a.m. is where we get to see some of this shit is happening for her.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really did enjoy it. Like we said, the development of all the characters and stuff was so good, and it was a super easy watch, very easy to get through.
And nothing about it was like you didn't have to think too hard about it, like, which isn't a bad thing. Like, it just was really good. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that was Shudder's 2022 a C for me.
That's right.
I mean, not a Shudder window, but on Shudder.
A film that can be found on Shudder. And speaking of our month of Shudder, I waited till the last second to pick out whatever else I wanted to watch, and
what are we watching next week?
I finally landed on one because I wanted one that sounded fun.
Tell me right now.
Yeah, Josh doesn't even know. This
Tell
is
me.
news for him too.
I know. I've been waiting.
It's called The Medium.
The Medium.
It's a 2021.
I love that movie.
Mockumentary. So you watched it?
I'm kidding. I haven't seen it, but I was
excited. Like, it is a found footage.
You love found footages.
I do. I really do.
Or a mockumentary. Okay.
I feel like it's going to give me very
comedy
Deborah Logan vibes.
Okay.
But the mockumentary is in that it's like supposed to be documentary.
I get it. I was like, wait, what? Is it a parody?
It's supposed to be filmed as if it is a real documentary taking place, but it's not.
I get it. Okay.
And I believe it is in Indonesia. Well, it's following. I think it's following a. Here we go. Okay. Mink may be adorable, la la la. As a documentary team follows northern Thailand-based shaman Nim Sawani Utuma. In order to record her experiences, it is revealed that her niece Mink is beginning to show strange symptoms related to a possession. So it is very taking of Deborah Logan, which I do. I fucking love that shit. So I'm excited to watch it, and it seems really cool. So if you would like to watch that with us for next week as well, please do. And let us know what you thought of that movie and also this movie.
Yes, C for me. Please let us know in the comments.
It's a good movie.
DM us. Yeah, for sure. And once again,
I thought you said damn us.
DM us.
I was like, what do we do?
Also, damn us. We are in the Rogue Media Network studios where we record this podcast.
Always. And they always take such great care of us.
We implore you to go check out all the other podcasts on their network at roguemedianetwork.com, where you can find us, or you can also find us on other streaming platforms like
Apple and or Spoofy,
which is Spotify, but we like to call it Spoofy.
That's right. And wherever you do listen, don't forget to
rate, review, and subscribe, and like and love, and tell everybody about us.
Tell your mom, tell your cat, tell your cousin,
tell your professors, tell your friends, tell your lovers, tell your exes,
anyone who likes horror movies.
Tell the dead.
Tell them.
Go to
Speak
the
to the
cemetery
dead.
and go tell everybody at every tombstone.
Get their reviews of the podcast. We need to know how many boos,
Literal
how
boos.
many of themselves would they give? Because we like to use little ghosts as the icon. Anyways,
Yeah,
yeah, that's the only way we can get ahead in life.
let's do it.
And then if you want to damn us or DM us, you can do so on Instagram. And our handle is
At BooBaes Podcast. All one word, and that's BOOBAES, because we're your BooBaes, not your BooBabes.
that's right. Yep. And until then,
Bye, bays.
bye, babes.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
Are you a podcaster? Let's talk podcast hosting. Are you tired of your current podcast host? Need real support in a community that gets it? At Rogue Media Network, we offer top-tier podcast hosting services to help you thrive. From hosting and distribution to dedicated support, we've got you covered. Starting as low as $25 a month. Join our community of passionate podcasters today. Contact us at hello@roguemedianetwork.com.
Life can change in an instant. For many wheelchair users, the struggle to push forward is a daily challenge.
After years of development and countless prototypes, we created Rib Grips, the revolutionary wheelchair hand rim covers with built-in ribs for ultimate grip and comfort.
No more slick surfaces, no more heat burns, just pure, reliable grip. Rib Grips, empowering you to push forward with ease. Rib Grips, get a grip on your freedom. Discover the difference. Visit ribgrips.com and use promo code GRIP today. You just found the perfect product that helps with staying cool during hot summer runs. No more gross warm water. Stay cool with this product from Gear Handle. This hydration tube cover helps keep your water cool and easily accessible. Stay hydrated during those long summer runs or even delay from freezing in the winter. Plus, they're compatible with various brands of water bladders and come in various colors. Visit gearhandle.com and use promo code H2O today.
It's Wild Wild Pest, the deep dive podcast about the South's most notorious outlaws.
Palmetto Pete and his posse were the nastiest cockroaches you could ever fear to meet.
Nope.
Trespassing, loitering, scaring innocent folk when they turned on the light.
No thanks.
And that's not to mention all the diseases the germ-ridden no-good-nicks were known to spread.
Oh, no.
Oh yes, but fear not, Terminix was on the case with all the skills, experience, and tools needed to outdraw the outlaws. Learn more at trustterminix.com.
BooBaes.
BooBaes. Hi. Howdy.
Hey. Howdy, hey. How are
Hello.
you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm great. I'm here. I'm
we go.
very tired. I got stabbed twice yesterday.
Stabbed?
Yeah, with the tattoo gun.
Oh, that's right.
So,
We didn't even get a chance to look at that.
yeah, this
Okay.
one's all
It's wrapped
gunky,
up.
and this one, they're both wrapped up.
Mhm.
So,
Oh, okay, so never mind. I won't be
yeah.
taking a look at
the
that.
only picture I have of this one is very, it's a goo photo. Like, you can't really tell. It's a little cowgirl mushroom.
That's cute.
Cute, huh?
She's cute. Wait, hold up though. Let me look at these because
Oh, I also got my nails
I just
done.
noticed that. Yeah, they are super cool.
Thank you.
I like the rectangle in the middle.
Yeah,
That's different.
yeah. I am a fan as well. I think they're some of my favorite nails I've had.
Pretty.
Anyways,
Hi. Welcome to
nail ASMR. BooBaes.
BooBaes. I'm your boo, and this is your bae over here.
Yeah.
I'm Joshua.
And I am Caitlin. And we are your hosts. If you haven't gathered that yet,
Here
we're
to
here
talk about some scary movies.
exactly scary
Mm.
movies. Today's movie, as you know, we are doing a month of Shudder, and this one is a Shudder original.
It is.
So pretty cool.
Go check it out.
And it is one that I enjoy because I think I first downloaded Shudder in about 2020 was finally when enough podcast ads had gotten to me that I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'd also gone through like all of Netflix's horror catalog.
Gotcha.
And was bored.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I need more. So I got Shudder and was pleased. But this was one that they kept like having right at the front because it came out in 2019. So they were still kind of pushing it.
They were pushing it. They were promoting it.
Yeah. And so it just kept showing up. And so I was like, you know what? I'll watch it. So I did. And then I was like,
I'd seen it before, but I've never watched it.
Okay.
Really,
yeah.
Like,
You've seen the title.
I've seen the title. Yeah, I came
was like,
across
what do you mean?
I've seen it, but I never watched it.
Seen it. That's
very
like,
cryptic.
We're getting
horror
like,
movie.
Into.
No, but yeah.
I keep wanting to say metaphysical. It's not.
I can't believe I didn't watch it. It was
metaphorical.
Yeah, we'll get into it, but it was a movie. It was. I mean, I liked it.
Yeah.
There we go. I guess you'll find out where my boo rating is leaning towards. But
yeah.
It was pretty good.
I liked it as well. That's why this one was my choice.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I am. I mean,
if you hate it, it's all Caitlin's fault.
Yes. Trash recommendation. No, I do think it's pretty good. A lot of like. I mean, I think we've talked about it on here before when we talked about like Ringu and stuff. J-horror is on another level. Any of the like Eastern kind of countries, like, and then
their take on horror.
Yeah. And I don't know. I feel like America is kind of lame. Like those Indonesian horror films I've seen, fucking amazing. And then French horror is actually really good.
I haven't seen any of those.
Yeah. Did you ever watch Marianne on Netflix?
No, Marianne. What's that?
Oh, it's a series. It's like a limited series, or not a limited series, but it's a series. And
in 3 words, what is Marianne?
Disturbing. There's a scene in there that made me go like, oh, okay, that was kind of fucking creepy. Okay.
I think that was like 27 words, but it counts.
Yes.
Disturbing.
Disturbing was the main. Yeah.
The theme. That's cool. No, I'll have to check it out. This one, yeah, like I said, I hadn't heard of it, and like you're saying, horror
and
is like
Korean horror doesn't. I mean, it's far
Korean
off as well.
Or is it?
Yes, this one is a Korean film.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So the kids are in, I believe, Seoul, and then they're driving into like more rural. I hate that word. Korea. Rural. It's so hard to say. Rural.
Yeah, I feel that. I can't say the word world sometimes.
World?
Yeah, see, you say it better. It kind of gets lost in my like the throat to tongue movement. I don't know what it is. It's the W to the R.
Okay.
Yeah. To the OLD. It's just hard. All of
that
it.
could be a song. I listen to
the
it.
W to the R to the OLD. Did I even spell
like
it right?
Teaching kids about Mother Earth.
Oh, that would be cute.
There's
this person on TikTok who is like a globe. Have you seen it?
No,
she's dressed up in a globe and it's like dances.
Oh, and she teaches you about.
She dances to like newer. Which yes, she does dance as well.
Okay, but she teaches.
But it's not for like little kids. It's just like to teach. I mean, yeah, because it's supposed to be about like the earth.
If she could teach me geography that way, I would be set because I don't know jack shit about geography. I need to know where the countries are in relation to my body.
Pointing, as you can see, she could just be like pointing at them.
Yeah, and then give me a fun way to remember it.
And a rap song. But yeah.
Anyways, this film, as we said, 2019. It's actually based on a Korean webcomic that we found out thanks to our lovely, I almost said handy dandy notebook.
That'd be a great. To Rusty.
Handy dandy social media and just researcher. Rusty, yes. So that's, awesome. I want to read it. I do enjoy reading a lot of Korean webcomics. For those of you who don't know, like
she does.
I watch a fuck ton of anime, which is Japanese, I know. But then I also do read quite a few Korean webcomics. But most of mine are more boy loves because I love my gay shit. But would be down to read some ghosty ones.
Yeah,
not
for sure.
above that. And I love how everything's illustrated. It's so fun.
Please
read
it
for like
me.
illustrations. I will.
Please read it for me.
And I'll let you know.
Detailed.
And I'll come back and tell you all. I wanted to do it this week. Just did not have time. Time. There's never enough time.
It's eluding us. Evading us?
Yeah, I think evading
eluding,
elating.
all of it, all of the above.
It is not.
So,
This does not elate me.
More about 0.0 megahertz is that it came out 2019. We said that, and yeah,
Shudder original. And I actually will be honest, I don't know the director because my brain has stopped working for today. It said you've done
the
enough.
director. Yeah, I could tell you, but I'll let you pronounce it because you're better at that, and I don't.
It'd be Sun Dong Yu.
Okay, because preface, I do not want to butcher anybody's name, so if I do,
And
my apologies in advance.
I, as well.
Yeah,
I'm like,
although you are way better at it than I am, so I doubt
I
you
am
would. But
learning Korean currently, trying to get a little more into their culture and know a little bit more about it.
yeah.
Just
Culture
because I
appreciation.
take part and enjoy so many aspects of their culture, like I'm a little K-pop stan.
You
like
are.
so
You do.
I very much partake, and I want to be able to communicate, and then also with people who are dear to me. I want to be able to communicate with them and their families. So that's why I'm doing it. Yeah.
I approve.
But
so,
yes, that
shall we get into the
doesn't
movie?
mean that I'm going to be good at pronouncing every name, though. So I also
I'm sorry.
apologize.
I didn't mean to hype you up like that.
A lot of the names as well. My closed captioning, I just went off of my spelling from the closed captioning, but then I was listening to some of them, and they're not quite how they would pronounce it. Like I said, Sohee, Sohee is our main character, and the way they said it a lot of the time sounded more like Sohee, or like almost like a Heyu, Hugh, like so who, like kind of thing.
Okay.
But I'm gonna go with Sohee because
That's what I got from it.
What I got from it. And then, as you had mentioned earlier as well, you were like, some of the words didn't match at all, because a lot of the time, in Korea, the hierarchy of age is such a big deal. And so a lot of the times we had our two younger characters were Sohee and what was his name? Oh,
I have it right here. It's Han-soo.
Oh, yes, he's the Han-sok.
Okay.
Yeah.
Han-soo.
I did. They don't introduce the names until we actually get to the house.
Yeah, in the middle of it. I didn't know who people were, so I was like, oh, main girl 1, main girl 2. That's why.
Because I was sitting there trying to like pick up on it, and then it was like in the middle of my notes is where I start getting some of the names. And then.
Same.
Oh, is he Han-sok? No. We'll get to it. But anyways, they would refer to the older members in this club as, if it was the guy to one of the older guys, they would say Hyung, which means essentially older brother, but it does not have to be an older brother. So you call your actual older brother that, but then anyone who you
are
hold
close with them, they're older than you.
Yes, and you respect them and stuff, you would call them that. Like if it was an academic setting and stuff, you would call them like Sunbae. And so there's just different titles. And then as our main girl would say to like
there's so much that I don't know. Yeah.
She would call her Ani, which is in the same kind of respects, like big sister kind of thing. And so it's just a formality that was often put onto the end of their name. And so that's why it also sounded so wildly different, because they're not going to put like brother Taesu,
Yeah, they're not going to explain that.
Yeah, exactly. So because it is a Korean film.
Yeah. Which you do have to, if you watch this movie, you have to pay attention to the subtitles to get like, what's happening in the text of the movie.
And a lot of the times too, they'll, instead of like using like you, the word, like, or a word for you, it would just be like their name or Hyung. And so I might be butchering that as well. I've only ever read it in my webcomics. I'm the worst.
You're not.
Anyways, and it was so fast in any of these. But basically, let's get into the film.
Okay. So it's basically, it really jumps in because you're opening with like this ritual kind of thing that's happening where they have a shaman
and
trying
you see
to,
the woods covered in talismans and everything. Like clearly something's
going down.
right.
And so you have them all kind of chanting, playing this song, and they're channeling all their energy, looking to the house. And then she finally, right before that, the door opens, right? And then we're
so
like,
she
oh
stops.
shit, because she sees there's some like kind of image that you can't really make out unless you're like zooming
really
in.
looking,
But there's something
she
there.
clearly sees something that maybe not everyone else is seeing.
She's in
because
tune
she is
with the spirits,
the shaman.
Yeah.
And
she's a witch doctor.
I loved how chaotic that scene was. It felt very just like the flashing and the harsh cuts from instruments to the dancing feet into like the little almost maraca of sorts in her hand and stuff. I really enjoyed that scene.
I'm sure it's part of the process, the whatever it is.
Yeah, some sort of cleansing. I don't know the exact details, but
it literally looks like one of those little things that has like little beads on both sides, and you're like, you know,
some sort of like a musical instrument, but definitely this probably had a little more intention.
And at that point, you're really thinking like, lady, you probably shouldn't go in there, but she does. Exactly
anytime a door opens on its own,
we gotta go in there.
But it's like she's the exorcist, basically.
Yeah,
having to go.
She has no choice.
Perform
that's quite literally what she's there for. But still,
yeah. I mean, you could tell she had a very intense fear on her face.
Oh, because then people stopped chanting, right? But then she
was like, keep playing.
Keep doing it.
And then, of course, the moment she went inside and the door slammed shut, they all stopped.
Yeah.
And I was like, motherfucker, she said, keep playing.
And
this
that's
is your fault.
Exactly.
Your fault she did.
Moments later, they just all hear like a guttural scream from her. And then it's the way that I was just like, you know what? At that point, you know, her chances are probably slim. Just lock the door and burn it.
Yeah.
Set it on fire.
Put the house down.
Literally. Because at that, there's nothing you can do. But we have them opening the door, of course. And we have this really great scene that just like zooms in really fast.
I do enjoy the use of like zooming in or zooming out. It feels often a lot to me, almost like in Lord of the Rings, whenever like the ring wraiths would come, basically, it would feel like the shot would pan way down onto like the little trail that they were on. And that was kind of like how you knew they were coming.
To give you like this perspective as well.
Yeah. And so I felt like it did that a lot where it was like we were really close up on their face and then it would like pull back.
And you could see everything.
Or vice versa, where it would just be like the camera all of a sudden is like rushing up.
I think it added to the like this drama and the suspense of like.
There were some times where it was a little comical.
Heightening the fear.
But I did like this one.
Because it almost seemed like very like whenever like I can see it in my head, but it'll come to me on how to explain it later. But anyways, yes, we have them looking, and she's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, she is.
Wasn't her like one of her legs like
it was
flipped
like
backwards, like
yeah,
broken?
She was. And was she stuck to the ceiling?
She was stuck to the ceiling.
Okay, that's what I was like. I feel like that's
the way
what
they
it was.
looked up. Yeah, I'm like the lady dead on the ceiling.
She did up there,
literally.
And yeah, her leg was It was when a knee shouldn't bend that direction. It was going that way.
Like when it's like when like outline people with the chalk and the legs like.
Yeah. It was
brutal,
cracked. It was not a very like. Clearly, something supernatural happened because you don't get stuck to the ceiling just
like the shaman
on your own
for fun, for shits and giggles.
And then you definitely don't like that. Seems more indicative of like I fall down, not I fall up. So it's like this thing was probably just like fucking with her,
flinging her like a rag doll because
until
literally a little doll comes later into the situation,
and that thing was pretty creepy.
The doll was the creepiest part to me, especially later when she's looking at the footage and it's just like shaking.
It's like, oh shit, yeah,
literally. And then we finally get like a little title card after that of like what the movie is.
The intense intro. The name is what I put.
Black screen.
It was like
0.0
megahertz.
Literally.
Yeah,
just exactly like that.
In your face.
And then it goes quickly to this little cafe scene where like the music in the background is all like
happy,
light energy, like very happy-go-lucky sounding. And we have our main character,
our two main characters,
Sohee, at the little counter, and she's looking over at someone sitting at the table because her coworker is like, "Hey, is that your boyfriend?" Because
Song-yeol.
Yeah, Song-yeol.
I definitely put like I think Song-yeon. But it's a B according to the interweb.
I saw that too.
Song-yeol. Yup.
He's staring at her.
Yes, he is. He was being so cute, hiding behind his little laptop.
Like a little kid who has a crush, basically.
It's precious.
Yeah, and so then she kind of goes. She's the one. No, this cuts to them walking right after
Well,
that.
first, I think we should note here that after she gets done like talking to, because her coworker comes up and is like, "Is that your boyfriend?" And she's like, "No, like it's just a friend or something."
Yeah.
And then after she gets done talking to him, she looks back to the front of the counter, and there's a little boy standing there in a white shirt with a green, like what is that called? Like that little ring. Oh,
What?
You know, when it's got like the little stripe on the end and then around the collar and stuff.
A crew? I don't know. A crew neck shirt.
It's a specific kind of shirt, but I'm totally blanking.
Me and fashion.
Anyways, he had a little shirt on, and we don't know who this character is yet,
but we will later and eventually.
And in that moment,
I didn't even put it together until way later, and I was like,
when
oh wait,
he comes back
that was the boy.
I just remember the first time I watched it thinking, okay, what the fuck is that little kid's problem?
Yeah, I
Why
thought
is he
because
just
she
sitting
was
there
so
like,
focused looking at him that there was like a customer that needed help, but then he was smiling at her really weirdly.
And so, yeah, we'll find out who that character is later. But I just think that that's an important thing to right there. But yes, they do cut to walking, and they're having a discussion about like what he was doing there. Clearly, he knew that she worked there.
Yeah, because he's like, oh, I didn't know you worked. And she's like, I could have swore I told you.
Literally told you.
Yeah. And so then it looks even worse because either he did and now he's trying to not look like he did, or he's just a bad listener. But anyways, he tells her he was writing a horror novel.
Yeah, which is exciting.
Yeah, really. For BooBaes enthusiasts. And so he was writing this book, I guess, and she's like asking him about it and stuff. And it's the way he kind of goes off on saying that like he's tried writing multiple ones, but he never finishes them because she's like, why? And he's like, they all suck.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh man, that's such a like artistic person's like everything you do is like, you're like, man, you shit on it.
Other people probably look at it and they're like, oh, this is really good.
Yeah. But anyways, we have that whole situation, and then they're essentially, he says, do you mind that if we go together or something like that, but you don't really know what like he's kind of talking about
exactly
until they get to this next scene where we have a meeting for the club called 0.0 megahertz basically,
and that's how it comes in. And we basically find out that is that is basically the frequency at which you can like call or talk to Ghost. And so whenever it's a form of like when you're in REM sleep and stuff.
What I got at this point, because the REM sleep part comes a little later, basically essentially is like when a person's soul can communicate with a ghost. Is at 0.0 megahertz. And then we find out later that people reach that state when they are in their REM sleep. So sleeping gets involved later on in the movie, which I was like, oh, okay, I wasn't even thinking they would go in that route. Okay, cool. So because it's also for like someone who's like, they mentioned like sleep paralysis and all that other shit. And so I was like, it
makes sense that is when, I mean, just take our dreams, for example. They're so fucking wild and off base.
Some scary stuff.
Yeah, and that's more when we are like actually subjected to our subconscious and stuff. And so it would make sense that is when the like veil between the two realms is like the thinnest, and when you are most susceptible to encountering, especially when you're in that half waking state. And then that's why everyone loves to write it off about like it being there, but I mean,
because it's easier to write it off than to actually think that something
was there.
Was actually there. Yeah. And so we have them talking about that. They're showing our main people about the house, right? The abandoned house. We get that video of
we have 3 older members, and they're basically giving them like a preview of
what's happening, because they're new members.
Yes.
We should mention that both of them just joined the club, and these other 3 members have been there for a while, I'm assuming.
And we already kind of know that Sohee's a little bit weird, because she was like, I joined it for fun.
Yeah.
And which is like, me too.
Yeah.
But
like you pick up vibes from her very quickly from the actress, because later on you find out why she's not like other girls. She's not like regular girls. She's way different. And so, but I feel like those subtle things, nuances that she did in the beginning, now as like we're talking about it, and when I would think to rewatch it, I'm like, oh yeah, duh. Why didn't I see that the whole time? But anyways, yeah, they're getting.
Yeah, she did a great job.
Yeah, they're getting to learn about this abandoned house, which is the house we saw in the beginning of the film, and that it had been abandoned 4 years, or a woman had hung herself 4 years prior.
Yes.
And it looks decrepit now by this point since it's been abandoned. And he's also talking about how some film students went the past year and saw some creepy shit, and they ended up being able to like draw a picture of a ghost from recollection of their memories, and it was basically like this creepy haired
It reminded me
ghost.
of like a almost like those like viral online things, like the Yes one or whatever,
or even like the smiley thing of that girl.
Smiley. That's what it was.
Yeah, it's creepy.
That's it. Kind of gave me that vibes. It should be noted that the woman hung herself there, and she wasn't found until after her body had decayed so badly that, like, I mean, this had to be weeks because her head separated from her body.
It just got mushy and
it
just
got
fell apart.
so mushy, that the weight of her body stayed down, and then her head was found
that's
still
the effect of gravity
in the neck or in the noose, and so disgusting. But that is kind of a big part because a lot of the times the doll later on is
that's right.
It separated. But yes, and so we've got our they refer to her as like the hair ghost.
Yeah, the hair ghost.
Because she's got a fuck ton of hair.
And the picture is not the best of pictures, might I add. It's very a little kiddish, a little childish.
It's very it's
what
clearly
you would expect a kid to draw.
Exactly.
But I mean also
very
who's
elementary.
to say they're not like in total shock or like craziness after that experience, and that's all they could draw, basically.
You know, like when what's his face in the ring?
With the crown, Aiden with the black crown, just
just scribbling. It was like that, but with hair and a little face. In between. I kind of liked it. I was like, it's believable.
We'll get to the ghosts later on, though. I mean, because honestly,
the face isn't the best.
No, but you know, not the worst. I'll give it that. Yeah. Anyways, it so gave me the whole point. But anyways, we have them talking about this, and then mentioning that's when the whole 0 megahertz thing, and like why the club is named that, because then whatever the leader of the club basically is just like, wait, did nobody tell them what that even means? What that even what the name of the club even means, stands for?
Because Song-yeob is like, what the fuck? You can clearly see it all over his face. He's like, excuse me, bitch.
For real.
And then that's when Tae-soo's like, are you fucking kidding me? You didn't tell them like what this is about? And then
so that's how we get our little, it's a really kind of cool and easy way for them to like give us as the audience the explanation of what it is as well.
Of what's going on. Give us a good backstory.
It's a good segue.
Other than what we just saw. Like, I mean, with the beginning and stuff, like clearly we know that some shit went down at that house, but that was a nice way for us to get the actual
explanation for that, and then like what is to come as well. And what we're gonna see within the next, hour of the movie. Yeah. Basically by this point.
They're basically giving you the rundown. But so then they pack up and they start heading out towards this house. And this is where we kind of also can tell because they're in the car. And so at this point I said blonde girl, who is Yoon Jung, is in I was like, okay, she's clearly dating the main like head honcho leader of the group, which is, as we find out later, Tae-soo. But we find out because they're like canoodling in the car. But then they make a stop at a convenience store.
Is he the leader of the group?
I feel like he seems to know. I feel like he's the one in charge. And then Han Seok, the loud one, douchebag one, is kind of like also. But I feel like knows. He's like suggested the necromancy, but Tae-soo seemed to be very much more so in charge than him. So that was what I got anyways.
Okay.
Because I feel like Han Seok probably couldn't actually lead anything.
Probably, but I also feel like he was driving the narrative of it a lot because of, in the end, we find out his motives were more like to
get money.
Some type of anomaly that would make him money.
Well, I think that's probably why he suggested the necromancy.
Yeah.
Because Tae-soo comes in later and is like, I think Tae-soo was more just trying to find out like actual REM sleep and like study that. And then he came in and was like, we should do necromancy, which was like, fuck. But would guarantee him a better reaction with the film. Or
with
I
what
guess
he was
you
trying
would
to
think
capture.
it would guarantee you that.
He was trying to create shock value, like footage. But we have them going to the house, and they're in the van, and it's kind of reminiscent to me anyways. I don't know if it was intentional or not, of like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, because they're in the van. And we have the couple that's all canoodling and being a little slutty, and then we have everyone else, and then we have them pulling up to like what would be like a little convenient gas station store with someone heeding a warning of like, you don't go here.
Yeah.
And then they go there, and it's like in a field, and it's like,
Right. Yeah. It
I
is
saw
very
some
much the
parallels
same.
of like that.
Definitely. And as they get to that convenience store, so he sees a girl walking into the store in a school uniform.
That's
but
right.
when it pans down on her, you see that her leg is like
Bloodied,
covered in blood. Yeah. And she just walks in, and no one else seems to be. Well, we don't really know that maybe she was a ghost. You can tell something's clearly wrong with her.
because the screen, the shot changes immediately to the other people in the convenience store.
So for all we know, she could just be shopping around in there and just be behind another shelf. And so, and then we find out that the convenience store clerk was at the cleansing. He was one of the guys who like went up to the door first and found the shaman as she was. And so that's why he was so adamant and like passionate about, no, we don't fucking go there.
Yeah.
Because like I've seen
he's like
exactly what it can do.
And then he's at like they're buying beer and stuff like that, and he's just like, this disrespect to the dead. Like if you think you're gonna go there and like have some beers and laugh, and
he kept calling him like city kids, basically. Like you can't just like drive into our town and go hang out here for fun.
Obviously, it's still a soft spot, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it had only been like what 4 years?
4 years since she hung herself. So then whatever took place after that with the whole shaman could have been
pretty
3
recently.
or 2, you know.
Yeah,
we don't know. And so we have all that happening within the store, and finally they leave the store, and it's the way that Sohee, whenever she's looking from behind the rear view window, then sees the man like walk or not just standing there.
He walks out into the street,
and he's standing there watching them leave, and she also sees the girl next to him,
just standing there, right
and
behind him.
So obviously, I mean, to me, I was like, "Yep, that's a ghost." It's like nobody
at
else
that
is
point,
like, I'm like, that's got to be a ghost.
No one else is reacting to her, exactly,
and only she can see her. Yeah.
So that's how we didn't realize yet, but we've already encountered another ghost with her as well. So this is now the second one, and so it's very like, it's very telling, and this is kind of the first like actual, for sure, she can see some shit.
Yeah. In my notes, I'm like store owners giving them the tea. And so and so we have them getting to the place where they're supposed to go do all this shit, and it's the way that he's like young
Hansok
is telling them that they have to walk, right? Another like 5 minutes into the woods or wherever their location is. And I'm like, anytime you have to walk to some place that's an extra time or whatever, and don't go.
No good.
It's not a good
they had to kind of hike
indication.
into the place. It was a house that was nestled away a little bit from
I'm
the
like,
side
if
of the road.
paramedics and emergency people, first responders can't get there in a timely fashion, then you shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
No
need for them. And then this is where we do actually start getting people's names, and we actually start kind of figuring out who is who. And so all my notes here are just like, so he is main girl, Hansok is maybe the loud one, I put Yoon Jung as a blonde girl for sure, and then clearly Sohee is sensitive to this stuff, because the moment we get to the house, Sohee is not feeling well.
No, she's visibly like physically sick.
Yeah, she looks very ill.
Yeah.
And not pleased at all to be there. Because there's an incredibly evil presence there, and
she can sense it.
She feels it. Feels very threatened.
Yeah.
But then as they're kind of exploring, Yoon Jung finds the weird hole in the furnace, because she like picks up the lid and she's like, what's going to be in there? Like blood or bones?
I like that part because it was building up the suspense, and I'm just like, oh, and it also too is like good to see like a character be genuinely like her character, the actress gave to me genuinely like I would be
like,
doing that.
What is going to be in there?
Because
I
I
don't
would
know.
be like you still have to do it, but I'd be like shit. I don't know the whole time doing it, you know. And so I felt
because
like
what
it
if
was very
the directors
believable.
are gonna like? What if they didn't tell them anything and they were just basically like,
Could
have
be
fun.
that, yeah.
You'll see when the house reacts.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of Blair Witch.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
and I
the
would just
truth,
act like
but
that in real life. I mean, like
Yeah.
I would be like freaked out. I'd be like, "Oop, I don't know." And so yeah, and she finds that little hole in the bottom or in the back of the pit, the fire pit, right? That
yeah,
really
I
comes
refer to it as furnace. I don't know if that's off.
sure.
I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
that might be what it is too.
legit though.
She finds that, and it's the way that that's going to definitely come into play a lot more into the rest of the movie. And so we have them all exploring a little even more. Right now, this is like, for me, there were times, and I write it right here, that like the music in the background was like, I didn't
A little
really
distracting.
just yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
I
There
was
were
like,
times.
the music is, I feel like it does not necessarily, because well, it's maybe not even that. It's just like what they were playing. I'm like, this doesn't fit.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on? Yeah.
I would have rathered it be almost silent
Either, or ambient,
Yeah.
or like something to give it more eeriness, but it's like not. It's like
it was very rhythmic.
Yeah,
A lot of it was,
Uh-huh.
and yes, it did almost have like a little house.
That's
kind
what I
of
meant.
vibe.
Yeah, like I was like at a little EDM kind
Yeah.
of concert. And I'm like, that took me out of the element. I would say
There were some parts where it did add, I think, but then I think I have a comment about the soundtrack in here as well, where I was like,
and I'm like, for a movie about like I feel like it should be more like brooding, I guess, and that ambient, like that silent kind of, let it, the silence speaks for itself kind of thing.
Exactly.
And it just kind of ruined those moments. But anyways, beyond that.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree.
It's my only qualm.
And so they're exploring. Han Seok finds he opens that big old vat of like that shit.
That's
and
right.
He's like, is this soy sauce? And he was smelling it. And then all of a sudden something floats to the top.
I wrote that same thing too. I was like, what was in the soy sauce? And it looked like a head of like a pig or something.
It did,
maybe.
yeah.
But it happened so fast, and they don't really revisit it, that we don't know what it was.
And then I was like, is that where they were keeping the cow liver like that they needed for the necromancy?
I
But
don't
then
know.
he would have known.
No, I don't think that's
So-
where that was already there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
He
he
was-
called it like 100-year-old soy sauce,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
I was like,
So,
what is this?
oh, now I'm hungry.
Yeah, I know, right? But so they're exploring. So he then ends up, she kind of wanders off from the house itself, and she ends up in the surrounding forest. And she finds the talismans that we found
right.
at the beginning that are basically there to bless the house
Yeah.
and ward off evil spirits. Yeah.
Spirits.
And she then has a very visceral reaction.
She does.
It's
like looking like she has vertigo, basically, and she's kind
Yeah.
of like woozing all over.
and
the
we're kind of
place.
getting that with the camera work
Yeah.
too, which was fun.
And then we have her getting confronted by, which I believe is her grandma.
I believe it
Later
is
on
her
in the movie.
grandmother who
was
and
trying to warn her.
at this point I put she's a fucking medium
Yeah.
because or a shaman, like she's susceptible to this stuff. She can
Yeah.
see it. She has a connection.
She literally sees dead people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sixth sense.
Very
She
much
sees
the
it.
vibe.
But yes, we find out later that this lady is her grandmother and is essentially warning her. But at this point, I just put meets a weird old lady.
Yeah, I literally, that's what I put. I'm like, there's lots of red flags literally everywhere.
Literally there.
Everywhere. I'm like, oh, old lady? Question mark. Yeah. So that was a little
Because
random
she
at that
like
moment.
grips either side of her face too, or
Yeah.
something. It feels very like
And it's very
listen.
for in that moment. It's very random, but I think we find out later that was her grandmother, and so yes.
And so this whole time she's had very personal warnings to get away from this place.
yes,
Basically
From-
saying no,
Mhm.
get the fuck out of here.
They're
It's
really
bad news.
telling her like you're in an evil place, and you need to be more careful about where you're at. If not, get out. And so we have it going back to the I keep on wanting to call them kids, but like to the people
I mean, they're college kids.
the kids, back at the house, and they're all kind of talking. They're prepping,
Making dinner.
prepping some food, and so he is visibly like just sitting on the porch, like not feeling well at all.
Yeah, nauseated. She's not
Yeah.
wanting to eat.
And they can tell, and they're just like, oh, and I love how Yoon.
Yoon Jung is like, I feel bad that we're eating.
And so
We're
then
not.
the douchebag is like, well, then I'll have your food.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, we have them all talking, and that's whenever I think
This is where the REM sleep comes in.
The REM sleep, and then I remember one of them said something about like, we need to get drunk because the ghost will come if we're buzzed or something like that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, and so they start talking about the REM sleep and how sleep paralysis and like it's like the 0.0 megahertz. That's how it all like you reach it in that moment of sleep paralysis. Sorry,
they're
REM
like
sleep.
Measuring your brain waves.
Yeah, there we go.
And then they wanted to see how the variable of being in a known haunted house or a known haunted location would affect it. Yes. And then this is where we also get the mention of the necromancy, that maybe they're not just doing your standard everyday kind of brainwave testing, but that they are tampering with the spiritual realm.
Yeah.
By doing.
And so that's when you really get a feeling of like, nope, that's going to turn out bad. Because it's like whenever you see people playing with a Ouija board in a horror movie, it's like, no, there's no way that this is going to end up well.
This is a bad sign.
Unlocking all the bad juju.
And especially whenever like those things can be utilized correctly, but when you are using them without being educated, like Ouija boards all the time.
Yeah.
You have to close out of them in order to not leave. Like you've literally opened a sort of portal. And I mean, I growing up didn't know that. I didn't know for the longest time. I played Ouija boards all the fucking time, just going around. And I probably invited like 8 billion spirits into my life.
Oh,
that's why I'm haunted as fuck. I don't know, but so I mean, I feel like they're very much into something they don't really understand.
Yeah.
Which is a recipe for disaster, as we find out. For the necromancy, we find out that they need. I made a big old list.
Start getting all those a list of ingredients that we need for this ritual of contacting the ghost with the necromancy.
We see them setting up and stuff for it, and they're kind of giving us there's almost like a narration.
I don't write them all down because it's kind of like, did you write them? Tell me.
I went back and rewound because I was like, I feel like we're gonna need this. So basically, they needed 2 identical dolls, a long needle, what was used in the killing, in this case, aka a rope or noose, coarse salt, and the fresh liver of a cow. And then, so the order of operations basically is 1, you need to put the liver in a tub or pot of water, basically submerge it, and then you need to 2, hang the doll where the body was found. The doll is bait, basically. And so I guess if this was not a hanging situation, you would put the doll like where the body was found.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have to hang it. But for our instances, we are hanging the doll. For 3, the spirit receiving doll is then cut open, and then fingernails of the test subject are placed inside and then sewn back up. So they're clipping. We find out that Yoonjung is our person who is going to be,
she has a beautiful brain,
the test subject. Yes, I did love that line. And so they're clipping her fingernails and then like stuffing it inside this doll and then sewing it back up. And then you place that doll into the tub with, I'm sorry. After you sew it back up, you need to take that needle, place it through the chest of the receiving doll, and they poke it all the way through.
Yeah.
And then place it into the tub with the cow liver.
The way you're ready to do this ritual, Caitlin.
I know, I'm ready.
Literally step by step.
We'll open Ren and Stimpy behind us.
Literally.
And we'll make a receiving doll in here.
It sounds like a kitchen recipe. That's hilarious.
And then you pour 2 shots of vodka.
Heavy pour. Literally. So we have this rundown of all the ingredients, and then finally it's like they get to say that the radio, right, will make a noise if there's a ghost presence happening.
To detect the frequency changes.
And so...
Which is a very common form
what people use, like
their
DVP
spirit boxes,
and all that.
everything like that. Yeah.
And so we have them then chanting in their language, native, right? May the dead come here and sit.
Yes, yeah. They're chanting in Korean, may the dead come here and sit. And they encircle the test subject in a ring of salt, basically to ensure that the ghost can't get out of it, which is a very, again, common place. Like, I mean, if you watched one episode of Supernatural, you're like, let me get my Morton rock salt.
Right. It's from SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah.
To protect you from the sea bear, you got to put a ring of salt around you.
See, everything. Salt protects you. That's why I eat so much goddamn salt.
Yeah. I don't even think it was salt. It was like a ring of rocks or something like that. I don't remember exactly.
But it's spooky
the
SpongeBob
same
today.
premise. Yeah.
Salt today.
Just a day or two ago, I saw someone post that SpongeBob, it was its birthday. Is them, however SpongeBob identifies.
A sponge?
From like 1999. So that makes him like 21. I don't know.
Wow,
21.
SpongeBob is a
23.
young adult.
I don't know how old. Oh gosh.
99 would make him 23.
23.
Yeah.
There we go. I was going the opposite direction.
My brother's 98 and he just turned 24.
Wow.
So
these children.
I know. Wild.
And so anyways, we have all of that going on.
I actually did write song. Oh no, I put a P instead of B.
For what?
For Songyup.
Oh, okay.
But I think a lot of P's and B's are interchangeable. Not interchangeable, but they're depending on where they are in the word for a Korean like character changes their pronunciation. So
I made you a bear trap for your finger. And so we have them chanting, "May the dead come here and sit." And then
casual.
Finally, we have this moment where Yoon starts faking like being possessed, and it's actually pretty believable.
I know.
Because she went there, and the way she was moving her body.
I couldn't remember this time watching it if it was fake or not.
But I was already saying like the bitch is faking it.
Yeah.
And then we find out the bitch was faking it, which means I put she will probably die first, but not necessarily.
No.
But honestly,
but also yes.
But like kind of in a way. I think her fate is actually a lot worse because she has to deal with the fact that she killed you. Anyways, so we have all of that happening, and then finally she's like, "I fooled you, haha," and they're like, "Yeah, you rascal, you." And so then we have basically so he is still feeling pretty shitty, right?
Yeah, so she has gone to lay down basically, and
the boys are out there watching
Taesu's,
the film.
yeah, like, "Hey Songyup, why don't you go lay down and or why don't you go check on Sohee?"
He's like, "You're gonna leave her all alone? You should go be with her right now."
And he's like, "Oh fuck yeah, you're right."
And I think that's just like bro talk, you know. They were like, go lay down next to her, man, but not with saying it.
But then he's so polite. My notes here just say Songyup is such a sweet guy. He just like comes in and he's like,
"Yeah,
how you doing?"
Yeah, he's checking on
her.
You
need some snacks?
And so he's just like, "Are you asleep?" And she's not responding. And he's like, "Are you asleep?" I'm like, "Yeah, maybe."
But then she reaches out and like violently pulls him in.
She's like, "Stay.
Yeah.
Will you lay with me?"
And so he's like, "Oh, okay."
I love how moments later she like grabs him and he's like,
"I think we're moving too fast."
Yeah, he's like,
"Not that I mind, but I think, don't you think this is a little fast?"
Literally.
So sweet.
Oh, and I love how he even says like, "I won't do anything weird" at one point whenever he's like trying to hold her or whatever. Anyways, and I wrote in my notes, I'm like, "Ooh, the ghost lady is not gonna like this."
Yeah, well, also, so then Taesu went up to, because Sonhyuk went to go piss, yes. And then Taesu goes to talk to Yoonjun, and Yoonjun, and they start making out.
She was laying down,
and then the little doll's just like watching them make out.
It was creepy. It's creepy angle.
But I was like, wait,
shot.
that's my whole house.
I think maybe that's when I read that. I was like, oh, they're not gonna like this, and but the doll is creepy as fuck. And so then after that we have what's his name pissing, right? And that's when we see a demon bird, basically.
Yeah, I was like, Hanseok like follows this freaky fucking bird. It looked like it was
covered in hair,
but then it also looked almost as if it was like an ash like falling down, like the sand, like
the way that it was moving. Yeah.
It just looked like it was kind of pouring out.
And it moved
constantly.
very fast. And it's the way that it led him back to that furnace that we saw earlier. Wispy. Yeah. And it went back down into the furnace. And then we have him with the flashlight looking down deep into it. And you just see it like inching further and further each time. And then he's just like, crap. And he says like, oh, I should have been filming that. And then he goes back to the place where everyone else.
We find out later why he's like, I'd want to film that.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there was.
Oh, I didn't even put that together. Yeah. And so he could.
I didn't until you just said it right now.
And so then he goes back to the station where they were watching everybody, like whatever, and he sees the two characters on film, and the thing, or not on film, but like live as they're laying there kissing and smooching.
He's just watching them, and he's like, shit.
Yeah, and then I guess at a certain point he ends up falling asleep, right? Or
yeah,
no, not
at
necessarily.
This point,
my bad.
At this point we.
Because I'm
click
still
back to Sohee.
Yes, because she's freaking out, and then she and that's whenever does she have the interaction with the ghost that puts and which is the shaman, right?
Yes, and this is where we get the going too fast, and because she's like freaking out and like quite literally clinging to Songyuk, and is like, "Good, she looks terrified."
She's literally, I'm like at this point, can they take her to a hospital because she's
I know, I'm like
sick or something's wrong with her.
She's clearly not okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, as she's sitting there, she keeps repeating something about like she's here, like outside the door.
At the door, yeah.
And then this creepy ass hand just comes. You're getting like a pan in at her face, and then this hand just comes like
wraps
from around
her
her head and covers her mouth, and it's like, oh no.
And now, a word from our sponsors.
Yeah. So basically, that creepy ass hand comes from around it, and we find out again later. We don't quite know still that it is her grandma. And the grandma's basically being like, "Yo, shut the fuck up. That thing is right outside the door, bitch." And then,
basically. And so we have her heeding that warning to her, and then we have it panning back to Yoon-jun.
We see that she has reached 0.0 megahertz.
Yep, on the screen.
And Han-seok is awake. He was watching it. Basically, they had both fallen asleep. Tae-soo and
Yoon
had fallen
asleep. And she reached her REM sleep 0.0 megahertz because oh boy douchebag is watching it on the machine, because at that point we don't necessarily know that I actually don't know at this point if he was asleep or not. I don't know if he just blacked out after he saw what happened, because obviously she did walk away.
Yes. So I think he actually encountered her there, and then it's like a shock thing that like kind of put him there, or I feel like spirits a lot of the times can manipulate situations.
It's like put him to bed.
Exactly. Well, and as we find out, this one quite literally can manipulate situations.
Yeah.
And
it's true.
Appears different things and stuff like that. And so and make you like think you're doing one thing and then end up doing another.
Something else. Yeah.
Exactly. And so I feel like he did encounter her there.
And so we have Yoon basically walking up, and he's walking up to her, and he's looking at her eyes, and she's all...
They're clouded white, like
like a demon.
Like Atlantics.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they are. And so then basically he wakes up, in a sense, from a dream that we were like, oh, I didn't realize. You don't really know if it's a nightmare or not, but I don't think it was. Anyways, and so that's whenever they can't find Yoon because he wakes up Tae-soo, and he's like, where
the hell is she? And at this point, the dolly is hanging only by its head now. Its body had separated.
Yeah, which
we
is
don't
like
get
what
to
happened to the
see
lady.
that yet, but exactly. And we don't get to like see how it rips yet, but we see
later.
that it has happened. And yes, so then they're searching, they can't find Yoon-jung, and then they finally do find her in the sort of kitchen area, I suppose, is to where they are. And I mean, at this point, she's clearly not faking. Her body's contorting in the weirdest ways, and the little like...
the noises she's making, yes, and she's literally moving like a human should not move or be able to. Yeah.
Every little movement.
She's really going through it.
Unnatural for sure.
Yeah, and it's the way that she then gets like yeeted and gets sucked into
basically
all the way into that furnace hole. And I'm like, how even? But yeah, she's getting sucked into the furnace, but they grab her by the feet and they're trying to pull. They successfully keep her from getting pulled under, basically. But at this point, she's like fucked up.
You're getting points of her saying like, help me, she's coming through. And then as they pull her back out, they see the first time that she then is being pulled in by hair. It's the hair ghost because it like wraps around her face, and then
it's yanking her.
This is when you get the kind of red eyes, basically, and then it actually successfully does yank her in.
Yeah,
it takes her at that point, and
oh my God, you're right.
Yeah,
oh,
it takes her.
Yeah, that's right, because it takes her, and then that's whenever they hear her on the radio, and they're like, whatever the douchebag is like, we should just leave because only the dead can communicate on the radio. And at that point I thought, oh, he's right, oh, she is dead. But anyways, then we find out after they go and get Sohee and
Songyuk.
They go and get them, and they're like, we gotta go, and they put like they're like trying to, you know, basically Taeso's gonna go try to find Yoon. He's gonna go put Sohee in the car, and then douchebag is gonna go get all the equipment and take it back to the car.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we have all that happening essentially, and we're seeing that happen, and then
basically
Taeso,
they realize like they've seen exactly what the music students have seen too.
oh yeah, that hair goes.
And and at this point Han Seok also sees the beheaded doll. And then that's when they hear, and when Yoon Jung's voice comes across, it says, "Take me with you. You're all dead."
Yeah, and it's like laughing maniacally.
Yeah, and then that's when he says, you know, the only a dead's voice comes through. But and even at this point, like Taesu is like on board for leaving already. But he was like, of course we're gonna get Yoon Jung out. Because at first, like Han Seok kind of reacts like rather violently, like, what do you mean? Like, what about Yoon Jung? And then he's like, obviously we're gonna get her, but we need to get the fuck out of here, and I need you to pack up the shit too. Which I thought was, I mean, good for whenever we find out that Han Seok has feelings for her.
Yeah.
As that was kind of coming through from the beginning too. There are little things, little like sideways glances, and then obviously when he was watching him make out, which is also just weird. Very
creepy.
Yeah. And so at this point, then we go back and we're with Yoon Jung. Wait, that's not the right Yoon Jung, and we're under the ground with her.
She's underneath the floorboards, basically, wherever this like furnace hole had took her to. And so then
there's like stone floors.
Yeah, and so then we have Taeso and the way you can hear it, it's okay.
Sorry, yeah.
Then we have Taeso and so he's little cutie pie trying to break the floor to get to her
with massive boulders.
Yeah, basically. And then they finally get to like a certain point where they break through a little bit, and then they're able to pull the stones apart, and they do see her down there. And at that point, like the ghost had already like wrapped a hair like all around her,
and you see it go into her ear, which I feel like is a very clear indication that it's still inside of her body.
And so they find her, they're able to
But of course they don't see that.
They don't
see
it,
see that.
And they're able to pull her out, and then they start running to the vehicle, and that's whenever they're all there. And then Sohee is yelling at douchebag if he burned the doll.
Did you burn the doll?
And it's the way they're all kind of like, why would, like, nobody's really kind of like knowing why she's saying this, but then they have to be like, wait, did you? And he's like, no, I didn't. So then that's whenever Taeso was like, you started this, go finish it. And so he goes back, and
which I'd be the same way.
Yeah, and he's about to burn it, but then he's like, why do I have to do this? And he just like
throws
drops
it into like
a well or something, a pit, and it doesn't burn it. And then he comes back and tells them that he did, when they're like, did you? And he's like, yeah.
Yeah, totally did.
And so we know that that's going to come back into play later. So we have them back at a hospital in the city. And they're all surrounded around Yoon, and she's still unconscious, but they then start talking about how she's stable and she should be okay. She'll probably wake up sometime soon. And then that's whenever Taeso is telling the rest of the gang, like, y'all should go back to the hotel because, you know, yada yada, we haven't slept, we haven't ate, whatever, go back, I'll watch her.
And every shot we're getting of Sohee during this, she looks still very clearly fucked up, and like she keeps like,
and she's just looking at Yoon because I think
from
she
afar
knows.
she knows she's like, she's not okay,
and
something is not right with her. But yes, and then they go back, and we get what Han Seok's like, y'all sharing a room here too, kind of thing. Just
he
fucking
makes a
with
little
them.
joke. I put dude as a prick. And so then we have them all going to their rooms, and we have douchebag rewatching the footage of what they caught. And the way he's acting, I guess the actor really played it well, because like he even is like taking a sip of his drink and like spills it on himself. He's just like giving this total like ill vibe. It's giving
like
me the
that's the
heebie-jeebies.
reason I don't like you over Taesu. Because you're gross.
Just gross.
And yes, I think he was a little intoxicated too at this point, and
probably
the way he's just like acting very
weird, watching the footage,
calling Soon Young a bitch, saying that she deserves it, laughing at the film,
she's
just
a
like
little slut or something like that.
He keeps laughing at everything.
He's slut shaming her.
He is.
She's not even being a slut.
She's
not with her boyfriend.
She's with her boyfriend.
But we find out later why he's being so salty. Story. And so we have him then calling I guess a producer or someone who he was talking to before he left, which was, we find out the whole reason he went was to catch something on film, and he's telling him like, I'm gonna send you this footage and I want you to make me a better deal with more money after you see this little teaser I'm gonna send you, because it's good. He's like,
what I
He's like,
found
"I don't
is
make bad
actually
deals."
scary. So you're going to want to pay more for this. Yeah, I don't make bad deals.
And so then we quickly go to like a nightmare scene.
Yeah, with Song Yup, and he's having a real bad nightmare.
Getting choked.
And we see the little dead boy, basically from it. So the kid who was at the counter at the coffee shop
is here again.
And we find that
that's when I'm like, oh, that was a ghost.
Yeah, that's when it clicked too. And I was like, so that was the first time we realized she could see ghosts. And also why his fucking smile was so creepy is what I put, because his smile at the beginning was so creepy.
Yeah.
I hated it. I was like, ugh. But yes, we're basically Song Yup's being choked by this little bloody dead boy. Now, he wasn't covered in blood at first. Otherwise, that would have been a clear indication.
Yeah.
This time now, though, we do see that he's had some sort of major head trauma to him.
He's fucked up. And so, yeah, we have that happening. And then finally he wakes up out of it. And then we realize, oh, okay, that was just like some sort of nightmare vision happening. And then we have a scene going back to the hospital, right? Whenever we go back to Yoon being watched by Taeso. And then what's his face comes in, the douchebag. He's like, hey, you haven't eaten. Go get some food. I'm going to stay and watch her. And immediately I was like, nah. This is bad. But anyways, I didn't realize where it was gonna go, but he literally starts telling her and professing his love, and like
he's being a fucking creep,
and like literally gets on top of her and
and he's like kissing her neck and stuff,
kissing all over her, kissing her mouth, and like I'm like, oh, this is gross, because he's literally making out with someone who's unconscious. But then her eyes open up.
Yep, and she's not.
And then her eyes turn into the clouded whiteness, and then you're like, oh, demon time.
Yep, and he's at this point is what we kind of mentioned earlier. He's like basically saying, what does Taeso have that I don't? Anyways,
And so she's like telling her like,
I don't.
Yeah, and he's being really salty,
and I just put you. He's got everything that you don't.
And then she wakes up, and then basically the ghost is acting through her and kills him. Starts wrapping the hair around his face when he's kissing her. Sorry, she wasn't kissing him.
And then I guess I'm assuming either
somehow just
at least got in his head, and then he went home and then did what he did.
Went to the hotel.
Yeah, to the hotel, not home.
But I guess so. I don't know.
Because his body was found at the hotel
and not there
while they're at the hospital. But it's very clear that there is some sort of struggle happening between them, or she like somehow magically got him back.
Their feet like flopping around.
Like clearly there's
because after that, then we have a phone call to Sohee. Oh, because after that, then we have this little cute moment where
Song Yup
is trying to like decide or try to get Sohee out of her room because he wants to go get lunch with her, and he's like, obviously you see the phone, he's like sending her so many messages, she hasn't replied, but she finally opens the door.
I think and too he was like trying to build a message, and then he was like, that message isn't good enough, what am I thinking? And then is like standing at the door about to knock, and then keeps like and he's like pacing, and then when he finally gets the confidence to do it,
she opens the door
into him.
And so then
and she's like, what? Let's go eat.
And so they finally go eat, and they get a call there after they have a little talk, a little bit about, stuff.
And he mentions that he had a nightmare about someone strangling him.
And she's like, oh, what boy? And so he doesn't really go into it or anything, and they get a phone call from Taeso that Yoon had woken up and she's conscious, and so then they go back to
she's just acting like nothing happened,
and they go to the hospital. They're talking to her, and she's just like, I want to get drunk, let's go have a good time.
And they're like, then you're literally in the hospital.
But she convinces them after, even at this point, so he's like looking at her weird, and June's like, are you upset to see me alive? And she's like, no, I'm happy. I was just, concerned because obviously you just went through a lot, basically. And so then we have them all coming back from a night out, essentially, and she was drunk, and Taeso and Yoon are going back to their room, and then we have the other two leaving and separating as well. And then at a certain point,
we notice Sohee has marks on her arm as she's brushing her teeth.
She does,
which also reminded me of The Ring a little bit. Whenever towards the end,
it's like latched.
Where because it looked like a hand, like it had grabbed and kind of bruised her arm / something. We don't really know what happened, but and then Sun Young
are in the bed, and they're talking after he comes out of the shower, because he's like, you can't be asleep. Oh, because
they were about to do it.
And then we have what's his face coming from the store, or he went to the store.
So he is also at this point, a lot of stuff starts happening at once. You're getting a lot of flashes of things that are happening at the same time. So basically, like Taesu and Yoon Jung are about to do it, And even though like they're possessed, I don't think we've gotten back to them being like in the room yet. But then oh yeah, we did actually. So he is investigating. She's gone into Han Seok's room because they can't get a hold of him at this point. And she's like going through his files and seeing different things. And this is where I think we see the dolly like.
Yeah, she sees the dolly in the film.
That's later. JK.
No?
Sorry. I see my note like 5 down where that happens.
Well,
and
we
then,
see all of this stuff happening with
yeah, Song Yeop's called to Yoon Jung's room, and he goes, and then this is where we like get this pan in of her where her eyes we finally get to see that they're hella creepy, and her mouth is expanding, kind of like taking him Deborah Logan style, like that
it's
snake
unhinging.
mouth, like
unnaturally
big. And then Taesu had already, he was like, bye. Something clearly, he was shaken.
He yeeted because that's whenever we have Han Seok coming back from the store, and he watches him get into the van.
Oh, sorry, Song Yeop.
He's watching him get into the van.
Yes, yeah.
Watches Taesu get out of there. Yeah, and so I'm just like, where the fuck is he going? And so
because he's driving hella recklessly too.
We have him driving on the road. But anyways, we have him going. We have the nice cutesy boyfriend going up to the room. And he then sees that she's on the other side of the room, right? But then he gets confronted by the little boy. Yeah, so because he'd already gone up there at this point. It like flashes back to him going up there after he ran into Taesu. And then so we see her mouth expanding. Then it goes back to Taesu driving recklessly. And that's when we like actually see where he's gone. Yeah. And then that's where we get Taesu's death. Because he's lost his mind clearly. And then we have him getting into essentially a car accident. Because we have a little ghost pop on the screen.
Yeah, which is a little chilly.
After he had been, you see him kind of, a monologue of him kind of losing his mind and talking about how it wasn't his fault and all this stuff. Anyways, we know he's dead because we have a ghost and then a crash and then we have a scream. Yeah. And then
it flashes back, and now we don't see Yoon Jung there anymore. We see the little boy.
And he's talking to
So the little boy was, whenever this accident must have happened,
he was still alive.
Yes. And he was referring to the little boy as his Hyung. So this must have been his older brother.
Yeah. Well, yes. I know that because then the little boy calls him little brother in a little bit. Yeah.
And so that was the first notification that it was like, okay, so this is someone from his past that he clearly referring to them as if he knows them. And the little boy basically asks if he wants to play like the old times.
And then that's when we have homegirl checking out what's his name's room.
Yeah, and this is where we find the doll beheading. And I put this is where I put the music as we watch the doll get beheaded. Is a little funny. It's just kind of like
comedic.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the doll like getting beheaded was very unsettling.
Yeah.
I mean, you're seeing it.
It's creepy.
Basically,
and also I was wondering
around.
like if they didn't hear or notice anything, like a little, flicking. I'm like, you hear things in the room moving. I don't know, but yeah, unless they were already asleep. But I thought they were still making out at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember what was happening.
But anyways, we have all that happening, and she's like kind of getting weirded out looking at all this footage, obviously. And then we have it going back to Song Yeop getting tricked to hang himself, and at the right time, so he just comes in as he's like kicking, and he kicked the chair already.
Yeah, because the little boy had told him on the count of 3, kick the chair away.
Yeah.
And so he counts him down.
And so that's whenever we also realize that the spirit can like kind of possess people to like kill themselves basically. And so he falls down after she's able to get him down, and he's basically saying that he doesn't remember any of it.
Yeah.
And he's shocked that because then she starts telling him that Yoon is possessed, and I'm like, the way he kind of acted was like shocked, like, no, like what? And I'm like, after all this, you're gonna say you're gonna shocked, like what?
Like I think I would just start believing the facts as they were told to me. I'd be like, something's flying through the air right now.
Makes sense to me.
Sure, great. Yeah. The sky is purple.
And at that point, we have them trying to locate the douche face, and at that point simultaneously we have someone in the hotel hearing the phone ring, and it's douche face in the pool because they're trying to call him, and he's dead obviously, and then they come running in
like a closed pool too, so I'm
it
sure
looked like
that,
it was under construction or something.
there was a bunch of tarps. The man walking in looked like he wasn't he was like not prepared to see anyone in there. And of course he heard the phone ringing, so he's probably like
who the
what the fuck? What's going on? But he clearly
hooligan
was
is in here,
not expecting a bloody dead corpse
and so
floating
then
face down in the pool.
them coming down to like look at it. They obviously see him once they flip around. They're like, oh fuck. And so then we have both
it flashes to a morgue or hospital setting,
where Taso is dead and douchebag is dead on the table, and we have Yoon crying because they're her love is dead,
and she thinks it's her fault, and like she keeps saying like it's my fault.
I was like Yoon is crying, I guess she ain't possessed right now.
But it's not her fault. The ghost enticed them to do it, and unfortunately she is just the
and that's
vessel.
what Sohee tells to her basically. And then
she also tells her, you can try to escape, but it's no use.
Yeah, because we get an unraveling of why she knows so much and is so like well informed and all the shit, and because she reveals that her mom was a shaman,
and so was her
she comes from
grandmother.
a long line of shamans.
And so he basically says the only way to take care of this is we have to go back to the house.
So obviously what we doing, we're going back to the house. And so we finally get back to the house, and she tells them to go ahead of her, and she gives her mom a little farewell call, basically is what it is. And her mom basically already knew what she's like, because her intuition is like, grandma came to in a dream and told me you're in trouble, you're in danger, like what's going on.
And even as we got Sohee leaving her house for this trip in the beginning, her mother was hesitant.
Go doing something.
And then exactly that's what she did. We also see that like she was bullied or teased for being able to see ghosts. So that's why she wasn't speaking up about this. Because her whole childhood she was ridiculed for being
like a cloud
this
of it.
sort of different kind of girl that could see another.
I wrote right here when
there.
the mom mentioned the grandma. It's like, oh, that lady must have been her grandma, the old lady from the woods.
I put her granny is the one she's been seeing.
And so we have. I'm like, oh, Stranger Things music is playing because there's like a whole little 80s synth vibe happening.
It was very
when they're
much
getting
so.
ready to contact the spirit again, essentially. Because then we have like little earthquakes happening as homegirl is doing her shaman stuff, and then we have
she asked Granny. She said, "You'll help me, right?"
Yeah, I was like, "Oh, ghost shaman lady's going in on it too."
And and then she puts her own blood into the dolly.
Yeah.
Bath this time, like which is like, whoa, what? So that's some intense, like next level shit. I guess because maybe they didn't have to caliber, so she's like offering up herself.
Or maybe it's a whole different process for what she's trying to do.
Yeah, she's trying to basically channel her grandmother. And
maybe that is what it is. Like her line, her lineage is coming through her blood. And so then we have them reaching 0.0 megahertz again, right? We have what's her face?
And she at this point had told Song-yeop, no matter what happens, you cannot come in here.
Yeah.
Which
obviously he's
gonna come in, but when you tell someone not to do, and he breaks like basically the number one rule.
And then we have the scene where she starts whistling, right? She starts whistling. I'm like, is she?
We also, this is where we got our last minute confession from him, basically saying that he joined the club because of her, and he's basically saying like,
I love you.
Yeah. And we get like a shot of him like pleading for their safety, like saying, please, please, please don't let them get hurt. Don't let them get hurt. And yes, I did put some sort of weird whistling. I was like, what is happening?
She's whistling. And essentially I'm like, are we calling the spirit? The ghost
I
like a
calling
dog?
the ghost out. Basically like,
because she's whistling. Yeah. And
there's also a fuck ton of moths.
And and so all this weird shit starts happening while she's trying to call out the spirit. And then basically
my car got filled with moths as I was leaving my brother in Marble Falls. It was just like randomly. It was very unsettling because Marble Falls, if any of you have been out there, there's like nothing. There's nothing. It's West Texas. And so it's like country, like, yeah. And so I was driving and it was pitch black and my phone was not loading, like my GPS and stuff. And so, I had no service. I couldn't figure out where I was going because I'd only, at this point, my brother had only lived there a little bit and I'd only visited him a few times. And especially at night, I didn't know my way out. And then all of a sudden, my car was filled with like, it was like I had been in my car for about at least 5 minutes at this point, 5 to 10 minutes. And then all of a sudden there was at least like 15 to 20 moths in my car, just flying around.
But
so then
the windows were rolled down or up, or
they
like
were
how
up.
did they get in?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, that's some supernatural shit,
Exactly.
Caitlin.
I called my mom and I was like, Mom, I need you to look up if moths are a bad omen. And she was like, are they white or black? And I was like, I can't fucking tell. It's dark.
Oh my God, that's
And
scary.
I don't know. So when I saw the moths happening, I was like, oh, it's about
Triggered.
to go down. Because then right after that too, like my call dropped with my mom and I was like in this car with moths and my GPS was not loading and I was like, this is it.
That's how I
This is
die.
how I fucking
That's how
die.
I go.
This is it. Anyways, sorry.
I love that. No, that's totally fine. Good little more story right there. And so yeah, we have all this shit going on, and finally, basically we have the spirit talking through Yoon, and is kind of laughing at Sohee, and then I love how then Sohee is like, "Come out, bitch!"
Yeah, come
like,
on, bitch, you know me.
Literally,
"Hell
it's
yeah,
like talking
Grandma."
shit. Is talking shit to her.
Calls her bitch like multiple
times and is whacking her, then starts to whack her with like this leaf, like branch looking thing.
Whipping
literally
her.
whipping her and just trying to whip the spirit out of her.
At this point, she had already kind of started burning the doll here too,
Yeah.
because at this point she's like yelling at the spirit and it hasn't
Because the
come
spirit-
out.
yeah, that's right.
And so she starts burning the doll hair basically to force the spirit out, because then it's like obviously in pain.
Yeah, and then finally the spirit does come out, right? And that's whenever she starts talking to her, she's trying to and I'm like, how is she really trying to convince this ghost to leave the body? She's like, just
she's like,
come
it's
out.
time to go. You've
It's
killed
time to
enough.
go. Yeah, this is it, honey. This baby, you gotta go.
And she's like,
then
no,
the
I'm
ghost-
having fun in this body.
Literally.
Why would I get out?
Literally, I'm like, this is not convincing at all. If I were a ghost, you know what? I wouldn't leave either.
Yeah, I'd be like, hell
Leave
yeah.
a perfectly good alive body? Nah.
Mhm.
And then I'm sorry. This is when she starts whipping her to try to get the spirit out, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm like LMAO because it's so funny, and I'm like thinking like, damn, poor Yoon who has to like go through all this because it's her body.
Exactly. Oh, and then at this point, the ghost says that she will kill all of them, all of the men.
Yeah.
Basically, she's like something. Fuck men.
Yeah, because she says I hated all the men in the village of this town or whatever.
I wonder if that school student was her, and if it was haunting that convenience store clerk.
Oh, maybe.
Then the blood down her leg, it looked like it was like vaginal blood.
Yeah, maybe.
What if there was like some sort of miscarriage
or just some sort of trauma? Yeah,
did something bad.
Caitlin always goes to rape.
Yeah, I do.
Just
I'm gonna call rape everything.
Prior information. It was rape. Yeah,
but I don't know.
It could have been.
Yeah,
it could have been, honestly, because that does. Why else would we have seen that connection
girl with? Yeah,
from
what
the
does that
beginning?
girl have?
Oh, you know what? That's interesting.
So maybe
that's
I don't
interesting
know.
because all the ghosts we've seen have been connected to the people or some part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like random ghosts were put in just to give the effect of like, oh, this lady can see ghosts. No,
yeah,
they're tied to the story. So that's a good
maybe,
observation.
Maybe that's maybe that's
what
why
the director
she's so
subtly kind of implied or left there, and why she hated the men so much. Maybe she was like used and abused a lot, and that's why she finally then committed suicide.
Yeah,
and hung herself. And then by that point, it's like,
she's
well,
such
now
a vengeful
I'm gonna
fucking
kill
spirit.
everybody.
Yeah.
Well, men at least.
And
then if women come and like, you know, get in my way, well, I'm gonna kill you too. But yeah.
I'll at least utilize you.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't know. But yeah,
and all shamans are definitely gonna get killed.
Yeah, because you're trying to get me to not do what I want to do.
Yeah,
just
so
kill all the men.
Yeah.
So you're in my way.
And that's
you
even
get
how
killed
Sohee, even at the beginning when she was talking, or when she was talking to Ram, she was like, "I know my fate. Like I've sealed my fate. Like so, you know." Yeah.
Which is so sad. Could you imagine your child calling you and telling you that?
So sorry, you gotta go. Yeah, that's horrible. And so we have all that shit happening, and then finally we have what's her face, like Yoon turning her head like the fucking Exorcist,
and floats upwards and
floats up, does all this shit, and the hysterical laugh that she does kind of maniacally throughout this is just like, it was beyond. It was very dramatic.
It was.
But it added.
I liked it.
Yeah, it added to it. It
I
gave
didn't think it was
like
kitschy.
crazy woman like like laugh. And so then we have what's his name coming back into the room, obviously when he wasn't supposed to, and then Yoon, or the spirit necessarily,
because
puts the image in his head.
The camera had fallen too.
That's right. Yeah.
And so like
he couldn't see what was going on.
More could be recorded. Yeah. And then we see a like string of Yoon vomiting up some black shit, basically like it coming out of her body, and then it goes dark, and then the whole room goes dark.
Yeah,
it goes pitch black, and that's when Sohee like is scrambling to find the flashlight.
The flashlight, and then
that's when the Exorcist shit happens with the complete head turn, and then basically, Song-yeop is being lured in with the sounds of his Hyung's death. Is what I put. He can hear he hears
little
his
brother
little
getting hurt,
or big brother.
Big brother, sorry, from the accident.
He hears that from outside, so obviously it entices him to come in, which is what obviously the whole point was.
Yeah.
And the spirit we find is manipulating the situation once again.
Yeah.
By
to get him to
in.
go in, and then gets him to attack Sohee because it makes it seem like she is trying to kill his big brother in little boy form. And so then he obviously starts in attacking her and tries to kill her, and is like, die, you bitch.
Yeah.
And she's like obviously trying to plead for her life, like, it's me, don't kill me. And then finally he doesn't. And then we have
Yoonjung basically giving birth through her fucking mouth with her head.
with the ghost coming out.
Yeah,
and then we have
see the like head of hair come out.
Yeah.
It was
and then we have them turning around, and it finally pans, and we have a ghost reveal. And it's a pretty bad CGI ghost, I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, it's not the worst. And
I did like when it panned in closer on the eyes, and then the eye was like kind of wonky
and bloodshot.
Yeah, I was a fan of that, because I imagine, if you've hung, like if you've been hanging for a while, and the blood circulation cut off too, I imagine your eyes there was some sort of pressure that probably fucked up her eye in that decomposition process and stuff too. So
probably. And then
don't know.
we have poor boy then getting yeeted.
I put LOL at the face, but also like that shit is kind of scary.
Yeah.
Like if I saw it in real life, I'd be like,
it'd be scary. I wouldn't be laughing at it. I wouldn't be like, are you serious? Right now. And so then we have him getting taken by the spirit into the hole again, like everyone else, the furnace hole. And I'm like, oh, he gone. But then it shows him having a lighter, and he has a little piece of the doll left.
Because so he's yelling, burn the doll, and as he's struggling, he thankfully grabs like the doll's head or something.
Piece of it, some piece of it, and then gets right before he gets pulled down there, and then he lights it, and it's the way that he lights it, but then like it
because at this point the hair had been like entangling him, and then it just engulfs him in flames
because it's killing the spirit essentially, but he's like obviously wrapped with her around him, and then I'm like, oh man, he's a crispy crisp. I'm like, man. Damn, I thought he was going to make it. But then
he gets out.
We find out that he is alive. So I'm like, is he alive or isn't he? Because then I'm like, wait, is he a ghost? Because she can see ghosts. But then he is alive, essentially. He's alive.
And we're back at the cafe from the beginning now. And
and I put it again. What is this music that they have playing? It's like very like the Wii store music. Like that's what it was. It's very like literally like that. It was like free YouTube music that they put in the background is what they had. But anyways, they have this little dialogue between the two of them. He's writing something, and then he's like telling her how he has to meet with someone, a publisher, because he's going to publish the book after. She's like, wait, are you cheating on me? And
so like I guess together they are, or now they are together.
Yeah.
And because she was like, wait for me to get off my shift and we can go. And because Yoonjung had called both of them.
Oh yeah. That's
and
right.
I wonder if rather he had like called
her,
if he's trying to get them to meet kind of thing. I don't know though, but he says he's meeting someone, and at that time the publisher calls.
Yeah.
And so he takes the call
outside, and she is like, I'm going to read this book. And so she goes through his files, and I'm like, oh, she's going to find the secret porn stash. But no, she finds videos of him basically whenever he was down there in the tunnel, in the what is it?
The furnace hole.
The furnace hole. And basically it was just video footage of like the ghost girl going inside him.
Yeah, so we basically find out that Songyup is possessed.
Yeah.
And then it ends with she like kind of nervously clicks out, and then we could just get a shot of Songyup's hand
over the shoulder, and then a close up of her eyes.
Yeah.
And you're just kind of like, and then it ends.
Yeah. So it leaves you with a little bit of a hanger, being like, oh, what the hell's going on? Like cliffhanger, not a hanger.
Definitely left it open up to like a sequel or something.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, and honestly, if it ended there, like and no sequel happened, I'm perfectly fine with that too.
It's a fine story. Yeah.
I like that ending too, because then I do enjoy being left a little bit in the dark. And so ones that don't have a full solid resolution like that, it's like, okay, fuck, what did happen? This bitch about to die. He about to kill all of them.
Never know.
This bitch still out in the real world.
Explanation.
Mm-hmm.
I would give it a solid 3.7, 3.8.
3.8?
I'll give it a 3.7.
3.7.
Yeah.
Okay.
3.7 because of music.
Because of the music.
That's it.
That's fair. Yeah, the music, I agree, was distracting at a lot of the points.
Choices made that I didn't agree with. But that's off on my preference.
Maybe they're trying to keep it more in line with the fact that these are young people, or what, but I don't know.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I have no clue why they made that choice, but but
What would you
sorry.
say? What would you say?
I think I would give this one a 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel that.
I did really enjoy
You did
it
mention it.
the first time I watched it, and I was like, this is
It's
pretty
not.
good.
It's not a bad movie. It's not. It's not.
It's not
it's
like
not- it's
blowing
not-
me out of the water.
Yeah, but also
But
I
I
would
would
say
watch
like
it
it's-
again.
Yeah, I feel like I would recommend it.
Yeah.
Because it's got a good storyline. It was pretty. It wasn't that long. It was only like an hour and 40 minutes, which
Yeah.
is a little over my like 1:30 that I
That
like to
sweet
be
spot.
at. Right, but
Hour
that's not that
27.
bad. Hour 27, but it's good. It was good. I liked it. I enjoyed it. It had a good story. I feel like it wasn't too unfamiliar, but not too familiar. It was kind of right in the spot. It was like, oh, okay, I didn't expect it to go there, and then
Yeah,
like,
it did have some
and like I didn't expect,
unexpected.
and then I didn't expect it to like I didn't expect it to go into REM sleep, and then I didn't expect it for them to leave the house so soon like that. I thought like a main part of this, which we do get back to it later, but like I didn't expect for
You
them
thought
to
it was
leave.
gonna- they would stay there. It
and
would
everything
more
would
take
happen there. I
place.
liked how we left it, and then we went to the hospital, and then
And
we
it
had here,
followed.
and there was a hotel, and like yeah, I like how it gave me layers into it, and then we ended up back to the beginning, and then yeah, I thought it was good.
I agree.
thought, and then I thought the climax too of the getting the reveal of the witch at the end. I thought that was great too, even though I wasn't so sold on how it was revealed or her look. I like how we did get like it was kind of like it was a good what's like closure resolution. I don't know, climax that we then finally got to see her after like this whole time. It's like, ooh, she's scary. Who is
Yeah,
she? What is
very
she?
elusive, and then you do get to see
The big bad.
her face. And I would say the shot of, again, probably this has to play into my fear of pregnancy, but like of the ghost coming out of Soon Young's mouth is like,
Yeah.
because I mean, typically babies come out head first, and so you see the like head of hair, the crowning, and so that's basically what you got out of Soon Young's mouth, and it's like, no,
I can see all that. It's hitting all the spots.
Yeah.
For you.
But anyways, that is 2019 Shudder original 0.0
megahertz.
That's right. And if you forgot, even though we've said it quite a few times, we are doing a month of Shudder, and we have said that we are going to start telling you what films we're doing at the end of the episode. So what's the next film that you picked out for us?
See me more. See me. Hold on. I'm sorry. I wasn't ready. Hold on. But
Mi fa so.
But if you keep talking about
well, okay.
Shudder, because we love Shudder
We do love
so
Shudder.
much.
They have this film. They've had last week's film. They all have this upcoming week's film as well. And along with so many other, and like I've mentioned, their collection of foreign horror films, foreign to us in America, but to other people, this is just like, oh, yeah, good. I've got a nice selection of my own.
See for me.
See for me. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Called See for me.
So yeah, if you want to watch that on Shudder with us as well, please do so for next week, so that way you can join in on the conversation. And if you have something to say, like you want to let us know your boo rating for 0.0 megahertz or even See for me, right?
See for me.
Okay. Before we record it next week, please do so.
Let us know. You can join in on the fun.
That's right. But as always, we are in the absolutely lovely Rogue Media Network studios. They take great care of us, and you can listen to our podcast, all the other wonderful podcasts that are on Rogue Media Network on a slew of platforms, biggest being
Apple Podcasts, Spotify Podcasts.
That's right. And of course at
roguemedianetwork.com.
That's right. And wherever you do listen, please don't forget to
rate, review, subscribe, like, tell your mom, tell your dad, tell everybody in town.
That's right. Word of mouth, yell out your window, write it on your cars. Tell everyone, BooBaes. They're going to be like, what the hell is that? And then they're going to love it. Hopefully. And if you love it, yeah, like we said, please leave a review. And
please do.
It will
we
help
really
us.
Need it.
Only way we can get
us
ahead.
Out there.
And if you want to let us know your boo rating, we have exactly one social media platform, and that is Instagram. And you can find us at...
That is at BooBaes Podcast on Instagram. And that would be our only podcast and social media platform. And it is spelled BOOBAES podcast. All one word.
That's right.
Because we're your BooBaes, not your BooBabes.
That's right. No second third B, however many Bs. Get rid of that other one. And yeah, as always, thanks for listening. And until next time.
Bye, Baes.
Bye, Baes.
Bye-bye.
This has been a Rogue Media podcast.
Are you a podcaster? Let's talk podcast hosting. Are you tired of your current podcast host? Need real support in a community that gets it? At Rogue Media Network, we offer top-tier podcast hosting services to help you thrive. From hosting and distribution to dedicated support, we've got you covered. Starting as low as $25 a month. Join our community of passionate podcasters today. Contact us at hello@roguemedianetwork.com.
Life can change in an instant. For many wheelchair users, the struggle to push forward is a daily challenge.
After years of development and countless prototypes, we created Rib Grips, the revolutionary wheelchair hand rim covers with built-in ribs for ultimate grip and comfort.
No more slick surfaces, no more heat burns, just pure, reliable grip. Rib Grips, empowering you to push forward with ease. Rib Grips. Get a grip on your freedom. Discover the difference. Visit ribgrips.com and use promo code GRIP today. You just found the perfect product that helps with staying cool during hot summer runs. No more gross warm water. Stay cool with this product from Gear Handle. This hydration tube cover helps keep your water cool and easily accessible. Stay hydrated during those long summer runs or even delay from freezing in the winter. Plus, they're compatible with various brands of water bladders and come in various colors. Visit gearhandle.com and use promo code H2O today.
BooBaes. Okay, well, hello and hey, howdy.
Hello. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's
Aw.
nice to be back in the studio.
Back in the studio.
And who are we? What are we doing? We are the BooBaes.
BooBaes
I'm
podcast.
sitting
That's
here
us.
with Caitlin.
And you're Joshua.
I am today.
we're
I'm at
holding
least.
hands.
Oh, your nails feel cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
They're
really like
extra
the
grown out.
texture.
Mm,
Yeah,
smooth.
I'm just one of those people too that like I have to touch everything though.
Yeah,
Like, it's like
very
you know,
tactile.
very much so.
think
I was
that's
in
the
a bar the other day and they had fur on the wall and it
Oh.
was so nice.
I imagine that could get really.
Oh, I also
Gross.
made that comment. I was like, in like if 6 months or something, this is gonna be all matted and like nasty.
Yeah.
But they're just opened, and so yeah, it was pretty cool.
That
So,
is.
yeah.
Also, today you could refer to me as Miss Klein.
Miss Klein.
Miss Klein.
I like how it's just MS.
Yes, because I'm not married.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I'm not young either.
You're young.
I know, but I'm not like
We're both young.
MISS young.
I'm
know?
young.
We're both young.
We are.
All right. Anyways, we're BooBaes. Did we say that?
Yeah, we did. We got
did.
that one out the
We
way.
said Caitlin and Joshua?
Yeah.
Dang.
And if you don't know yet, we're here to talk about some horror movies.
We are,
We're here to
yes.
talk about spooktacular, spooktastic, everything in between, from murder to goblins and ghosts and
Aliens?
to
Creatures from the deep.
films that kill people as well.
Yeah.
ish.
Ghost, yes. Ghost, yeah. I don't know. Really cool.
This one kind of
Just
had like
psychotic breaks.
a really good mix. Like it was like a film that kind of touched like 5 different points. It was making
Yeah.
like a pentagram for me.
It was. And so
Um,
if you don't remember, we are doing a month of Shudder.
We are. Shout out to Shudder.
Yeah, ones that are exclusive. This is a streaming service I've had long before we even started this podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I do love horror films. There's only 3 streaming services I actually pay for. Shudder is one of them.
Can I guess the other one?
Yes.
Crunchyroll.
Crunchyroll
Okay.
and then Funimation. which
Okay.
Funimation just got absorbed by Crunchyroll. So
I've never heard of Funimation.
it's just another animation studio.
Mm-hmm.
But so now I only have to pay for 2.
Cute.
I don't
Fun.
know, but maybe I should
Saves you
get
money.
Hulu sometime.
Hulu is
I did
actually.
get logged out of that
you know
one.
what? You know what? Actually, I will give it to Hulu lately. They've been having really good content.
I know, and that's why I'm like,
Yeah.
I have to get it.
I think that's why Netflix has also like dropped in like what did they say, like 200 something million or 1,000 subscribers, whatever.
yeah,
they
because
lost in
their
the last quarter.
stuff has sucked
Sorry.
recently.